All right. Um, we gotta make sure all the streams launched correctly, and then we can get into it. I still don't have this multi-streaming thing right. I mess this up every time. Sorry, give me 1 second. We gotta fix this. Where's my multi-chat thing? Here we go. Okay. Uh, all of this is now good to go. Save, launch. Uh, okay, wait, ping Discord. Hang on, guys. Hang on. Okay, I haven't read anything yet, guys. I was just there peacefully eating my dinner after casting and packing. Good thing we did a little work because apparently we're going to be Dota obsessed for the next couple days as we grind out as much patch content as we possibly can before I leave. Camera was a little too zoomed in. Okay. I mean, the full VOD review will go straight to YouTube, I guess, fortunately. We'll see what we can summarize in the patch potentially later. We're gonna go through the online, posting because it's got all the stuff, and then I'll launch the actual client and we'll look at it in there. Okay. I know, in the middle of Dream League, but okay. I was wondering because tomorrow is actually the last series, and usually you do it in the morning so that if there are tiebreakers, you do it in the rest of the day. And I was wondering, I was like, why are the games scheduled for the later half of the day? They almost never do this. I feel like there must have been some communication that was going to come out. It's like, give the teams a little extra time. And also, any teams that are probably in are in. Any teams that are probably out are out. I don't know, throwing out crazy ideas. Anyways, forget all that. Wandering Waters. We're making use of this, guys. I am a visionary. I have been calling for this. Let's go. Okay. Roshan's in the river. Oh my god, guys. I was actually calling so much of this Roman shit. Okay, let's go. Run with the currents to get to your safe lane faster, forge your own destiny with craftable neutral items, and dive into a deluge of new changes and improvements. A better, wetter world. Fishing better be freaking in here, guys. I'm gonna be so mad if there's no fishing. Dota's map dividing waterway has always been a little more than a watery line in the sand. Agreed. Separating the warring factions of Radiant and Dire, but the river has finally broken its banks, flooding up to the high ground and reshaping the field and flow of battle. Ooh, okay, what's this? An evolutionary leap. The creep camps are also getting refreshed in Wandering Waters in the form of a new amphibious creep type that evolves from Polywog to Boglet to Croaker throughout the match. Is that like a new mini-boss? As a complete aside, I love tadpoles, guys. I hope this is something that'll be something to be loved. The upside of the downstream. All these new waterways in the jungles aren't just an upgrade to the scenery. Running with the current will give you a speed boost towards your safe lane without slowing you down if you're running against the flow. More ganks to the safe lane potentially, or more plays in other lanes and you get back to your safe lane. Roshan back towards more of the middle of the map. Roshan's 2 pits have been relocated to the river with new layers near the 2 power runes. Roshan will spawn into the southern pit at the start of the match, but when Daylight decides it's time to make a move, he'll walk the total distance between the 2 pits, tossing around any units he meets along the way. All right, I kind of jokingly called for some of this. So let me just tell you guys a little sneak peek now here in 7.38. 7.40, the Roche pit it's like Portal. Back to the edges. When you walk into the Roche pit, there's a singular Roche pit that you can walk in from either side. Twin gates are replaced with the Portal Roche pit. You step in, you're instantly there. The next time you step out of the Roche pit, you're on the other half of the map. And that way, both sides are like throwing in spells, shooting from the bottom of the map, popping in the top of the map. 7.40. Just a heads up. Back to 7.38 though. Blood in the water, Lotus Pool getting a little bit reworked here. As with Wisdom Rune at Wisdom Shrines, you'll now need to stand inside a Lotus Pool to collect its Lotus. Do you need to do that with Wisdom Shrines? Enemies in the area will stop the pool from activating, so make sure you're swimming alone. I'm not sure how that works. I guess it's more contested. Well, I'm sure look into that later. Mind the shrines. Wisdom runes have been relocated and replaced with shrines of wisdom. Oh, I guess you do need to stand in them. You can still snag experience for yourself and an ally, but now instead of plucking a rune off the ground, you'll need to stand in the shrine to earn the XP. The wrinkle, the shrine won't activate if there's an enemy hero in there with you. You'll have to earn a little privacy to bag the boon. So a buff to anyone strong enough to win these, like Clockwork, for example. To kill the other support, Undying, like drops Tombstone, stuff like that. Okay, so what does this... Can you guys see all this? I think so. So Tormentors are now... Did I read Tormentors, by the way? I completely don't remember. Transient Tormentor. Tormentors no longer spawn near each team's base. Instead, a single Tormentor will spawn at one of 2 locations in the corners of the map, depending on the time of day, which also means it'll always appear on the opposite side as Roshan. Ooh, that's actually pretty cool. Among a bunch of other adjustments, the Tormentors also got a new ability that will leave behind a helpful healing AoE after it dies. Okay, spend health to get it, heal back up. Still a window to be contested, where the team shows up right after you've done it, but they haven't healed yet, and they kill you. But if you do kill it, you're rewarded so that you don't have to just go back to your base and then back out onto the map. Cores, please, God, please do Tormentor. All right. All right. I'm liking the idea here. Buffs to Slardar, maybe. And we'll see what other water themes they threw into other heroes. I'm liking this idea, though. The Lotus over here. The tree lines. I don't know if these tree lines favor Treant Protector. But maybe if you can walk through the river and the trees, there could be some cool ideas there. Oh, maybe Treant gets healed in the water. He should have water-related stuff. Okay. The upside of the downstream. All these new waters in the jungle. Wait, didn't I just read all this? I think it's just showing us now the stuff. So here's the waterway. I guess she's a little faster. Oh, yeah, there you go. You see how she started going... So now you can jungle and get back to your safe lane perhaps a little faster. Do you walk slower if you're going in the opposite direction? I feel like you should. I feel like that only makes sense. It's only showing her walking with the water, but I feel that she should be slowed, personally. Okay, in Evolutionary Leap. So these are all the stuff we read. These guys are so cute. They're so cute. Okay, we'll have to read later into the actual patch notes how this works. 280 is the same amount you get for the first Wisdom Rune. It might literally be exactly the same. Like every 7 minutes, the shrine gets active and you just have to stand there. But instead of just a click war of whoever gets it first, it's a full-on brawl. I actually really like this idea because it is a little bit random. Like 2 heroes who know to be there at the right time, ignoring stuns available. One is rewarded by just random chance. You know, not fully random chance, like just clicking faster, but, you know. I like the idea of fighting it out. For example, you won your lane, you're 2 levels over the enemy support, and then they just happen to outclick you. Right? I should be rewarded before being able to kick their ass while they're trying to get this Wisdom Rune. The rich get richer. So I kind of like that idea. Okay, how's this Lotus Pool work? Phantom Lancer, perhaps buffed, because that guy's dead. Okay, so this is also just to prevent the click war of whoever happens to get it first gets the Lotus. And I don't even have to channel. You can fight the entire time. Okay, okay. technically a nerf to someone like Clockwork who could interrupt easily while channeling, but you still have to fight over this, so it's still good for someone like Clockwork, someone like Undying. The pathing here is interesting. I'm envisioning Jungle Venomancer with play carry up, block the pathways. We'll have to explore some of that later on. Roshan's relocation, hilarious. I can't wait to see mid-heroes die to Roshan running through. Back in the middle, we're going to have to rethink how we are fighting and contesting Roshan. Back to the old days when he was in the river for a moment. Potentially when you kill Roche, usually you don't know Roche has spawned, right? But there's now a possibility that a ward outside the Roche pit actually, as he walks through, lets you know that he's up. But depending on the time, I mean, he might still just sit in the pit and then not show up. Okay, Tormentor. Seems like it's the same, but there's only one. So rather than both teams having to do their own, or one team gets Roche, gets Tormentor, gets the next Tormentor, massive snowball at 20 minutes. This could be the counterplay. Like, oh, we can't go for Roshan because they're already in the pit. They're too strong. Let's go get Tormentor. And it looked on the new map that Tormentor's pretty far away. So it's not going to be easy to just like do Roche and then immediately go to Tormentor without having to use a bunch of teleports. So it should open up some counterplay for pro teams for one person to get one, the other person gets the other. But I assume this still spawns at 20 minutes. So like if you can do Roche early enough, say at like 16, 17 minutes, because you have, you know, Beastmaster Ags, if that's still the same. You do that, then you can go get Tormentor. That could be cool. But if you're doing like the later Roches, like let's say it's the second spawn of Roche and the second spawn of the Tormentor, maybe it's like give and take a little bit. The changing terrain. I love when they do this stuff. Okay. So we got Radiant here. So previous version, this is the ancient camp on the side. There used to be, the Watcher was lower, and now it looks like it's higher up. Vika Dion, yo, thank you for the sub. Sorry, I totally missed that. Everyone following, welcome. We're gonna be up late. I gotta cram in as much content as possible and go through this as much as possible. I don't know how much I'll be reading chat because I gotta zoom through everything. But thank you so much, guys. I hope this is as exciting for you all as it is for me. New Watcher location. I don't know if... I wonder if I could make a video while in China and then upload through a VPN. Because I was just thinking, finding ward locations is something I could do without even playing actual Dota. I'll think on that, guys. New tree line. A little more open. Maybe some sneaky ward possibilities. Lots of trees near the thing, which could lead to a lot of like hiding, surprise, pop out, kill stuff. Could be cool. What's next? This is the Radiant Lotus pool. Is this a pool? We might need to change the terminology here. Is this really a pool? This is like... What's the proper architecture term for this? This is a water display as you go through an arboretum and they're showcasing some stuff. A water feature? Yeah, something like that. Lotus hydroponic? I love it. I love it. I'm gonna use that in my cast tomorrow. Okay, the tree line here looks pretty similar to the past, which means it's absolutely wacky and I don't understand it. Looks like this tree's different. I don't know what that actually leads to. We'll have to go move around the map later. What's over here? Oh, okay. So where the medium camp used to be, this is where the Roche pit is. Okay, that helps me put it in the frame of mind. Guys, a moment of recognition. The map you know and have come to love or hate, in like 3 days, it'll be completely gone out of your mind. So appreciate it now. The info you've had this whole time, it's gone. All right, a little grass in the pit. I'm not sure if that makes sense. Well, some kind of water grass, I suppose. But it looks like there's some dry land in the pit. But how does the sun get in the pit when you can't even see out the pit? I'm kind of questioning the real the reality of that. A couple trees here for like Monkey King to stand in, maybe like Tree and Protector. Looks like a lot of the other trees aren't shifting too much. We'll have to see like cool ward places to put around there. Here's the Twin Gate. So the Twin Gate has been shifted over a little more accessible to both lanes, I think, because the Radiant Twin Gate is easier for the Radiant safe lane to use. The Dire Twin Gate's easier for the Dire to use. This looks a little bit more in between and not on double high ground. Double high ground being like, this is technically high ground to this, and this is high ground to this. So a ward here like sees this way, but a ward here does not see up to the Twin Gate. Whereas now it looks like there's a lot of places, unless there's a Sentry and Observer change, right? Old Sentry definitely can't cover all of this, but it looks like you could put observers in a couple different places to see people come through the Twin Gate. Oh, you know what this opens up though? Techies could place even more mines around this Twin Gate now. The other one was at least limited in space. Where is this? The other one was limited in space to maybe get 4, depending how you place it. This is super easy to get 4, and then maybe another ring outside of that. That could be funny. Okay, we'll have to look more at that later. Interesting little peninsula piece here. Yeah, more into that later. So here is the side jungle. Now it's a beautiful waterway, of which I have all the low settings for because the water is simply a distraction. But maybe not anymore. Looks like there's going to be a jungle camp there. We'll have to see how the spawning... I wonder if pulling a certain way to spawn the camp or to stack the camp will be better. Because maybe the creeps also get a buff. You know, they walk faster if you, like, move one way in the river or not. That could be interesting. Watcher in the river as well. That's cool. That's cool. Okay. What's over here? It looks like we're only seeing the Radiant side. I guess I have to scroll down for the Dire or something. Okay, so a low ground. Do you guys remember there used to be like this low ground, high ground in the lanes, and it looks like that's kind of back. As you're sieging the Dire, like as the Dire sieges the Radiant, this looks like a low ground. Maybe it's not actually. Maybe it's just like river stuff. But if this is low ground, that could provide some interesting interactions while you're trying to push this tower. It looks pretty tough to get from up here to down here, but maybe you can just walk up this. I don't know. Maybe it's one way. You can go up but not down. This is that corner camp. So much more accessible now, this corner camp. More open and then straight into the waterways. Harder to sneak your way in here to farm and be super hidden that you would sometimes see people do, but I like that. Make it easier to be found. You can walk up the waterfall? Nice. Okay, is there a way to switch to Dire? Oh, Dire's down here. Okay. So where's this? This is the Wizard Rune. We can probably go through this faster now that we've got the rough idea. So this looks similar. I don't know what the heck is this. This looks similar. And actually, I'm kind of glad that this area has opened up. This is such a weird... Like, you can't go through a lot of this, and it's not clear. So I kind of like that it's just gone and then just back to like regular old trees. I liked having like new map decoration type stuff, but it was very confusing like what you could walk through or not. So I'm glad that that's just cleared up. 2, here's the Lotus hydroponic. Little fire camp over here. I like it. Okay. What's over here? This is the other Roche pit. Ooh, we got the double high ground for the other Roche pit again. The way it kind of used to be. I mean, I'm going to hop in the lobby eventually to look at this stuff, so let's just kind of go through this a little faster, because I'm sure it's going to take us 4 hours to read all the changes anyways. If not more, I'm going to try to limit myself. Okay, cool. Process all this information later. Water going through again. 6. This is interesting. I'm very excited to look at these tier 2s on this waterways. I think it'll really change the way we approach that area of the map. New water. There's going to be so many new ward locations because of this. Okay. Steer the currents of power. Introducing Madstone, a new resource that lets you craft neutral items unique to your playstyle and the circumstances of the match. All right, let me tell you. Neutral items unique to your playstyle and the circumstances of the match. The circumstances is damage. There's no... Every single core hero is going to go damage. 80% of supports are going to go, ooh, unique choice here. Damage for farm. Now, I'm sure they have a lot of cool options, but let's be real. All the pub players, it's all pure damage, I'm sure. Okay, farming Madstone. The first step to getting a custom neutral item is fully clearing a neutral camp. This will now earn you Madstone. 2 for yourself and 1 for a random ally. Core players, you must help me. Get wrecked. Valve has seen how useless you guys are. You have to help them. You will give them a random item, a random shard. Oh, damn, what is this shit? Artifacts and enchantment. Step 2, save up Madstone to craft personalized neutral items. Each neutral is now made up of 2 parts, an artifact that gives your item new abilities, and an enchantment that gives it passive stat / attribute bonuses. Cool. So, I get Orb of Destruction, and because that's not greedy enough, I can then also get GPM and reduce the attack damage to completely negate the fact that I took Orb of Destruction to do more physical damage. Very nice. Bonus night vision, that's good. Some health regen, good farming one. Vampiric, so what's it called? The Vampire Fangs became an enchantment, essentially. Philosopher's Stone is an enchantment. This is really cool. This is a really cool idea. I'm going to have to go see all the different options to learn more about it, but I love the idea. Sorry, I minimized you guys. Okay, where else? Neutral items. Fully clear, blah, blah, blah. So it's now at 5 minutes. Oh, I guess maybe that's what... I'll read the text first. See who's crafting what? There are 5 tiers of artifacts and enchantments available at specific windows throughout a match. Check your team's crafting progress and help clear out camps to spread the wealth. Yeah, I'm sure they'll be thinking about spreading the wealth. Neutrals at a glance. Browse every combination of artifact and enchantment in the updated neutral tabs while in-game. Spectators can easily see every hero's crafting history. All right, this sounds cool. We're like a survival game now, building up items. Tier 1 starts at 5 minutes. Tier 2, 15, 25, 35, 60. Okay. So not that different. It starts 2 minutes sooner, but it sounds like it takes, because we have to farm up the shards, it's a little bit more, potentially more balanced and more rewarded for having control of the jungle. Current neutrals, usually you don't notice this too much, but especially at the tier 5 neutrals, you control all of the map. None of the camps drop one on the first clear. The enemy team has access to 1 camp. They get 2 neutrals out of it, right? And suddenly they can take a huge fight because tier 5 neutrals are busted. The fact that you have to gain shards rewards you for having control of the map and farming up the shards, but also doesn't strictly encourage having a jungler. Like, it does, but if one guy is jungling the whole time, he's getting 2 shards. It's going to take ages for your teammates to get enough shards. Core players, hear me out. So it does encourage multiple teammates still to jungle, but it might, to a degree, it might still be worth to have a more dedicated jungler, especially if it's jungling the enemy's camps and you leave your own camps open. Yeah, Jungle Venomancer might have even more value now if it's still possible. A lot of cool ideas there. Full list of changes in the patch notes. Okay, we'll get to that. Quality of life. Dive into an ocean of adjustment and improvements to gameplay and mechanics. Our tooltips are now 30% accurate. Roshan is alive in the top pit. Roshan timer, hover over it, get a hint. Okay, that's not that big of a deal, I think, for most people who play a lot, but anyone returning, this could be helpful. In fact, the other day, guys, if you guys remember Alexander Kocha, my friend, just out of the blue, he's like, yo, let's play a game. We were going to try some stuff. We ended up doing unranked Dota. It was so funny to be in the call with him. He's like, what the hell's this? What the hell's this? There's 2 Roche pits. He's like, what is this gate? Holy shit, I'm bottom. You know, it's so crazy how if you take a break from Dota, you come back, it's a totally different game. So these kind of tooltips are actually useful for all the Dota players who are now sucked back into the game because they're like, oh shit, fishing's in there? That's all I've been waiting for. Mark for sell. Set an item to immediately be sold when you're alive, in your base, or at the secret shop. Oh, that's pretty nifty. I think a lot of longtime players probably won't. No, actually, I'll tell you what. This is really useful when you drop an item. I do this all the time. I drop an item because my inventory is full, like an iron branch. My courier picks it up. I tell my courier to send it home. And my intention is that when it's home, I will sell it. But I always forget because more stuff happens. You buy the next item, it comes delivered. You're like, God, this stupid iron branch. Then you gotta like drop it and all that. So now when it's going home, you can mark it for selling. That'll be really good once we get in the habit. I know kind of a niche situation. Doesn't happen like every single game, but I could see that being quite useful. Yeah, Obsidian, that's crazy. People like that are crazy. Yeah, Alex is the best Dota Snap, Marvel Snap creator. He's the best. He's the realest. If any of you guys just want a chill guy, definitely check him out. Added item targeting effects. We've added a host of visual effects from Glimmer Cave. Oh, I see. Okay, this is... I don't know if this is good, guys. This is... Who force-staffed me? Idiot teammate. Now you know. You're like, this freaking witch doctor. This idiot witch doctor just forced me into the base. Now you know who's done it. Oh, no. But generally this will be good. So when your teammates are like, you're doing you nothing, you're like, literally pink lines are showing you that I've been Lotus Orbing you this whole time. Okay. All attributes display, see at a glance. Okay, that's nifty. Isn't this, don't we already have this anyways? But whatever, who cares? HUD timers. You used to have to search all over the map to see all the various Dota Plus game timers. Thankfully, you can now, they're all up here. Oh, this is a little bit pay to win, guys. I gotta say. I don't think it's that big of a deal for most, like if you're a really high level Dota player, this doesn't matter. You have it all in your head. But if you're a casual player and you can build the habit, like, oh, I don't know what to do, press Alt, look at this area, and you get like, oh, power runes are spawning. Zach says this is important to do. Oh, look, it's like stack time. I should go to a camp. This is actually kind of a little bit pay to win. I don't know. I don't think it's worth it just for this to get Dota Plus, but that is interesting. It won't matter at the pro level, I think, but kind of interesting for the casual Dota player. Backpack grace period. A crucial item delivery in the midst of a team fight should be a moment of game-turning triumph, not a moment of watching your team die 1 second before your backpack cooldown resets. To that aspirational end, you can now drag newly acquired items out of your backpack without the 6-second cooldown period and put them to use immediately. Can I be a boomer here, guys? I like that you have to manage your inventory. I think that it's a critical skill to be aware of the items that are coming, and you're rewarded for having like the knowledge that the order the items are delivered in and the backpack and stuff, and to clear the space ahead of time. I actually like that a lot. I'm not going to make a big deal out of this because, like, do you want that to be the way you have to express your skill? No, you'd rather it be more about choosing the items and using them correctly. That's totally fine with me. I'm just saying I personally actually did not mind this, and I'd kind of prefer not to be there, but I'm not going to, like, complain. Whatever. There's other things to express your skill in Dota. It's not that big of a deal. And I'm sure I say that the moment this benefits me, I'm going to be like, this is the best change ever. This is absolutely critical. This is necessary. I bet there's a way to abuse this. I bet there's a way where I bet it's currently coded that, like, it's as long as it came from the courier, it gives you this. And I bet there's a way now, new skill expression, instead of having to go through the backpack, you could like trade it with the courier, swap it in. This could be the way you actually like refresher multiple items and swap them around and everything. Maybe we'll look into that later. Okay, 7.3H patch notes here. Maybe we now move into the actual Dota client. So give me 1 second. I'm going to... Let's see. I'm opening Dota. This way, if we're interested in like certain mechanics or something, we can maybe check it. Much like the galactic water miners in the movie and possibly the book Dune Part 2, can we legally do that? Dota has always been the only game in any genre that believes water is the most valuable resource in both the Duneverse and our universe, the universe. It's kind of crazy then that it's taken more than a decade for us to finally prove that bold claim by saying it out loud in print. And if that was all we did, it would be enough. But we didn't stop there. We've remade the river that runs through the Dota map. Not only is it wider, it currently can speed your movement. Conversely, the new river's new evolving amphibious creeps can drastically slow your movement by killing you. And that's not all. How about a new resource? Waterstone, you say? In retrospect, that would have made sense, but it's actually called Madstone, and you can use it to craft your own unique neutral items, which is crazy, so the name actually fits it pretty well. We've also made some other map updates, replaced wisdom runes with much cooler wisdom shrines, and made a bunch of quality of life changes. It's all too much to detail in one blog post, so you can go check the page that we just read. Okay. And then it never shows up when. The new one, for some reason, never shows up. Okay, ever since switching my software, guys, I never actually had to go over a patch because we've been on the same patch for so long. So give me 1 second. I actually have to change the sizing on this so that it's easier to read, I think. And then we forget to swap between and all that. Okay, how's this? I think we can even increase the camera a little bit, but I should create a separate thing for that if we're doing that. We'll see if this is the right size. I mean, quick scroll through. Looks like it's a little... Oh no, that was right. I thought it was cut off. It just wraps. I can actually make this a little bigger then. All right, if this size is wrong, we'll fix it at that point. All right, what time is it, guys? Shall we begin? Wait, ooh, I should put a timestamp in my own thing. No, I don't need to do that. Whatever, who cares? Nah, I'll do it. I'll do it for my own. General changes. Save chapter marker. All right. Here we go. Here we go. General changes. Major mechanics. Universal heroes damage per attribute decreased from 0.7 to 0.45. As a result, many heroes have had their base damages and attribute gains changed. Okay. I'm sure this is balanced in some way. I think this is to make it so that less universal heroes can simply become carries while also being really strong laners, etc., etc. The scaling was just really good. I think that's the idea. I'll have to go look at like the exact numbers and all that later. So let's just keep moving because it is 7:55 p.m. where I am. I very much doubt we'll have time to play a game today, but we at least need to read through everything and look at the map and play around with some stuff. So we just got to read and go. Skill points can now be spent on all attributes starting at level 2 instead of level 6. Okay, that's kind of cool, actually. So maybe some universal heroes would want to do this. I imagine universal heroes would be the best, but we used to have heroes like Juggernaut who were dumb as a brick and were like, oh, I sure would love having more stats like mana so I could use my spells, her-dur. So that's kind of a cool idea for certain heroes. Bring that back in. Reflected spells now benefit from all bonuses the original cast had, including the following: casters, facet upgrades. Wait, hold on. Okay, so a hero who has, like, Witch Doctor's Cask is upgraded by a facet. I guess it was previously not always reflecting the facet value. I actually didn't know that. I thought it was. Maybe there are some situations where it wasn't. Bonuses from talents. Oh, that one's actually pretty good. This one never applied, like when you stole spells and stuff. I actually never really thought about whether it applied to reflected spells, but I guess it does now, so that's cool. Ag Shard and Aghanim Scepter upgrades. Oh, so you don't need to have the Aghanims now anymore, because sometimes you did. Like if you had your own Aghanims, it applied it. Upgrades used to depend on Aghanim's items the reflecting unit had. Yeah. So this is how it used to be. Now it's purely whoever cast it and then it's reflected. Okay, I actually think that's fine. It was kind of weird the way that it worked that way. Slow resistances now also increase the minimum movement speed by the slow resist percentage. Slow resistances now also increase minimum movement speed. Oh, sorry. I had to read that twice to process it. Minimum movement speed. Oh, it's actually oh yeah, it gives us an example. So minimum movement speed is actually 100, so that you could technically be 100% slowed, but you weren't stationary. You just moved at 100 move speed. It felt really slow, but you moved even though you were fully slowed. So I guess now, depending how much slow resistance you have, if you are still affected by complete slows 100%, you bump it up to whatever you're at. That is a cool idea. I wonder how much that'll actually matter, but maybe there are more mechanics further down that, like, that's where it matters. Glyph of Fortification, deep breath there. Glyph of Fortification, creep duration decreased from 4 to 3 seconds. Okay. Interesting. So when you're counter fortifying, because I think it's 6 seconds on towers, maybe a little less, but I'm pretty sure it lasts longer on towers. Am I crazy? And so when they fortified, you could counter fortify, and now that might be reduced a little bit by a second. Units no longer gain bonus movement speed during the night. Oh, I kind of like that idea. I thought this encouraged ganking at night, which I thought was cool, but I guess with the rivers, right, we're going to try a different mechanic for moving around, so I'm open to that. I'm going to have to get used to that again. Items that have entered a hero's backpack for the very first time now have a 3-second grace period where they're going to be swapped into the main inventory without any cooldowns. This can only happen once per item per hero. Okay. So they don't want us abusing it with the couriers, but I bet you still can. Like, in a different way. Like, you're just hiding it in the courier. You're hiding multiple items. I'm talking about our 90-minute game scenarios. You've got multiple items hidden in there for the very first time. You hide your newly bought... Ooh, wait, guys. Doom. Maybe Doom, Gluttony can have new value, right? You sell your item, 90%. You buy an Abyssal. You buy a Hex. They're in your backpack. Wait, one is in your inventory. You blink Hex, and then you swap in your Abyssal, and then you Abyssal. And then to do that again, you sell them and buy them again. Thinking about the future here. Wandering Waters. The top and bottom outer rim areas are now flooded by streams of traversable water. These streams have a current starting near the tier 3 tower, right before the medium camp location, down to the tier 1 towers, former Twin Gate location. Going downstream increases current and max move speed. Current and max move speed. Okay. While going upstream inflicts no penalty, and I think it should, guys. I think it should. I think you should get slowed, but whatever. Streams are separated by 2 zones. One's with a strong current, which provides up to 150 bonus move speed. That is a lot. That is like 3 boots. 150 bonus move speed, and ones with a moderate current, which provides up to 100 bonus move speed. The current is strong from streams beginning near each base up to the waterfalls near the tier 2 tower. All other stream sections are considered to have a moderate current. So depending on how you path out, we're going to have to like do some timing tests. You can now feed in the safe lane a little bit more and then take the strong currents into the moderate currents to maybe get back faster. I have a chat feature that actually shows me Twitch and YouTube chat. So I am reading both, but I'm trying to read the patch more. These usually, as you see it on the YouTube uploads in the past, oh, maybe you haven't. I don't usually upload the initial read. It usually takes me like 6 hours to read through the patch because we like talk and do all this stuff. So I'm not reading the chat too much because otherwise it's going to extend us by like 4 more hours. I'm sorry to ignore you guys this time, but I have a few days to pump out as much content as possible. And then I'm traveling. Bonus value depends on the face direction, ranging from 100% while going downstream to 0% at 90 degrees. So if you're perpendicular to the water, you don't get the bonus move speed. Interesting. Watchers, camps, and pathways in the areas have been slightly adjusted to give way for the stream. Radiant and Dire main jungles now also have a stream with moderate current, starting near the easy camp close to the mid tier 1 towers. They join the outer stream, crossing the safe lane near the tier 2 stream. Okay, we'll have to go through that later. Hostly Marmless, you have been noticed. Okay, map objectives. Roshan. Roshan is back in the river with one pit located near the side lanes. Okay, top layer slightly closer to Dire jungle entrance and bottom slightly closer to Radiance. Only the active Rosh pit will show on the minimap icon. Roshan initially spawns in the bottom pit. Starting at 15 minutes, Roshan will follow the day-night cycle, walking across the river towards his designated pit. Top at night, bottom at day. Okay, same as before. Roshan no longer has bonus move speed while moving between pits. Roshan now has basic 25% slow resistance and an additional 25% slow resistance when running between pits. When running into a hero while moving between pits, Roshan will stop and grab them violently, holy shit, throwing them away. Upon landing, heroes are stunned for 1 second and take 200 pure damage and 0.5% of target's current health per minute of game time. Holy shit. That's hilarious. Each time Roshan throws a hero, he gains 70 bonus move speed and increases throw damage by additional 100 until he reaches his destination pit. After 5 throws, Roshan ignores heroes on his way. I cannot wait to see a pro team fight interrupted by Roshan just like chucking guys left and right, team wiping like whoever was trying to do Rosh first. That is too funny. That is so funny, actually. Throw distance is 1500, a little 300 more than a blink dagger. Max bonus move speed 300, can be blocked by spell blocking abilities and items like Lincoln Sphere, but can't be reflected. That would be hilarious. Heroes will be thrown away from Roshan based on their relative position to him. I would love for them to do AoE damage so he can hopefully wipe both teams at once. That's all I want. This is great. I can't wait to see this happen tomorrow. Maybe tonight if we somehow read through everything real quick. Added a Roshan icon near the minimap that shows Roshan's state, alive, dead, maybe alive, and location. Since Roshan spawner takes between 8 to 11 minutes, blah, 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 blah. If a team gains vision over Rosh or Roshan's Roar of Retribution, the timer will be updated to inform. Okay, that's kind of nice. Templar just has its third eye innate will cause the icon, blah, blah, blah. Okay. This is all just quality of life stuff, it sounds like. Roar of Retribution. This actually mattered a lot in a team fight that Ricky and I were casting today. It got the gyro killed instantly before he could do anything. It is now stronger. It also applies a 2-second disarm on all affected units. Okay. Radius decreased from 900 to 600. So specifically, whoever is in the pit really is who is going to be affected by this. Cast point increased from 0.1 to 0.5. It takes longer, sure. Cooldown increased from 20 seconds to 60 seconds. Interesting. Okay, so sometimes you would try to like start Roche, you get scared, you back off, you go back in. I mean, obviously not in pubs. In pubs, you like full commit and then wipe. But the pros would sometimes do that. That's actually a little better now because you could get the roar out of the way and then do it. At the same time, if you plan around the roar, like the team that wants to contest has more pressure now that when the roar comes out, you should go because they're disarmed, they are taking 25% more amplified damage is what it currently does. And then it's only going to happen once. So you got to get in there. Otherwise, it's probably dead without you getting another roar. Roshan's knockback now has a 2-second cooldown before it can be applied to the same. No, listen. We should have kept that one. We should have kept that one. It was hilarious to see someone lose their entire health bar when Roshan kept knocking them forward and then bumping them again. I don't care that it's not good game balance and all that. That was funny. We should have kept that mechanic. And I wish to see a mid hero get knocked from the power rune all the way to the other Roche pit and then die. And then get thrown out of the way. Wait, how does that work? How does the knockback? I thought the knockback only happened because he didn't throw. Now he throws. Maybe after he's thrown 5 heroes, which maybe includes illusions. I don't know. I'm actually not sure how that works. I'll have to read that again. Or like just go stand in front of Roche. Added a unique attack animation for Bash, as well as a new animation and particles for Roar of Retribution. Oh, like Roche's Bash and Roar of Retribution? All right, that's fine. Tormentor spawns reposition. There's only a single Tormentor. I guess it just like boop, boop, like reappears in different spots. 15 minutes, 7:30 in turbo. So I was saying maybe if you do Roche early, you could then go do Tormentor. 15 minutes is about the earliest you can do Roshan currently. It doesn't sound like Roshan got any easier to do. In fact, it's maybe harder. Maybe the hero changes enable earlier Roches, but otherwise, people like Beastmaster, TA, and like other physical damage, negative armor stuff, they're about the fastest they could do it. And this lines up that if you were trying to sneak Roche, the other team could maybe go get Tormentor. However, maybe that means that you just go do Tormentor first and then you go for Roche. Because a lot of times you need to be a kind of unique team draft and itemization to actually do it this early, and not every team can. So I'm guessing any team could do Tormentor, and only some teams could do Roche. So you're not offering the trade up like, oh, we're doing Tormentor, they're going to go sneak Roche. Like, no, they can't do Roche. They're like Phantom Lancer. They suck at it. Something like that. Tormentor now grants 250 gold to each team member on death. Still grants additional 280 when all team members have Aghanim Shard. Tormentor is also dependent on the day and night cycle, so it's at Radiant side at night and Dire side at day. As a result, it will always appear at the Radiant side first. What if you're Night Stalker and you flip the day? Due to this, maybe that's been taken out actually. Due to this, Roshan and Tormentor are always on opposite sides. Exceptions may apply in Turbo. Yeah, we want them to be opposite sides, but we don't really give a shit for Turbo. If the coding at the time doesn't work out, whatever. Tormentor's abilities now scale with the game time instead of the number of deaths. Ah, shit. You're punished in pubs now. When no one does the Roche and you go, it's not even like it's easy to do. It's still freaking impossible. I think that's fair. I think that's good, especially now that there's only one. Tormentor's abilities now scale with game time. I just read that. Unyielding Shield rescaled from 2,500 plus 200 per death to 1,900 plus 20 per minute of game, which, assuming it's still a 10-minute respawn, then that's the same increase if you were doing it off cycle. But it's actually a little easier to kill in theory if you're there early. And only at like Oh god, guys, math. Wait, actually, it's way easier to do, isn't it? Hold on, wait. Let me keep reading before I purge this. Unyielding shield. I love purge, guys. Unyielding shield barrier regeneration rescaled from 100 to 100 per death to 30 plus 5 per minute of game time. Reflect. Does it start? Okay, my question is, does it start at 15 minutes? It is 1900, or like it's 1900 plus 20 times 15 when it first spawns. We'll go see in a moment when we when we open up the lobby and look at stuff. Reflect damage percentage rescaled from 90 plus 20 per death to 50 plus 2 per minute of game time. It sounds like it's way easier to do Tormentor. The Shining damage per second increased from 30 to 60. More painful to walk by it, though the radius is reduced a little bit. Alleviation, new ability. After dying, the Tormentor leaves behind a 900 radius aura that increases health regen of all units in the area by 2% of their max health. Lasts 15 seconds, so they regain 30% of their max HP. As long as you bring enough heroes, that is more than enough. Sometimes you only do it with a few heroes, and it used to hurt you a ton, like cost you 90% of your health. I don't know if that'll still be true, because it sounds like it's easier to do. So now I'm not so sure on that. 30% might be more than enough to cover what it currently does. Lotus Pool. Change the way healing lotuses are collected from Lotus Pool. So now there's 3 entrances and an empty region. We saw this earlier. The Lotus Hydroponic. Heroes will automatically gather lotuses when within 350 unit of the center of the pool. First lotus takes 1.5 seconds to collect, and each subsequent lotus in a row takes 30% less time. Interesting. I guess this is just for late game when you let the lotuses pool up, and then you're just grabbing them all. The timer only counts down when all heroes within range are on the same team, pausing if an enemy hero enters the area and resuming when enemies leave. If multiple allied heroes are all within range, the lotus will be granted to a random hero. That's actually a little annoying, but I guess people just won't all go in if you don't want it to split randomly. Lotus pools will now spawn great lotuses after the tier 4 neutral items are available. All remaining lotuses in lotus pools will be combined and rounded up to the nearest number of great lotuses they could form. Lotus pools will now spawn greater lotuses after tier 5 neutral items are available. Okay, so if there happens to be 3 lotuses in the hydroponic, they will combine into a great lotus. And then the next one that spawns will also be a great lotus. Guys, Block of Cheese just got so much better. We might actually see Block of Cheese in games now. Tier 4 is at 35 minutes. Many games make it to that point. And then you would just, like, if you had already saved some and grabbed some of those, like, you could easily see Block of Cheese by mid 40 minutes, depending how many you saved. It's finally back. That was such a cool item, and then it's like so impossible to ever get. It was crazy. I'm glad that it's a little more doable. Okay, Shrine of Wisdom. So it seems like these are about the same as the Wisdom Rune, but rather than a click war, you have to box the enemy out. Gather the experience from an activated shrine. A hero must stand within 300 units for 3 seconds. Like Lotus Pools, the shrine will not count down, blah, blah, blah. Experience will be granted to a random hero within 300 units of the shrine, and also to their teammate with the lowest. Get the hell out of here. Now offlaners are going to want to stand in there with me to steal it. Nah, I don't think that'll be an issue since, I mean, even currently, you don't usually have people fighting for the Wisdom Rune on the same team. But that could be funny. That could be funny. Another sneak peek in the future, guys. 7.41. rather than just the heroes fighting it out in the area, it's gonna be like that Mario Party game where you're like on you're standing on giant balls and you like run around and bump each other, bumper cars, and like whoever gets knocked out can't get back in. It's gonna be awesome. It's a little mini game that happens every time. Sneak peek in the future, guys. Bounty runes are now going to spawn every 4 minutes. Gold provided after the initial scaling, 36 plus 9 per 5 minutes to 40 plus 6 per 4 minutes. Interesting. I'm going to do the math on that later. A little bit of a change to this. I'm trying to think how that'll matter. I think the water runes and bounty runes and power runes are probably the most interesting thing that comes to mind for mid heroes with bottle. I actually think bounty runes aren't something you should prioritize typically currently. So that's why I'm not sure if this 4-minute change is going to matter that much. But whatever. I'm not going to spend too much time thinking on it right now. Other region-specific map buffs, mighty mines, etc. have been removed. Goodbye. Corner outposts have been removed. Goodbye. Twin gates have been repositioned to the corners of the map on a new high ground near Tormentor. Touched up the map in general, slightly adjusted neutral camps, trees, and cliffs. I hope that means it's not so confusing when you try to walk through. My God, an essay for lifesteal here. Okay, what is this? Individual abilities no longer have special rules about how lifesteal works in different situations. Heroes versus creeps versus illusions, damage types, etc. Lifesteal mechanics are now consistent across every ability. Lifesteal applies to physical damage from attacks and is reduced by 40% when damaging non-heroes. I wonder if that includes buildings. Spell lifesteal now applies to physical damage from spells and magical damage from spells or attacks, and is reduced by 80% when damaging non-heroes. Neither lifesteal nor spell lifesteal applies to pure damage. Holding Alt while looking at items that provide lifesteal or spell lifesteal will show the lifesteal percentages for attacking and casting spells and targeting heroes, blah, blah, blah. The following sources and targets do not apply any lifesteal. Attacks that do not proc attack modifiers. Cleave, Luna's Bouncing Glaives, okay. Attack damage against wards, buildings, or couriers. All right, that's what I was just wondering. Spell damage against illusions, wards, buildings, or couriers. This is kind of a big one because sometimes you get some big steals when doing damage versus illusions. It looks like attacks will still heal off of illusions though. Because that was one that I was thinking of, like Lifestealer versus PL. You end up actually like super healthy because you do so much damage, but that'll still happen. Maybe not Leshrac healing against illusions though. Reflected damage, blade mail return damage. Does this hurt Queen of Pain? Spells that remove health instead of dealing direct damage like Necrophos is passive. Effects that don't break Blink Dagger like Orb of Venom or Necrophos' Heartstopper aura. Okay. Any damage dealt to self or allies. A small number of abilities that do not use lifesteal or spell lifesteal still result in healing and can benefit from lifesteal amp. Lifestealer open wounds, blah, 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 blah. Feast, blah, 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 blah. Meepos, ransack, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Oh, sorry. You guys can see that last part. This is interesting. It will surely matter in the carry and core matchup. I'm not going to think about it right now because I play supports that almost never have to think about this shit. So this will matter more in a moment. Like, I will learn this later, but I'm not going to focus on it right now. Let's just keep going. Item changes. Wait, where's my timestamp? Item changes. Save chapter marker. Do you guys see this? You can't see this because you guys can't see this far because I moved it. Let me show you. This is where we're at. This is where we're at. We got to get all the way down to there. Oh my God. Block of Cheese Scrumptious now restores 3,000 health and 2,000 mana when consumed. Scrumptious Savory Shield now has a 5-minute duration. Scrumptious can no longer be cast on an ally to give them the buff. However, the item is still fully shareable. I disagree. I disagree with this, guys. I don't know why they're changing Block of Cheese when we almost never see Block of Cheese. I thought they were making it easier to make so we could actually see this item come into play. Why are we changing it when it never got much testing and usage? I don't know. It looks like it's going to heal and all that more than the regular cheese. 5-minute duration. I mean, I guess that's nice. I feel like they should have just kept it at permanent, but whatever. Bottle no longer refills when carrier has a lingering fountain regen buff. Carrier must physically be in the fountain. I can't wait for my mids. Who are you? Who are the you guys watching the stream? You guys aren't this. You guys know the people who are just literally playing Dota right now. They have press played, they're in the game, and they're pinging their supports for bottle refills. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. That's going to be a big change up to the mid-meta at high-level games. The average pub, I'd say like Legend and lower, probably won't notice that much of a difference here. But for higher-level games, this was a big part of momentum for mids. I'm sure there must be some change to balance this out and to make it fine. But interesting that it's now gone. It's going to lead to a bunch of rage from non-readers. Yeah, I know, right? Orb of Blight. Blightstone renamed to Orb of Blight. No further changes. Lesser corruption duration decreased from 8 seconds to 3 seconds. I mean, that's not a big deal. Usually if you're fighting someone, like 3 seconds is enough. But it'll matter in some niche situations, I'm sure. Orb of Frost. This is cool. I can't wait for the meme builds where you just open with these 3 orbs. Orb of Frost. I bet this builds into Scotty later. New basic equipment item. Cost 250 gold. Provides no bonuses. And end statement. You can simply buy this for cosmetics. Does nothing. Passive Frost. On attack, slows the enemy by 13% if the target is ranged, and by 5% if the target is melee. Reduces target incoming healing by 13%. Wait, that's kind of interesting. All right, Orb of Venom, I guess, no longer does the slow. Cost from 250 to 350. Poison attack now has a 9-second cooldown. Doesn't slow. Damage increased from 2 to 10. Attack duration increased from 2 to 3 seconds. So it's 30 damage every 9 seconds for 350 gold. Do I like that? I'm not sure I do. I don't know why it has to be such a long cooldown. That's a little awkward. Like, you only attack the enemy hero every 9 seconds? And you can't even activate this. So if you accidentally attack a creep, then that might just be it. I'm not sure. I like the idea of this change. I'm not sure I like the balancing of it. I'm very interested in Orb of Frost. I don't know if you guys remember. Venomancer, I forget the exact numbers. Venomancer had Poison Sting, reduce healing for a moment, and it was absolutely broken because tangos and salves were just reduced for so long. Orb of Frost only lasts 3 seconds, so maybe it's easier to deal with, but if you happen to be fighting or under tower and stuff like that, 13%. Interesting. Sentry Ward, they're going to increase the restock time and slightly increase the radius, okay? Smoke of Deceit. Visual indicator over the caster of the smoke. Oh, I like that. You guys ever see someone just like wander, like who's used the smoke, like try to get to everyone. Find it. Windlace. Ooh, cheaper. So maybe we can start with this a little bit easier. It's going to give a little less move speed. But you might be able to work in some like interesting builds with this. Some kind of Tango Windlace Orb of Frost build. Something like that. Abyssal Blade recipe change now requires Skull Basher Sanj and has a 1275 gold recipe. Total cost unchanged. Used to require the Vanguard, now provides 35 damage, 26 strength, slow resistance, 25% health, and lifesteal amp. No longer provides 250 health and 10 HP regen. That seems good for Abyssal Blade. Because a lot of carries, by the time you went for Abyssal Blade, you didn't even care about the Vanguard. But you will like this lifesteal amp in particular. And slow resistance will be very nice for it's almost always Abyssal or melee heroes building Abyssal Blade. The very rare ranged hero, Herald Sniper with Basher, Wind Ranger Basher, right? Very rare. So the slow resistance is pretty useful for melee heroes not to get kited. That seems pretty good for Abyssal. Arcane Boots. Replenish mana named to replenish. This is absolutely broken, guys. Everyone better be buying Arcane Boots. This is the most ridiculous change I've ever heard. I can't believe anyone thought that was okay to do. Battle Fury. Recipe changed. Now requires the second broadsword instead of Claymore. Wait, really? Recipe cost bumped up. Total cost is actually down a little bit. Damage is down by 15, and the cleave damage to heroes decreased. Easier to get to Battle Fury. You lose some damage, but the most important is the cleave. I think if you can get Battle Fury just a little bit sooner, that's better than the 15 damage lost. As a support player watching on from the side. I don't really know. But this is interesting. I wonder if there is some cool builds you can do with like disassembling to get stuff. Let's keep in mind as we go through this, Gyrocopter, who has Chop Shop, and you can disassemble any items, and then Doom, who could buy an item and then resell it. I don't think we're going to see Battle Fury Gyrocopters, but maybe some of these other changes. I don't think we've run into anything yet where it matters, but maybe one of these items here could lead to a cool new gyro build. Bloodstone no longer has the 75 AoE radius. I wonder if that's going to move somewhere else, because I thought this idea was cool, but it was just very niche on the Bloodstone. Blood Pact now applies a basic dispel on cast. Wait. Oh no. That's so good. That's so annoying. There's going to be so many mid heroes or whoever wants to build Bloodstone that you used to be able to silence and then prevent them from casting spells. Now they can actually just go first or second item Bloodstone, and it's a defensive item while also being like super lifesteal, spell lifesteal, and mana regen. That's so annoying, actually. I feel this as a support player already. I'm feeling annoyed. Trying to kill a Bristleback with Spirit Vessel, and he pops Bloodstone and heals up. This makes it better. Obviously way better than... only a few heroes benefit from AoE cast radius increase. Every Bloodstone buyer is going to benefit from basic Dispel. All right, Bloodthorn, Soul Rend, True Strike on the silenced target is now limited only to item owner and their controlled units. Bonus damage is still applied for all attacks against the target, but the True Strike doesn't affect your allies anymore. That's an interesting change. Soul Rend silence visual above affected target is now tinted red to better distinguish Bloodthorn silence from other sources of silence. I guess they don't want one Bloodthorn to be the answer against evasion, and they want other teammates to have to buy MKB or whatever. I guess that's fine. Butterfly has not felt that strong for the evasion because Bloodthorn's been somewhat popular, and MKB, it's not the best item, but like you get it. I wouldn't have thought that's a change that was needed, but like, I don't know, whatever. I'm open to it. What is this? 50 gold less? But Windlace only went down by 25 gold. Drum of Endurance, total cost decrease from 1650 to 1625 due to Windlace cost decrease. Endurance no longer uses charges. Endurance cooldown increase from 30 to 45. Endurance bonus attack speed reduced. Swiftness aura reduced. Okay, but where's that other 50? Where's that other 25 gold coming from? Am I dumb? Oh, because Tranquil Boots has it. Right, right. Where are we? Okay. So the buff is a little weaker, but you can use it even more. But maybe a little bit careful because it is 45 seconds. So not just like willy-nilly walking out of base, but maybe willy-nilly walking out of base. Maybe. I think I'm up for that. Ethereal Blade, Ether Blast, primary attribute multiplier for universal heroes decreased from 60% to 45%. Sure. Yule Scepter of Divinity, a little less for the Windlace. Okay, Eye of Scotty now requires the Orb of Frost. Yeah, there it is. Total price is all the same. Hand of Midas. Oh god, what is this? Transmute now grants a Madstone bundle when used on a neutral creep. Bundles! Okay. To help you get your neutrals faster. I don't know how much is in a bundle. Requires Vanguard. Heaven's Halberd is now from Vanguard, Crown, Ring of Regen, and a gold recipe. Total cost 2,600. That is so cheap. Provides 275 health, 6 health regen, and 5 all stats. You have damage block, 60 against melee, 30 against range. Active is disarm, which can now be dispelled. But it's dirt cheap to use. 25 mana, 5 seconds. Oh, 4 seconds on ranged heroes, and then what? 3 seconds still? Yeah, 3 seconds on melee heroes. You guys can't see this, but 3 seconds on melee heroes. That's interesting. The shield building into a sword, or not a sword, a halberd. That part doesn't make much sense. But I guess that's never really mattered much in Dota. This is really interesting. This might make Heaven's Halberd a way better item for the types of heroes that actually want to build it. Who get the Vanguard and then go into this. Possibly a much more affordable support item as well. Let's say we're playing Clockwork. All right? And we're like, oh, I want to take this guy out of the fight. That's kind of an interesting idea here. Gleipnir. Let's see what's happening here. Point booster instead of Maelstrom. Recipe cost up a lot, but total cost is now decreased to 4,550 because it's no longer using the Maelstrom. Now also provides 75 AoE bonus and 200 mana. Health bonus increased from 275 to 450. Intelligence decreased 24 to 15. Eternal Chains no longer deals damage. Eternal Chains radius decreased from 350 to 275. Effective spell radius unchanged due to items built-in AoE bonus. Eternal Chains mana cost decreased from 200 to 100. Remove Chain Lightning ability. So more of a spellcaster item rather than a right-clicker spellcaster hybrid. The naming's getting confusing. Maelstrom to Gleipnir, and now they're not related anymore. I'm trying to think who this benefits the most with this AoE bonus. Like, who wants the AoE bonus? And then the AoE root. Maybe we could do some support Leshrac type stuff with this. Lena, Sky. Yeah, there's some cool ideas. I'll have to think on that more later. Mage Slayer recipe: Glove of Haste, Cloak, Orb of Venom, and Cornucopia. 2,800 gold. Doesn't provide intelligence. HP regen and 8 more damage now, and the attack speed is only 30 now. Oh. Encourages the Orb of Venom purchases, because Orb of Venom's been pretty dead. For casual mana, the end item is the same, but a lot of people like to build the Sage's Mask early, like Dragonite, who would go Mage Slayer. Early Sage's Mask, and then eventually you finish it. Cornucopia is a much bigger savings to get to this before you start getting benefit from mana. Ooh, Underlord. I like that idea. Underlord with Gleipnir. That's pretty cool. Mask of Madness. Berserk bonus movement speed decrease from 30 to 25. Did that really need that? Okay, sure. Orb of Corrosion. Do you think they stack, guys? Ah, damn. It doesn't. I was going to say it'd be really funny to buy, like, all orb builds. 6 orbs in the inventory. Requires Orb of Frost, Orb of Blight, and Band of Elven Skin. That's kind of... Wait. I thought this was going to be all the orbs. I would like us to revisit this. I really feel this should be all 3 orbs. This should be Invoker as an item. This should be Orb of Frost, Orb of Blight, and Orb of Venom. Get this Band of Elven Skin out of here. I am not a fan of that. Total cost 1,000, 8 agility. So they're trying to push this to be the aggressive carry item, potentially. Someone like PA who's willing to fight might get something like this. Corrosion. On attack, slows the enemy by 16% if they're range, 6% if they're melee, reduces incoming healing by 20% and their armor by 3 last 3 seconds. Doesn't stack with the Orb of Blight or Frost, Desolator, or Stygian Deso. Okay. You know, I'm all for it. For carries being more useful to me as a support player. If they're willing to get Orb of Corrosion and actually contribute to the game, let's go for it. Phylactery, empower spell cooldown from 6 to 12. Movement slow is a lot worse, but it lasts longer. I guess that's a nerf. But I guess it's fair, because actually certain heroes using this every 6 seconds is really annoying. But that's like 50% worse in terms of the damage bonus. For someone like Mid Zeus, for example. That's kind of hefty. And I don't think Mid Zeus is getting this like, oh shit, yes, I'm slowing them for 1.5 more seconds. It's even a worse slow. I'm not sure this is... Well, let's read Conda before we talk too much about it. Recipe change. Tiara of Salamene instead of Crystallis. Recipe cost up a lot. Total cost is 5,900. 8 mana regen instead of 50 damage. Removed critical strike ability. Okay, so we're taking this away from Morphling Luna, essentially. It's now a spellcaster item, I guess. No longer deals attack damage. Bonus damage increase from 150 to 250. Now applies break to the target, disabling their passive abilities for the duration. Slow, blah, 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 blah. Okay. This is the spellcaster's break. Interesting. Because most spellcasters don't want to buy Silver Edge. So Phylactery, Tiara, and you now have a Spellcaster's Break. This is expensive as hell, though. 5,900 is really costly. And also Phylactery seems a lot worse. I think this idea is really cool. I don't know, the timing of it and like phylactery. Like if you could get a bunch of kills with phylactery, great. But it's worse at that now. Huh. Cool idea. This might need some fine tuning, but I could be wrong. Revenant's brooch requires Crystallis, Voodoo Mask, and a 600 gold recipe. Cheap! Cheap as heck now! 3,300! 35 damage, 16% spell lifesteal. Removed Phantom Province ability. Passive Phantom Critical. Grants each attack a 30% chance to deal bonus magic damage equal to 80% of the attack's damage. This is considered a critical strike for other sources of critical strike. This ability has no effect on buildings. Wait, what is it? Is considered a critical strike for other sources of critical strikes. I'm confused what that means exactly. Wait, so this doesn't let us hit through ethereal anymore? Can't stack crits? %80 as magic. This is a really interesting idea. I'm having a hard time reading how good I think this is and like who this would be for. Muerta. Maybe some right-clicking spellcasters. Zeus? Does Zeus count as this? Like the Lightning Hand Zeus build? That's kind of a cool idea. Maybe that's something. Yeah, Queen of Pain. This is really interesting. I don't know how good it will be. I like the idea of trying to find magic right-clicking a place, though. Lena, yeah, something like Lena, Arc Warden. These are, yeah, solid ideas. That's a cool one. Sanj and Yasha, okay, just getting 5% less status resistance. I think that's totally fine. Shadow, guys, Glimmer Cape's not on here. You guys were everyone was calling for Glimmer Cape nerfs. I don't think Glimmer Cape was the issue. Shadow Blade, recipe change, now requires Claymore instead of Broadsword. Total cost from 3,000 to 3,350. A little bit more bonus damage. Well, let me read Silver Edge. Total cost is a little higher due to the Shadow Blade changes. Bonus damage up a little bit. Okay. More expensive for a bit more damage. Better slot consolidation, but I don't know. Sure, I guess. Solar Crest is a little bit cheaper because of Windlace. Tranquils are a little bit cheaper because of Windlace. Wind Waker's a little bit cheaper because of Windlace. Witchblade, recipe change. Now requires Orb of Venom. Recipe cost down a little bit. Okay, so they're like, please God, buy Orb of Venom. Please buy Orb of Venom for the early game. Conda more expensive than... Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, Conda's so expensive now. Huh. Okay, there's some cool ideas in here. I like this Orb of Frost item. I'm going to explore this more if I had the time. I think this is a very cool idea to me to potentially start with this versus certain heroes. Such as Bloodseeker or Lifestealer. You know, like that type of hero. But also just good versus tangos and salves and stuff. Orb of Frost is the one that reduces... I assume this should apply to Lifesteal as well. Orb of Venom now is just this bonus damage, which I'm going to have to think through. Maybe someone like AA could do it. Just 30 extra damage every 9 seconds. For 350 gold, though, that's so much. At that point, you could just buy a bunch of stats and probably get a little less damage, but more value in terms of tanking up, mana, regen, stuff like that. I don't know. This is a lot. For support usage, this seems tough to justify. For aggressive use, just to build into like Mage Slayer and stuff, you know, maybe it's for that, for cores and stuff. All right, let me, where are we? Neutral changes, creeps. Oh shit, I saw the Prowler in there. My unhinged idea was that Prowler just roams around the jungle. But maybe it's just back as a regular old thing. Neutral items. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. This patch is so long. I'll be right back. And then we'll keep reading these changes. Let's go into standing desk mode for a moment. We're going to be here for a while. I think I'm usually a few hours shorter than Purge when it comes to patch reviews. All right, let's keep going. Wait, save chapter marker. There we go. Neutral item changes. Neutral crafting. Neutral creeps no longer drop neutral tokens. We read this earlier. So the stash, the stash is removed. So I wonder if your item just keeps evolving. Like it's a singular item that keeps evolving. I thought it would be like you build the first one, you build the next one. So maybe I misunderstood that. Neutral items can no longer be dropped or moved to the hero's backpack. When available, how will this interact with certain facets? Like Meepo had a facet that lets you do stuff with it, or like Grimoire started in the neutral item. And moving things around was like part of that. When available, fully clearing a neutral creep camp provides the player with Madstone. Collecting enough Madstone allows the player to craft a neutral item by selecting one artifact and one enchantment. So you can actually, if you have to kill the full... Wait, fully clearing a neutral... So maybe just whoever finishes the camp? Tests to be done in a moment. Because I was thinking you could just really screw over the enemy team by like sniping one creep and they can no longer get it. But maybe it's just whoever gets the last one. In which case, there could be some cool little mini skirmishes to like throw spells, get the last hit. It's no longer just about the gold, but the Madstone. Collecting enough Madstone allows the player to craft a neutral item. Yeah, we read that. Okay. Obtaining Madstone. Fully clearing neutral camp provides Madstone for the killing player's team. The player who collects Madstone receives 2, and 1 is given to a random teammate. Clearing an ancient creep camp provides 3 to the killer, and 2 are split between random teammates. Dropped Madstone is automatically collected if there are no enemy heroes within 800 unit radius of the last creep to die. And there is an allied hero within 1,200 units of the dead creep. Otherwise, it is left on the ground where the creep died and can be collected by either team. Drop Madstone automatically expires after 20 seconds. Interesting. All right. I won't worry too much about this right now because most cases you'll just farm it and you'll get it. I'm sure there are some interesting cases where you contest and like weird stuff happens. If the player who collects Madstone is already at their limit, more info below, all of their Madstone is also evenly split between teammates. Okay. In which case, I was saying maybe a jungler is not worth it, but actually, if you max out on yours and then it all starts going to teammates, so maybe a jungler is relevant. Item tiers. Neutral items are now composed of two parts, artifacts and enchantments. Artifacts are the ability of the item and can be passive or active. Enchantments provide passive and attributes to items. Similar to the previous neutral items, the items are ranked by tiers. Each tier is available, blah, blah, blah. Each artifact belongs to a single tier. Enchantments have multiple levels, can be found in multiple tiers. Crafting, okay. When crafting, players are given a choice of 4 artifacts and 4 enchantments and choose one of each. Artifacts will provide, can you believe artifacts got slipped back into Dota, by the way? Artifacts will provide 3 options from the current tier, and the last option will be to keep the current artifact. Okay, so that is how you upgrade over the course. Maybe you can just keep your shovel forever. That'd be funny. Enchantments will provide 4 options from the current tier with no option to keep the current enchantment. So I wonder if you don't want to build a new artifact, maybe you don't even need Madstone. Well, it seems like you do, actually. I think that would be the easiest way. You choose to keep yours, not like I did the enchantment and then later I choose to upgrade. Crafting a neutral item replaces the existing neutral item if there is one. Players must craft a tier 1 neutral item before they can craft a tier 2 neutral item. Crafting a tier 1 neutral item takes 5 Madstone. Oh, that's actually not that much. Crafting 2, 3, 4, or 5 neutral items takes 10 Madstone. Okay. Tier 5, I'm being more and more tempted to like slip into the jungle at 5 minutes with a dedicated hero on that because of this. Tier 5 neutrals can be recrafted for an escalating 10 Madstone cost. That's cool. Wait, so you can pick whichever broken one you want and then possibly switch it around as you get into the 80, 90, 100 minute mark stuff. Okay. Madstone limits. Players are limited in the amount of Madstone they can obtain in any given point in time. At a specific interval, the limit will increase enough to allow the players to do the next one, blah, blah, blah. 0 to start. At 5 minutes, it's up to 5. 15 at 15. 25, 35, 45. I see. So in this way, you could build up enough Madstone so that when the next tier is available, you just instantly have enough. Again, going back to the idea that potentially the jungler, I haven't really done the math, guys. I don't know if it's even necessary. Just the normal jungling from cores might be enough to max everyone out. But otherwise, it's an interesting idea that a jungler could bank up for everyone to have enough for the neutrals. I don't know if it's even going to be worth it, right? Like, we haven't even looked at them, how powerful they are. Madstone availability times are halved in Turbo. Result in 3 Madstone, sure. Okay, here we go. Here are our items. Am I cutting out every few seconds? Because that would be bad. Is anyone else having that issue? I hope not. Mana Drought. New neutral artifact. Active, bottoms up, restores 60 mana plus 2% of the caster's max mana over 6 seconds. So 12% of mana. Taking damage from an enemy hero or Roshan ends the effects early. So it's like Bottle. Can be shared similarly to Bottle, with the effect still dependent on caster's mana. Oh, wait, so if I'm like a really high mana hero, I can use it on my idiotic, no feeding silencer, no intelligence brewmaster and fill him up completely because I have like 5,000 intelligence or something. 650 range, no mana cost, cooldown 40 seconds. This is like a free spell every 40 seconds in the early game. Passive, fill up. Cooldown speed is increased by 30% while in water. Wait, it's like a free spell every 30-ish seconds math. A little less than that. 20 something seconds. Okay, really good for spellcasters, I guess. Mana drought. Mana drought. Drought. I don't know how to pronounce this. I just play Dota. I don't know words. Occult bracelet. I'll have to look that up. So I don't look like a fool while casting. Draft? Are you kidding me? The American education system has failed me. This is pronounced draft? I thought draft was spelled draft. I didn't realize when people said draft, this is how it was spelled. Now I have to look it up. Draft. All right, thank you guys. I had no idea. I had no idea whatsoever. In American English, it is what? It's still drought. It's still spelled that. I need the typo. Well, it seems like at least OG pronunciation really is draft. I didn't know, guys. I didn't know this. Mana draft. Okay. Let's go with that. Occult bracelet. Passive rights of Elishar. Each time the wearer is attacked, they gain a stack of 0.4 mana regen, up to 5 stacks. Stacks last up to 5 seconds. Okay, so that's what we know from Occult bracelet. English versus American. I think I want to call it draft. Even though I am an American. I declare it so. Orb of Destruction is a tier 1 neutral now. Passive, impeding corruption. Attacks reduce the target's armor by 2, slow their movement by 10%. If melee, 5% of range, lasts 5 seconds. So you could get an Orb of Blight and an Orb of Destruction, let's say at like 5 minutes. And is that 4? Is Orb of Light? I forget how much Orb of Blight is. Is it 2 or 3? 2. 2 for 3 seconds. You get a 4 negative armor at 5 minutes. It could be pretty good for certain aggressive heroes. Joy K, I think I'm happy that I'm here for the patch. I don't know. I have like 3 days to do this. I think I'm happy. I think I'm happy that it came out while I was still here. Pigpole. Tier 1 neutral artifact. Active. Pig out! Turn your hero into a critter for 4 seconds, and they run around. No mana cost. Cooldown 25. Okay. Pretty much the same. Polywog Charm! I love Polywogs. Active. Ribbit. Increases an ally's health regeneration by 8 for 10 seconds. So 80 healing. While in water, the blessed unit also moves 10% faster. Cast range is 1,000. That seems unnecessarily long. Mana cost 40, cooldown 45. Wait, for 40 mana? 80 heal for 40 mana? Maybe I won't be using this on teammates. I would have to think on that. Ripper's Lash. Flay. Embed thorns into all enemies in a 200 unit AoE. For the next 10 seconds, when they are attacked, they take additional physical damage. Hero attacks do 12 damage. Non-hero attacks do +4. Cast range 700. No mana cost. What? This one's no mana cost? This one's 40 mana? I don't know how I feel about that. All enemies. This seems pretty good. Who is this best for? Some illusion hero or summons like Broodmother? You can get this at 5 minutes. Who has the most summons at 5 minutes? Enchantress or Chen with like a troll creep? Enigma. Oh, Enigma could be a lot of damage with the Eidolons. Ooh, maybe Venno. Yeah, Venno with Plague Carrier might also count, actually. Visage has the 2, but they attack pretty fast. That might actually add up. That's interesting. This is a cool idea. And it sounds like it doesn't have to just be you. Like, I could use it on enemy heroes, and then my allies could hit them. This seems like it could be a lot of extra damage in the right situations, considering how early you can get this item. Or you could even use it to farm, right? It doesn't have to be on enemy heroes. No mana cost and only 30 seconds. So if you're a core hero, you go to like the ancient camp and you drop it. It's like you have 12 extra damage per attack. And then if you have any summons and stuff, that's cool. Spark of Courage, 10 damage when the hero is above 50% health and 5 armor. Okay. I think that's a little less damage than it used to have, but that's fine. Trusty Shovel, Dig. Is it the same? Bounty Rune, Healing Salve, Mango, Kobold. Digging in the water rune, or digging in the river is a water rune. Cast range 250. No mana cost. Cooldown 60 seconds. Okay, this is pretty much the same as far as I can remember. I think the cooldown may be a little longer than what it used to be, but actually I think it might have been 60 seconds and I just never noticed. Brigand's Blade is back. We're now at the tier 2 neutrals. Dark Mercy. That's so Dark Mercy. Wielder's attack deals 3 more damage to enemies for each 5% of HP they are missing. I mean, this used to be really good, and I think it still would be. I don't remember what this used to be exactly, though. I knew it was just more damage per missing HP. I forget the exact amount, though, so I don't know if this is like straight back to what it was or if this is worse, maybe even better. Essence Ring, active, life essence, increases current and maximum health by 240 for 15 seconds. Mana cost 150. So this is just like the mana for healing item. Gossamer Cape, Sixth Sense. Wielder automatically dodges an attack every 6 seconds, so that one's the same. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
Subsidian gifted a tier 1 sub to aim__less.
Oh, who's that? Okay, some of you are saying I'm like muting between.
Subsidian
Other people are saying
gifted a
it's
tier 1
fine.
sub to PBT Vega.
Oh, who's that? Thank you. So sorry, I don't know what's happening. It might be an internet issue. Who's that? Thank you. What? Subsidian, thank you so much for gifting 20 subs. Thank you. Thank you so much, man.
Subsidian gifted a tier 1 sub to Bearded Luchador.
Oh, who's that? Thank you. We're gonna see. We're gonna hang out at
Subsidian
Raleigh.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Puppycorn.
Oh, who's that? Should I let this go? For 20 subs, I'll let this go.
Subsidian gifted a tier 1 sub to Dontavius_Jones.
Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
Subsidian gifted a tier 1
Enough
sub
of you
to
guys are saying that it's fine. So I'm sorry, I don't know what's happening. It does happen occasionally where between me and Twitch and YouTube, like wherever you're watching, audio stuff gets messed up. It seems like I think it's not my end, so it just might be out of our control, like whatever YouTube and Twitch is doing and all that. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
Subsidian gifted a tier 1
How many
sub
are there?
to Missionary Shack.
How many more are there? Who's that? Should I mute the rest? Where are we at?
Subsidian gifted a tier 1 sub to Badger552113.
Oh, who's that? Thank you. I'll mute him. It's muted, but I am still grateful. Thank you so much. What were we just at? Gossamer Cape. Gossamer Cape looks to be the same as it was. Iron Talon looks to be the same. Yeah, I think Iron Talon's the same. Searing Signet. I'm sure this is the pronunciation I'm messing up too. Burn Through. Instances of 40 magic damage or more set enemies on fire for 5 seconds, causing them to take 15 magic damage per second. This effect doesn't stack, doesn't affect buildings. Tick rate is 0.25. Total damage 75. No cooldown. Wait, what? I assume it doesn't stack with itself. Oh yeah, it doesn't stack. No cooldown though. But that means even if I hit them with like 3 spells at once, it isn't doing more. It's probably just refreshing the time. But this is still interesting because it's 5 seconds. If you hit, like, let's say I'm Zeus support, I take Searing Signet, and I ult before a team fight. Am I canceling blinks for 5 seconds? Huh. That's interesting. That might be a cool application for global damage. Could also up farm speed a lot. For example, a creep wave, you throw an AoE spell, and then you get an extra 75 damage over time to finish off the creep wave. This is interesting. Tumbler's Toy is back as a tier 2 item. Looks to be the same as it was before. You just like hop forward a little bit. Gale Guard. So we're now in the tier 3 neutral level. I'm going to unmute now. Now we went through all of them. Active. Cyclonic Shield envelops caster in 400 all damage barrier that blocks 75% of incoming damage and lasts for up to 10 seconds. While active, the barrier also provides 50% slow resistance. No mana cost. What? Are you kidding me? I have to spend, where is it? Polywog Charm costs 40 mana for 80 health. And frickin' Gale Guard is a 400 damage, all damage barrier for free? I understand that this is a tier 3 neutral. That's crazy. The other tier 3 neutrals better also be crazy. That's nuts. This seems really good. I imagine you can dispel it, but that still seems really strong.
Who's that? Thank you.
This is like Glimmer Cave, right? Like every 14 seconds you get the barrier. That was really good. Let's see what the other tier 3s are so we have comparison. Gunpowder Gauntlet. Beat the Crowd. Your next attack splashes to all enemies in a 250 unit radius for 50% of the attack's damage. Original target isn't affected by the splash, but takes an additional 120 magic damage instead, and the cooldown is 6 seconds. 50% of the attack's damage. So this is really good if you hit hard. Like Dragon Knight or Sven. Maybe someone like Chaos Knight. A little bit more farm speed, but also if the enemies clump up, you hit all of them. Maybe against illusion heroes or summon heroes. Every 6 seconds. That's an interesting idea. Ooh, Tiny? Yeah, Tiny. Oh, okay. I kind of like Gale Guard more than that, but maybe I don't usually do damage. I just take damage, so maybe that's affecting my perspective. Nemesis Curse looks to be the same? Wait, this is different. When attacking a hero, apply a debuff, increasing the damage received by that hero by 12% for 5 seconds. Only one target can be affected by Glassify at the same time. Is that the same? I thought Nemesis Curse did more. Maybe that is the same. I never take Nemesis Curse, so I don't really remember the exact number. I thought it was more than that, but conceptually, it's the same. It's the same? Okay, okay. So it's the same, it's just in here as the tier 3. Which it was anyways. Ninja Gear is tier 3, actually. Solitary Disguise. Cast Smoke of Deceit on yourself only. That lasts up to 15 seconds. No mana cost, cooldown 60. Tier 3 now. Which is 25 minutes? I mean, there's a lot of smokes that happen at that time, and in our pub game, certainly some solo ganking potential, perhaps from a jungler. That's cool. Serrated Shiv. Tier 3, passive, got him. Attacks have a 20% chance to have True Strike and deal 10% of the target's current health as bonus physical damage. Procs against Roshan always deal fixed 200 bonus damage. Illusions may create the proc effect, but deal no additional damage. Cooldown once. Whoa. Wait, so illusions just look like they're using it, but they're not actually using it, is my understanding. But maybe they get the True Strike effect, just not the damage effect. That might also be what it means. Cooldown 1 second. That seems really low. I know this is a percentage chance to happen, though, so it's not like this is going to happen every second. But it sounds like if you attack really fast is the best case. Like, say you're Phantom Lancer with a lot of attack speed, your illusions are hiding the fact, like, it's not revealing you, and you attack fast enough that you might proc this actually pretty quickly. And now you don't, well, you might still need to buy MKB or Bloodthorn, but maybe not, you know, like 20% chance? Like pseudo True Strike. Illusions get True Strike. Can it crit with PA? Probably not. I imagine this counts as separate damage. I don't think it would be part of the crit equation. That seems good. That seems good for someone who attacks fast. Whisper of the Dread. Tier 3 neutral artifact. Passive. Tunnel Vision. Equipped hero has their daytime vision reduced by 15%, but their spell damage increased by 10%. Okay, that's actually exactly the same. I don't know why I read it out loud. But it got moved to tier 3 from tier 2, so maybe this number's higher? I actually don't remember. I forgot that none of these have stats now, so maybe that's part of the reason that things are moving around. After reading all those, I gotta say, Gale Guard and Serrated Shiv are sticking out the most to me. Ceremonial Robe, we are now in tier 4 territory. It looks like this one is the same. Crippling Crossbow. Active. Hobble. Hits an enemy for 75 damage. Then slows their movement speed by 80% and reduces their health restoration by 40% for 4 seconds. Slow fades over the duration of the debuff, while the health restoration penalty is constant for the duration. Cast range 600, mana cost 75, cooldown 12. Isn't this a little funny that this is 600? The crossbow, the crippling crossbow hobble effect is 600, and then Polywog Ribbit is 1,000. This balancing on this item is so funny to me. I don't know. That's really good versus certain heroes. Certain heroes with all the regen, you know, the Timbersaws, Huskars, all those guys. Seems good. Seems good. And it doesn't even have to be a core that gets it. You as a support could easily get this just to apply the heal reduction on someone. Like clockwork. You know, you hookshot in, you throw crippling crossbow on someone. It's only 12-second cooldown. I guess it would have to be maybe melee heroes, because otherwise 600 cast range is kind of short. Backline supports maybe aren't close enough to the enemies to consistently use this. you don't want to get that close to the timber saws and all that. So maybe a more of an initiator damage dealer item, but that's a cool idea. True, it is tier 4, so it's a little bit late to be getting this, but it won't cost you an item slot, right? Maybe you're replacing your Orb of Corrosion or something at that point. You could maybe get this if it's critical. Yeah, and it might be good versus lifesteal, stuff like that. Magnifying Monocle. Passive, Keen Eye. Wait, this is on a different item before. Increases cast range by 125 and attack range by 100, melee and ranged, taking over 25 damage from a player-controlled source, or Roshan disables this effect for 3 seconds. I don't know how I feel about that. Do you really need that? For a tier 4 item, which is 125 cast range and some attack range, does it really need to be disabled by damage? That seems weak. Maybe like really good on certain heroes like Zeus and Sniper who can stay really far back so you can't damage them and they get to be even further. But otherwise, it seems kind of meh on a lot of heroes. Yeah, that's kind of weird. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Granted, not every item needs to be good on every hero, so sure, you know, maybe it's meant to only be for a couple heroes, the backline type heroes, but I don't know. If I see Magnifying Monocle and I have like Gale Force or whatever, I think I'm keeping that. Mindbreaker. Looks like this is about the same. This cooldown seems longer than I remember, but again, I never really take these items, so I don't really know the numbers. Ogre Seal Totem is now tier 4. Ogre Seal flop forward. Like an Ogre Seal 2 times, dealing 250, slowing enemies into 275 radius by 100% for 1.5 seconds per bounce, 400 bounce distance, 25 mana cost. Okay. She's like, again, Ogre Seal Totem is 25 mana. The tier 1 Polywog is 40. Pyrrhic Cloak. Active Retribution. Mark an enemy unit for 6 seconds. 60% of all damage dealt to the caster is reflected to the marked unit as physical damage. Cast range 800, no mana cost. No mana cost, cooldown 40. Mark an enemy unit for 6 seconds. 60% of all damage dealt to the caster is reflected to the mark. So this is like a very specific blade mail. Can we create an endless loop here? If you have multiple heroes using this cloak on each other, and the damage is like going in a triangle, do we create this loop? If you kill my support, your support dies too. Yeah, exactly. Okay. This is like free blade mail on... I keep using Clockwork as an example, but really, you hook shot in and you use this on whoever, I guess. Whoever your target is. Oh, yeah, with Axe or LC, that could also be really good. Blade mail plus this cloak. Throw it on your target. Okay. Tier 5s, Book of the Dead. Is this the same? This sounds the same. Removed mention of Necronomicon. I like the mention of Necronomicon, but I get it. Fallen Sky is back. You're a meteor. Oh, damn. That reminds me. I was hoping Meteor Hammer would become a better item. Maybe there's a hero we like that will be able to build Meteor Hammer based on their changes, but Meteor Hammer didn't get changed, and that's too bad. I really like that item, and I feel like it really sucks right now. Fallen Sky sounds like it's the same as far as I can tell. Magic Lamp is a tier 5 item. Wait, wasn't this one already tier 5? Or maybe this was the tier 4. There were two that were kind of similar, and I kind of get them confused a lot. I thought Magic Lamp was tier 5, and Ascetics Cap was tier 4. Am I crazy? Passive, Rejuvenate. When the wearer's health falls below 20%, they receive a hard dispel and be healed for 1500 health. Cooldown, 75. Used to be 750 heal. It was tier 4, then turned into tier 5. But it was recently tier 5, right? Okay. Well, I guess it's for sure tier 5 now. Minotaur Horn is back. Lesser Avatar. Applies a basic dispel. Grants 50% magic resistance and immunity to pure and reflected damage for 2 seconds. Going to be necessary versus the cloak. For the duration of the effect, any negative effect from enemy spells has no effect. Can we put the word effect any more times in that sentence? No mana cost, 40-second cooldown. Pirate Hat, reworked. Plunder. Steals 150 gold from enemy heroes that die within 1,200 units. If the wearer of the hat is the killer, there is no range limit, and an additional 150 gold is stolen. Passive, buried treasure, gold loss on death is reduced by 100%. I don't think this is as good as digging up bounty runes. Tier 5 means there's very few deaths that happen at that point, because any major death is like the end of the game. 150 more gold, even if you're stealing it, I really don't think that's going to be more gold than just digging things up. This doesn't seem good as a tier 5. This seems way better as like a tier 3 item. Like, most times they won't even care about 150 gold. Yeah, buybacks will matter a little bit, but I don't know. This seems weird. This seems really weird to me. Spider Legs is back as a tier 5, as it should have been. Skitter grants 20% move speed, 50% turn rate, free pathing. Walking over trees causes them to be destroyed. No mana cost, cooldown 20 seconds. All right. Yeah, this is way better. I'm taking Spider Legs over Pirate Hat like every day of the week. Stygian Desolator now is a tier 5. You were already a tier 5. I guess it's the fact that it's a neutral artifact instead of item or something. Greater Corruption, 13 armor reduction for 7 seconds. The Unrelenting Eye. Passive, Relentless. Provides 100% slow resistance. This bonus is reduced by 20% for every enemy hero within 300 units. Huh. Isn't that the most important time to not be affected by slows? I feel like this should be reversed, where it gets stronger the more heroes are close by. These seem kind of guys. I don't know. That seems weird. I guess very niche, right? You're against Warlock and Venomancer and Scotties and everything. Maybe it has its place. Versus Drow. I'm sure there's going to be cases where this is good. It sure seems like Spider Legs will be way more useful generically. Free BKB, Magic Lamp, Fallen Sky, Book of the Dead. I feel like I like these a lot more. Or heck, we can keep our tier 4 neutral, can't we? So I can keep Polywog for the whole game. I can Polywog the entire game. Is there one of these that's good the whole time? Maybe mana draft, since it's percentage. Maybe you could actually keep that for quite a while. Oh shit, I can keep the shovel the whole game now. Yes. This one, Crippling Crossbow might be worth keeping in the tier 5s, depending on the right game. There's a lot less choices for neutrals than there used to be. There used to be like 12, wasn't it? And now you're going to have your choice between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 random ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 tier 2s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 tier 3s. 6 tier 4s. And then 8 tier 5s. Unless there's more that they just didn't touch. No, yeah. You have way less choices. But you, again, can keep your previous ones and then just upgrade them with this shit. Interesting idea. True, only 3 options and the 4th is to keep. I feel like there's a much higher chance you get screwed, actually. Because, like, I'm playing position 5, right? And then I'm Crystal Maiden. It's like, would you like a Brigand's Blade, an Iron Talon, or... Well, I guess the others are kind of okay. I feel like there's got to be some situation where the neutrals are not good. Let's look at the neutral enchantments, though. I guess this is also random which ones appear and you get to pick. So we have Alert, bonus attack speed, and night vision. That's cool. Maybe a hero like Bounty Hunter. Ooh, Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker with a talent. That could be really good. Brawny. Ooh, a lot of extra health and regen. Mystical. Free mana regen and magic resistance. This is a pretty sizable amount of magic resistance. 22%. I know that's tier 4, but that's quite a lot. Quickened. Ooh, move speed and then mana. Wait, ooh, this is so good. There's a lot of roaming heroes who would just want move speed and they often lack mana, like Bounty Hunter, Spirit Breaker, Ricky. I like that. Tough. Damage and armor. Okay, I see where the core players are going. Right here. Right over here. Vast. Peepo wide. 60 or 90 attack range for both melee and ranged heroes. So you could take, what was it? The mystical monocle or whatever? Monocle plus vast. Greedy. Tier 2 and 3. Plus GPM, plus mana pool, reduce attack damage. 60 attack damage is a lot.
Whoa, who's that?
That's
Thank
a
you.
lot.
Whoa.
I know, like, certain spellcasters, it shouldn't matter that much. Yo, Scion Light, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you so much, man. That's a lot of attack damage to lose. Keen-eyed, cast range, and mana. Wait, this is so weak from tier 2 to tier 3. 10 more cast range? That's so... I don't know. I mean, I guess when I look at some of these others, it's, you know, like 3 more damage, but 3 armor, I guess. I don't know. Okay, maybe that's not that weird compared to some of these other changes. Like 5 more attack speed. All right. Okay. Just feels funny, I guess. 10 cast range. Vampiric. This is going to be a favorite for cores. Timeless. Debuff amp. This is pretty good for certain heroes. Timeless, I think, will be quite strong in many late game situations. Base attack damage? Wait, like a permanent partial amplified damage rune and status resistance. Oh shit, Titanic's gonna be so good. Crude. Less intelligence, but slow resistance and base attack time. Wait, these tier 4s and 5s are actually so strong. Base attack time is really good. Boundless is 150 attack range and then extra cast range. Is this where? What was the other one? Keen-eyed. And wasn't there another one that did attack range or something? I guess it was the actual item. So there's a this one, vast. So there is a chance to really keep your attack range much higher than it used to be, cast range or attack range. Evolved. 40 primary stats, 24 for universal hero. This is so boring. Feverish. 15% cooldown reduction, but much higher mana costs and mana loss increase. Does a tier 5 need a negative like this? I know like Crude has one too, but isn't this the point of tier 5s, to be absolutely insane? Wise. 600 XP per minute. Oh. See, you can go for that level 30 timing. I'm not sure who that's going to be good for. That's really interesting. 600 XP per minute. Audacious. Available at tier 5. 100 attack speed. 80 magic attack damage. But you also take 10% more incoming damage. This is Sniper's dream right here. Wind Ranger. Interesting. Fleet-footed, just straight up movement speed, 115. That's so much. So much move speed. All right, there's some really interesting changes there. I think there's a lot that could probably be used, like balancing that will need to be done. That's cool. No late game gold one though. I think the idea is the pirate hat, but this seems really weak. I think you could bump this up to be 500 or more. And then I think that is starting to become meaningful. Compared to like some of these other tier 5s, you gotta be a pirate. You have to be stealing the buyback gold. Like that is the high risk or no reward of the idea of pirate hat. I feel like 150 gold is so insignificant at 60 minutes in most cases. I know it would matter in a certain section of games, but I think 150 is way too little. I think if this is going to be good, it's got to be at least 500. Okay, let's do neutrals. Chapter marker. Neutral creep changes. Flooded camps. Neutral creep camps that reside within a stream are considered flooded camps. Flooded camps are populated with new amphibian neutral creeps. These camps are easy camp on the rim between tier 1 and tier 2 towers. Medium camp near the tier 2. I don't care the exact location. In the main jungle that was on the streams when used to be a hard camp. So there's 3. There are 3 what are they? Flooded camps. As the tides of battle rise, creeps in these special camps evolve. Every 5 minutes, one of the creeps in that camp will be forever upgraded to a next tier. So it's random? Each camp consists of 3 units. As a result, at 15 minutes, easy camp completely turns into a medium camp, and both medium camps will become hard ones. At 30 minutes, medium camps will become a hard one, and both hard camps will evolve into ancient ones. This is awesome. Each creep can only be upgraded twice, meaning an easy camp will never reach an ancient status. Sorry, Polywogs. The Polywogs deserve better! I thought there was gonna be, I thought it was gonna be random, so you could have two polywogs and then some ancient creep in there. That would be hilarious. But okay, this makes a lot more sense the way they they described it. Units are not upgraded if the camp is blocked. Amount of upgraded units can't be increased. So if there's only one ancient creep, attempting to stack that camp will not create another ancient creep. Will it eventually happen like after they die and respawn? I imagine so. These camps consist of the following creeps. Easy camp is 3 polywogs, 54 gold, and 90 XP. That's a little on the lower side for a small camp, if I'm remembering correctly. Medium camp is 2 boglets and a marsh mage apprentice, 81 gold and 126 XP. This is on the high side for a medium camp. Wait, am I remembering this correctly? Oh no, this is actually like dead on average for gold. I don't remember the exact XP values, but small camp is usually 60, medium is 80, hard camp is 100. Ooh, this is a little high for a hard camp. 2 croakers and a marsh mage. And then ancients are like 160 or something. I forget these. I never get to farm ancient camps. Ancient camp is 2 ancient croakers and an ancient marsh mage, 163.5 gold. That sounds like I was about right, 160. Okay, so the Polywog is a level 2 melee creep. The levels don't usually matter, but could matter for Chen and Enchantress. Polywog, these guys are adorable. I love them. 400 health and 200 mana, 270 move speed, about 20 damage, 1 armor, no magic resistance. Riverborn Aura passive. All allies within 1200 range receive bonus movement speed and outgoing damage bonus. As long as the aura owner is in water? Outgoing damage bonus? How much outgoing? Where? What is the outgoing damage bonus? Is it 16% outgoing damage bonus? That's absurd. What? The Polywog is cracked. Wait, can Polywogs even spawn later, though? They can, right? Because they become a medium camp? You have to eat this creep early as Doom and then just hold it forever. Or like you have to take this as Chen and never lose it. Because otherwise you don't get them anymore after 15 minutes, right? That's crazy. Boglet. What are your abilities? Arm of the Deep, active. Sends out tentacles in the target direction, stunning enemies for 0.8 seconds and dealing 80 to 140 damage. Range is pretty short at 275. Pretty cheap, 40 mana. 16-second cooldown. I wonder how fast this goes, or maybe even instant. Could be good for Doom if he eats these, or add them to the Chen army. Arm of the Deep, neutrals, will cast this ability on the closest enemy if there are 3 or more enemies within 550 2x the ability's cast range radius. After that, all copies of this ability on other neutral boglets within 1200 range are put on a 5-second cooldown. I see. So you can't just chain stun. The boglets can't just screw you over. But I think it's funny when that happens. I'd be open to that staying in there. Riverborn Aura. Oh, they all have this aura. Okay, so you don't need to get it from the Polywog. You can get it later from the Boglet, or... Looks like all of them have this. I feel like if you pair that with a Slardar who can create water wherever, that could be really good. Maybe some other heroes will also be able to do that. Where are we? Marsh Mage Apprentice. What do you do? Creates a barrier bubble that protects the target from magic damage, 100 to 160, 10 seconds, cast range 550, 90 mana, cooldown 16. This guy's mini Glimmer Cape over here. Water bubble, small. Neutrals will cast this ability on a random ally that is below 50% health. Then we have a Croaker. That is a real fish, by the way. Tendrils of the Deep, active, sends out tendrils. Sends out tentacles in a cone shape in the target direction, stunning enemies for 1.2 seconds, or 120 to 180 damage, range 300, mana cost 50, cooldown 18. So this is like multi-target compared to Boglet, who's a singular one, I think. Where is it? Here. And they all go on cooldown. Okay. The Marsh Mage, Water Bubble, medium, same deal, just a little bit stronger. Same Glimmer Cape joke, haha. Ancient Croaker, new level 5, blah blah blah. These guys have magic resistance because they're now ancient creeps. Congregations of the Deep, active, sends out tentacles in 6 directions around itself, stunning enemies for 1.4 seconds, dealing damage, 250 to blah, 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 blah. 70 mana cost, 300 range, 20-second cooldown. So this is like mini Tide Ravage? Mini Tide Ravage. Ancient Marsh Mage has bigger Glimmer Cape bubble. I gotta say, the Ravage is way cooler than this bubble effect here, but I appreciate the bubble and the tentacle stun increasing with the stuff, as opposed to having to come up with like brand new ideas. I think that's kind of cool. Neff asked me if I want to play rank. Bro, I can't read fast. Okay, the Prowlers are back. I think this is hilarious. I am so open to Ancient Prowlers being back. Each camp consists of 2 Prowler Acolytes and 1 Prowler Shaman. Average bounty, 158 gold and 314 XP. If you guys didn't play Dota before these guys were removed, or maybe you played so long ago you didn't even get to see them added in, these guys will destroy you. They will go out of their way to just kill you for nothing. You won't have even aggroed the camp, and it will walk over and simply kill you. I like that they're listing the old stats as if anyone remembered them. They're like, oh, interesting, 150 more health than last time. Not a single one of us would have remembered this. They could have just put what they currently are. Prowler Aura no longer stacks with itself. Prowler Aura. Lifesteal rescaled from 10% to 9, 10, 11, 12. 9, 10, 11, 12. Guys, so Prowler Aura, you used to stack the camps, and then the Ancients would heal so much, and it was harder to kill them with magic back then. Not the Prowlers. The Prowlers were the ones meant to be killed by magic, and all the other creeps were the ones who couldn't. And you would just get, like, the Golem, so they'd all have a ton of health, and then the Prowlers, and then, like, someone would give bonus armor, and it would be impossible to do Ancient stacks until, like, the mid to late game. The Shaman looks like it's about the same. Number of enemies in range required to trigger a cast from 1 to... No! Guys, Desecrate was what was funny. Desecrate is what kind of messed you up. They should keep this at 1. Come on. I want to see core players die in the jungle. Neutrals will autocast this ability only if the Ancient Prowler Shaman has less than 90% health at the start of the attack. I thought my unhinged Dota idea was to bring the Prowler back, buff it, and then make it roam the map randomly. Wherever a lot of jungle creeps died, it was like the Jungle Protector. Wherever someone was farming and killed a bunch of jungle creeps, the Prowler would be more likely to go roam in that area to kill core players who are AFK jungling too much. Maybe it'll still do that. You know, if you sit in the Ancient camp too much, you got to deal with the Prowlers. It sounds like they're easier to kill than they used to be, though, from my brief look at the numbers and all this, and especially changing the way Desecrate works and all that should be overall easier. No buff to the kobolds, no justice. Okay, this stuff doesn't really matter. Who cares? Hero changes. How far are we into this? We're 2.5 hours into this stream, and we are here. Guys, I don't think we're gonna make it. At this rate, it's gonna take 10 hours. I have to cast tomorrow. Professional players have to play this game for a living tomorrow. We're 2.5 hours in. Told you to skip newts. No, we can't skip anything. We can't skip. If I wasn't I could read faster if it was just me, but content creator life, we got to talk through all of it. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Abaddon. Wait, I didn't do the timestamp. Okay, save chapter marker. Focus, guys. Focus. Abaddon. Base damage increased by 26. Holy shit. But this is part of the universal damage change from 0.7 to 0.45. So I'm sure the numbers kind of work out. Base intelligence is down a little bit. Damage is what? Increased by 10. Wait, we're increasing Abaddon's damage? Abaddon? Strength gain is... We're buffing Abaddon? And quickening is the one being changed. Cooldown reduction per hero death increase from 4 to 6. Abaddon? We're not nerfing Abaddon, but buffing Abaddon? We're not making this hero weaker? This top meta, first pick, first ban hero is not being nerfed, but buffed? Maybe the damage, I didn't do the math on the damage. Level 1 is better than it used to be. I'm sure the further levels are much worse. Damage gain per level decreased from 3.6 to 2.7. So maybe this is the very critical line that is the nerf to Abaddon. But support Abaddon with Mephitic Shroud is perfectly fine. And in fact, it sounds like he's stronger in the lane with 10 more damage. So maybe core Abaddon nerfed, but support Abaddon, eyes open, guys. This shit sounds good for support Abaddon. You don't need the scaling. Okay, Alchemist. Ag Scepter granting moved from Chemical Rage to Grievel's Greed. Okay. Dividends. Instant dividends. Grievel's Greed. Alchemist gains plus 75 GPM for each Aghanim Scepter he has granted to allies. How long does it take for that to pay off? When first item ags given over 4,200 divided by 75, 56 minutes. All right, guys. I don't think it's going to be worth it. I don't think it's worth it. Okay. That doesn't seem good enough. Grievel's Greed. Abba talent. Oh, we don't need to read the talent. What is it? 10 talent, 15 curse of Avernus movement slow, replaced with 10% withering cursed heal. Okay, that does sound good for certain hero matchups like Huskar and all that. We're going to have to brush over stuff a little bit to have a remote chance at sleeping tonight before casting. Grievel's Greed. Aghanim Scepter is now global. Sure. Granting is now announced to all allies and spectators. Sure. Acid Spray radius decreased a little bit. Oh, actually a lot at max level. 125 less radius. Now applies 1 corrosive weaponry stack with each tick of damage. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Unstable Concoction now applies 1 corrosive weaponry stack per second of brew time. Also interesting. This is a cool way to make this corrosive weaponry not like pretty ignorable. Stacks are also applied when enemies take damage from alchemist spells. Acid Spray applies 1 stack, blah, blah. All right, I'm glad we just repeated the exact same things. Stacks per attack will never save the time. We'll never finish this now. Stacks per attack increase from 1 to 2. Max stacks 4, 6, 8, 10 to 10, 12, 14, 16. Movement slow per stack decreased. Base attack damage reduction per stack from 3, 4, 5, 6 to 1, 6. Bonus move speed decreased from 30, 45, 60 to 20, 30, 40. Okay, guys. What are the other...
Easy now. This stuff is explosive.
I'm briefly considering the viability of Support Alchemist, where you're playing around the base damage reduction of corrosive weaponry. But I don't know if it adds up fast enough. Like the max stacks is 16, 3. I mean, that's kind of a lot. Kind of a lot. But Core Alchemist could do it without needing to be Support Alchemist. I don't think this sounds good. I think this needs to be like doubled. But I don't know. Like this wouldn't even come into play in most games. And 75 GPM, the payoff is ridiculous. This needs to be so much more, actually. You need to, like, multiply this by 2 or 3, I feel. All right, let's continue. Ancient Apparition, Cold Feet, Stun Duration, rescaled up to 3 seconds at max level. Break distance is no longer affected by AoE bonuses. Chilling Touch. This is where I'm zoomed in a little bit much. I gotta make sure you guys can read everything. Chilling Touch, attack range bonus rescaled, blah, 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 blah. Death Rhyme stacks increase from 1 to 2. Death Rhyme duration decrease from 4 to 3 seconds. Aghanim Scepter mana cost reduction for 50 to 40%. Release sub ability can now be cast while silenced. The buff. This is what's been holding Ancient Apparition back, guys. Finally, you can now cast it while silenced. Thank God. Frostbitten heroes will now have a visual indicator on their overhead health bar showing where the shatter threshold is. Oh, that's actually really useful. The indicator is visible to everyone. That's actually really useful quality of life. Orb of Venom, Ancient Apparition? We're not going to theorycraft too hard. Well, we'll keep going. We got to read. We got to read. Anti-Mage. Mage Bane's Mirror. Yes, give me support anti-mage viability here. Counterspell. Burns 150, 190, 232, 70% of the countered ability's mana cost from its caster. Holy shit. And deals damage equal to 100% of the burned mana, up to 400 damage per reflected spell. Spell reflection no longer exclusive to this facet. Wait, what? Oh, like the regular ability can also use it, right? Yeah, okay. Like it used to be. Counterspell Ally burns 270 of the countered ability's mana cost from its caster and deals damage equal to 100%. This is pretty crazy. Is this not reflect one spell in the lane and you win? Well, okay, level 1 counterspell is less. But what if you use it on your ally? Passive magic resistance buffed a bit in the early game, minuscule, reduced later on.
All magic flies before me.
Support anti-mage is real? We'll think on that one. We'll think on that one. That's crazy. That's a crazy amount of mana burn. Counterspell allies only on Shard. Oh, wait. I think you're... I don't remember when he gets it. Oh, you're right. It's the Shard. Ah, damn. Okay, Mana Thirst probably is still better for... I guess it depends on the game. It's probably still better if you were trying to play support anti-mage. Arc Warden is a universal hero. Actually, that one makes sense. Base damage decreased by 10. Damage at level 1 decreased by 2. Damage gain per level is actually increased from 3 to 3.6. Damage at level 30 decreased or increased by 11. Zet has attuned to the new frontiers and no longer has Tempest versions of abilities. Removed order and disorder facets. Facet, Runed Replica. Tempest Double is infused with the bonuses of Power Runes for 10 seconds when created. Level 1, Invis Rune. Level 2, Invis Rune and Arcane Rune. Level 3, Invis, Arcane, Haste. I'm sure that's going to be super fun to interact with as a support player. I'm really looking forward to that. Power Capture, Runic Infusion. Arc Warden gains 1.5 all attributes permanently upon activating any power rune. That's cool. Once created, the field pulls all runes in 1200, 1800, 2004, 3000 radius towards it with increasing speed. Any rune that's within magnetic field or is pulled into it is automatically activated. I wasn't going to activate too many of these to test to see how it worked, but I simply must see this, guys. I simply must see this. Oh, wait, what's the level 1 range? Oh. Here, we're going to max this shit. And I get it? Oh my god. That's so funny. I assume this works with the clone. So now, when it's time for runes, I could spawn my clone, have him move towards the mid lane, just drop that. And the clone would get the effect, I suppose, but I still get the extra stats. That's too funny.
So it must be.
LOL. How realistic? How many runes are you likely to pick up in a game? Every 2 minutes. Let's say you go 50-50 with the enemy team. 30, 40-minute game. So, I mean, you could... 10 to 20 stats in most games? That's interesting. Oh, we gotta shift a little bit. Hold on, let me shrink this a little. Okay, let's keep reading. Flux now has the same effect for both the Arc Warden and Double. Deals damage 15, 30, 45, 60 per second. Slows target move speed by 14, 21, 18, 28, 35. Now upgraded with Aghanim Scepter. Silences when the target is alone. Increases damage by 50% and duration by 2. That's kind of cool, actually. Magnetic Field now is point targeted ability with 900 capture. Now it's the same effect for both Arc Warden and Tempest Double. Creates a circular distortion field that grants 100% evasion and 30, 60, 90, 120 bonus attack speed to all allied units within. So it's always that effect, right? You always get the evasion and bonus attack speed. No more of this bonus attack damage stuff from the double. Same effect, yeah, okay. No longer affected by shards. Something else is. I'm going to guess Spark Wraith. Are you guys reading this? There we go. Now has the same effect for both Arc Warden and Tempest Double. I don't know why I keep reading that. Spark activates in 1.5 seconds, flies at a speed of 550, slows enemies for 0.5 to 0.8 seconds, deals 100 to 310 damage. Previous values are there. I'm not going to... No longer does 40% more damage to non-hero units. No longer upgraded with Aghanim Scepter, now upgraded with Aghanim Shard. When Spark Wraith activates, a secondary Spark Wraith will fuse with the next closest target that deals 80% damage. Increases Spark Wraith search radius by 100. Cooldown decreased 60, 55, 50. Duration decreased from 60 seconds to 18, 21, 24. Now spawns with Arc Warden's current health and mana. It used to be full health, wasn't it? Tempest Double, or it used to be this way. Then it was the full health, full mana, and now it's back, I think. Tempest Double no longer has penalties when away for more than 2,000 range. We're pretty much back to the old Tempest Double. No longer restarts the ability cooldown if the Tempest Double is killed by enemies. It did that? I didn't know it did that. Loses its sense of self and fractures over time, becoming slower and less accurate. Max mischance 35%, max self slow 35%. I don't know if that's lower accurate, but I really like this conceptually as a support player who's going to have to deal with Runed Replica, Invis, Hasted, Tempest doubles running around killing me. At least they will be missing some of their attacks. And slowed, I guess, where this doesn't matter if they have the haste rune. Well, I guess it's only for 10 seconds. So 10 seconds they're hasted. 3 of those is probably bots TP to another lane. Couple seconds to find me and then kill me. And if I'm not killed in that time, they're going to start being slowed and missed. And then maybe I die a little later. Oh yeah, Bloodthorn. Shit. 15 talent, magnetic field, attack speed increased from 16 to 25. 15 talent, 2 flux duration replaced with 20% flux slow. And then flux silences, being a 25 talent, is now just the agonyms. So it is replaced with minus 1 second spark wraith activation delay, which means this is pretty much instant. Half second to activate. Sorry, you guys can't see this, but half second to activate the spark wraith. Okay. I feel like we're back to old Arc Warden as a universal hero now. I don't think that's going to be very fun for a lot of us. I'll think on that more. It's not a very popular hero, so I'm not going to spend too much time dwelling on it right now. Okay. Axe. Base damage increased by 1. Broken. Damage at level 1 increased. Is this not just saying the same thing? Battle Hunger. Damage per second increased from 10, 15, 20, 25 to 12, 18, 24, 30. Okay. Counter Helix damage rescaled. Slightly stronger at level 1, but actually weaker when maxed out. Ag Scepter attack damage reduction decreased from 20 to 15, okay? Culling Blade, cooldown decreased from 100, 8570 to 80, 7570. I mean, ideally you're not missing anyways, but at least you're going to have it up much sooner if you do mess up. A lot of times you leave this at 1 point. Level 3, it starts to drop. I guess this won't be the biggest deal, but I'm not really sure if this ends up being a buff to the hero via his own changes. The cloak neutral sounds like that would be really good for Axe. Like that might be the bigger buff to him. Vanguard building into Halberd. I don't know if you actually want to use that. But I mean, you don't have to use it while you call, right? You can call, have the damage block, and then after they're running away from you or trying to kill other people, you could halberd separate targets. Yeah, maybe. Bane, base damage increased by 25, but the level 1 damage ends up being 8 higher. Damage per level decreased from 5.7 to 3.6. Pretty big difference. This shouldn't matter too much to support Bane. In fact, having a higher damage early is better for supports rather than the scaling. If you liked core Bane, sorry, that might be dead. But support Bane, I'd say this is good. Facets, Dream Stalker, attack speed bonus increase from 40, 60, 70 to 40, 60, 80, 100. 100? Core Bane. Sleepwalk, walk speed a little faster from 85 to 110. And the talent, minus cooldown, change to cast range. Dream Stalker plus more damage in the early game might be solid for Bane's early lane. I'm trying to think of any of the new, like the Orb of Frost would matter, but I actually don't think you would care about that. I don't know. Maybe this helps you in the lane more. Like Bane is supposed to win his lane. If he can't win his lane, he really struggles. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this is gonna be enough for Bane. Let's try to read everything before we think too hard on this. Bat Rider base damage is up. Okay, how do we expedite this? We just need to find what the level 1 damage is, which in this case it's the same. His stat gain is actually going up and his damage is down. But that's fine because Bat Rider, there's a meme right-click Bat Rider build, but support Bat Rider is going to be perfectly fine with actually having better stats for more health and armor and mana and stuff like that, and losing his attack damage that he can't even use while lassoing people. So this actually seems pretty good for support Bat Rider. Arsonist building damage increased a little bit. There's only a few people who like Arsonist, pro player wise. It's interesting. I guess this compensates for his decreased damage. Flame Break, move speed slow, rescaled. So it's a lot worse at level 1, which is you often leave Flame Break at a 1-point wonder, knock people back, slow them, get kills. It's actually a little bit stronger at max level, but Flame Break is frequently the last ability you max out. So you're now stuck at half the value before. Weaker lane, but better stat gains. Is it that much better stat gains, though? Feel like this might be okay. I have to see how much this Flame Break slow really matters. Bat Rider is like one of the best supports right now in the game. Not very common in pubs because the way to play him is kind of tricky, but for the pros, he's like one of the best. So arguably he needed a nerf, and he got one here, but I feel like the stat gain might actually be good. Beastmaster, okay, where is... The level 1 damage is up by 7, but the damage gain per level is down by 1. That's kind of meaningful, but not the worst we've seen. Like, Bane's was a lot worse. And his actual stat gains, intelligence is pretty significant to Beastmaster because the Aghanims, you're actually spamming a lot of spells. What is this? I hear my cat messing with something. Oh, he's over there. Okay, it's fine. Helix, I'm not sure why 720 is showing for you. Some other people mentioned this before where Twitch, I have it set to 1080. It should be going 1080 to Twitch. People on YouTube see 1080 as far as I know. But sometimes on Twitch, it's only showing 720, and I really have no idea. I'm sorry. I will try to look into it more. Since the last time it was brought up to me, I didn't really have a chance to go too much into it to try to figure it out. But I don't know if it's on my end, because I do have it set to stream out to 1080 and all that. Okay, Beastmaster, so where were we? Call the Wild, dive damage is decreased by 10. That's not too bad. Aghanim Shard no longer decreases cooldown by 5 seconds. Shard now increases summon duration by 5 seconds. Oh, wait. That actually... Is that better? You're more likely to have this ability up all the time. In fact, it's pretty much permanently up. Sorry, you guys can't see the extra details because it's blocked out, but it means it's permanently up per cast. And if you eventually get a refresher, you can have 2 going for quite a while. Uh, 10 Inner Beast magic resistance replaced with -5 called. Oh, well, now actually, I should have kept reading. So now with this talent and the shard, you can have 2 hawks at the same time, without the refresher. What's the other talent? Oh, the damage amp stacking, though? That seems better. Because you get that in the laning stage, whereas the cooldown, you need the shard for this, like, double hawk thing. The double hawk is cool. I don't know how strong it is to justify not getting wild axe damage amp. That one's really, really big for getting kills with roar and stuff, being really annoying in team fights. That seems better than the double hawk. But I think the double hawk's cool. I hope someone explores it. Bloodseeker, Blood Mist ability removed. That one's very annoying to deal with. Facets, Blood Rush, Thirst. While active, now also doubles the healing from Sanguivore. Active, bonus move speed increased by 2%. Oh, up to 24% at max level, actually. Bonus move speed while on cooldown increased from 0 to 50%. Okay, interesting. Sanguivore, now upgraded with Aghanim Shard. Passively turns all Bloodseekers overheal from his own abilities into an all damage barrier up to 50% of Bloodseekers' max health. Barrier amount decays by 1.5% per second. Now upgraded with Aghanim Scepter, Bloodseeker gains 30% lifesteal from all pure damage dealt. Blood Rage, no longer upgraded with Aghanim Shard, now upgraded with Aghanim Scepter. Attacks under effect of Blood Rage deal 3% of the target's max health as pure damage, and you will lifesteal about, I guess, 1% of your target's max health, a little less than 1%. Damage type changed from magic to pure. All right, it's back. 115, 190, 265, 340, 290, 145, 200, 225. Seems a little less, but this is just a balance that is going from magic to pure, which in the late game, when there's more magic resistances, this damage will end up being more than what this one probably was. Level 10 talent, Blood Right damage decreased from 135 to 100, also to match the pure damage change. And then 20 talent, 15 spell lifesteal replaced with minus 0.7% Blood Rage max health damage per second. Oh, I see. Ah. What's your other facet? Arterial Spray. But Blood Rush can now be used even more. Oh, sorry, you guys can see that. I don't feel very knowledgeable about Bloodseeker. I just know to teleport out when he uses Rupture on me. I'm not sure how strong or not all these changes interacting are going to be. I feel like Bloodseeker is one of the heroes that I have the worst read on. He confuses me. His his like exact place in the meta. So I'm not going to try to parse through all this myself. I'll wait to see what like some other core people say about this. Blood Mist was pretty annoying though, but also only in certain situations. So kind of interesting. This Blood Mist was a better like general team fight effect. This new Ags is, I imagine, well, I don't know. I don't know if it will be more sustained. It's more damage for sure on your target, like your individual single target, and then you're healing. But I don't know. I'm gonna have to see these numbers, I guess. Bounty Hunter, Cut Purse. You have to bump these numbers up so much. Gold Steel increased from 4, 8, 12, 16 to 4, 11, 18, 25. Through and through still seems better to me. I think these early numbers have to be much higher for Cut Purse to be good when it matters more. By the time you level, because this is leveled with it's leveled with track. Like by the time you reach that point, I really don't think it matters. I'll try it again at some point. But I really think through and through gives you way more utility to clear creep waves. And that's far more important than Like, Bounty Hunter works by finding kills and vision and all that. And the ability to shove in waves and creep cut is actually really big to Bounty Hunter and why he's so good right now with through and through. I don't really think this is going to matter that much. Track damage amplification got buffed. Self bonus speed decreased a little bit. I actually don't care that much about that. Level 10 talent, the one I never take, replaced with plus 20 damage. 15 talent track increase from 45 to what? I mean, I usually take the other talent anyways. Interesting. I really thought Bounty Hunter would get a nerf, guys. Oh, we're still in here. Let's go. Bounty Hunter's still a hero. Potentially. I don't know. I don't know where the meta is going to shift now that we're all water heroes and everything. But this is actually a... Oh, actually, sorry. I didn't even notice. The last level is nerfed a little bit. Okay, a little bit of a nerf. I don't think that's that big of a deal. In fact, I actually think getting the early game kills with Bounty Hunter is more important as support bounty, and 2% more in the early game actually feels stronger to me than the 2% later. So I think he's still going to be fine, depending if the meta continues to be similar to what it is, which who knows. Base damage increased by 17, which ends up being 2 at level 1, but the damage gain per level is down a lot. And Brewmaster ends up right-clicking quite a lot in many fights. So losing nearly 2 damage per level is pretty significant. He's not even considered that good right now. So let's see what buff he gets to balance this out. Roll out the barrel. Barrel speed increased from 900 to 950. Barrel impact damage increased by like 30 at max level. That's not that important. Belligerent bonus attack damage increased from 20 to 25. Oh, I see. There's some math here to see if like this pairs out. This extra 5% in this. I'm gonna say no, but maybe. Drunken Brawler, Storm Brawler bonus move speed decreased. Okay. 20 attack. Maybe this 5% is more than I think. I feel like Brewmaster just got nerfed and he's not even good. That's... I don't know about that. I don't know about that one. Bristleback. Removed Berserk facet. The what facet? I don't even remember that facet. The one no one ever took. I don't even remember what it used to do. That no one ever did. Seeing Red, Warpath. Bristleback now shares his vision with his team, but still does not receive his team's vision. Okay. I think that's good. Bristleback, Quill Spray that were released by the ability now deal damage that is classified as reflection damage. Quill Sprays that were released by the ability now deal damage that is classified. Does that mean this can no longer be affected by Blade Mail? Like the Quill Sprays from this don't get reflected back. Is that a buff to Bristleback? Aghanim Scepter mana cost increased by 25. Movement speed per stack decreased. 1% at max level. So that is kind of meaningful to slow him down. Mana cost on Hairball also up. And he is a mana-based hero. This isn't really the nerfs I thought Bristleback would get. It means no spell lifesteal. Oh, I see. Okay, so that is maybe the stronger nerf. But only in certain situations when you're reflecting, especially with the Bloodstone, which happens, I guess that's a Bristleback's thing. It happens enough. Buff to BKB. Oh, okay. Thank you guys for being more up to date with the mechanics than me. Huh, okay. With that in mind, I guess I actually don't have a... Part of the reason Bristleback is good is because Bristleback no longer the ability. It used to be like, oh, you did 2,000 damage in one hit to Bristleback, one quill spray. Now it does like however many it's supposed to do, like 5. And that's why he gets like so many quills out all at once if you hit him in the wrong angle. But with that said, the fight is hard to follow between like him casting quill spray and hairball and then reflecting. So I actually don't have a great estimate on understanding how many quill sprays come from Bristleback and then this nerf hurts a lot, or if in a given fight more of it comes from casting it and the hairball and his right clicks, in which case it's not as painful. So I'm actually maybe gonna have to just see the numbers and see Bristleback being played to get a better feel for this. But certainly a nerf. He's top tier pick. So I think he would deserve a pretty heavy-handed nerf. Okay, Broodmother. I like Broodmother. Let's see what happens to her. She's an agility hero now. She just gained 20 base damage as such. Lost 1 base strength. Level 1 damage unchanged. Strength gain increased. Agility also increased. Intelligence increased. The mama is winning. Damage gain per level decreased because she's no longer universal hero. And because of that, level 30, she has 45 less damage. But her other changes are necrotic webs. Enemy regen reduction rescaled from 15, 20, 25, 30 to 10, 30, 50, 70. Holy shit. What? This level, wait, this ability levels with not the ultimate, right? But with the webs? Yeah, with spin web. Sorry, every time I know you guys can't see it, guys, but to change the scaling on my thing and then back here, I don't have a hotkey set up for it. I actually, now that I think about it, I probably should set a hotkey for that. Remind me in the future for the next patch review in 6 months. That's a lot of regen reduction. What are the talents? 2 spin web max webs replaced with 0.5% spider milk hero health as healed. That's not good. Talent. Bat reduction during insatiable hunger decrease from 0.3 to 0.25. I feel like this is good in a very few situations where you can wreck someone in lane when they don't have heal reduction. Because you frequently, as Broodmother, max necrotic webs or spin web pretty early. And then if you could just like go through the early laning stage and they're like 50% value compared to usual, that might be huge. But outside of that, this actually seems like a nerf. The types of items Broodmother like to build, maybe there's a new build for it, right? But it's strictly worse, like Harpoon type builds, Lincolns, things like that, because she's no longer universal. And then she's losing webs as well. This is very painful. And I don't really understand nerfing her so much because she's not even that good right now. But maybe being an agility hero, there's a build I'm not thinking of that is really good. And then you combine that, like a Brood as a counter pick to certain regen heroes, and then it's good in those cases. I'm not sure. Centaur Warrunner, Counter-Strike, Double Edge. Damage taken as damage... damage taken as damage bonus increased from 25% to 35%. Okay, yeah, the you take 1,000 damage, so your next Double Edge used to do 25% of that, is now 35% of that. Okay, I had to talk through it to remember how this worked. Retaliate, damage done is now classified as reflection damage. Okay, you guys were telling me this goes back to the BKB spell lifesteal stuff, which I'll have to refresh on later. Level 10 talent move speed decrease from 20 to 15. What was his other facet? Oh yeah, the horsepower. The one that everyone went and just built like 50 million bracers. Centaur might like the new halberd change. Pretty cheap item for him. But does it really help you with a healing? Maybe not. Diffusal Brood back? Maybe. Brood's one of the few core heroes I can play. I actually like Brood Mother. I know that's disgusting, but I actually like it. Agility gain increased from 1.4 to 1.8. Removed Phantasmagoria facet. That's the one everyone went. So what do we have now? Fundamental Forging. When Chaos Knight crafts a neutral item, 2 of his artifact choices will be for the current tier, and 2 of his choices will be for the next tier if possible. He does not get the option to keep his current artifact between tiers. Interesting. I'm going to have to go back and look at that. You're having a chance to get something good 10 minutes ahead of time. And in particular, he could get his tier 5 neutral way sooner than anyone else. That's an interesting idea. I'm going to have to go back and look at the neutrals again to see how worth it that seems. I like it. I like the idea of this, the chaos of it. That's why Phantasmagoria was like lame. It did not lean into the chaos factor of Chaos Knight. I like this way more conceptually. Cloven Chaos, Chaos Bolt. Chaos Bolt splits in half upon striking its target, stunning one additional enemy and damaging another. So it's random which ones. Okay. Prioritizes heroes. Bounce range is 60% of the ability's cast range. Additional targets do not create shard illusions. Chaos Bolt cast range is being increased by 100. And then Chaos Strike now follows global lifesteal rules. As a result, creep penalty improved from 70% to 40%. So he actually lifesteals in the lane a lot better now. No longer deals bonus damage to creeps. Take back what I just said. Critical minimum decreased from 125 to 120. Critical maximum increased from 140, blah, 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 245, then 140 to 260. I like the ideas of his facet a lot more. Chaos Knight is one of the heroes I really want to be viable as a support because I want to play Chaos Knight, but I don't play carry. Maybe with Cloven Chaos. Otherwise, these changes are not that great. And especially this, I think this will lead to better sustain in the lane. But the big nerf here is that Chaos Knight flew into the meta as broken because he started farming faster because Chaos Strike did bonus damage to creeps. And that is gone. I'm not sure. And his illusions are now potentially weak to being removed by... Am I thinking of the wrong thing? The Phantasmagoria... Hold on, let me remember to... Boom, look at that.
Night of chaos.
All illusions created by Chaos Knight are strong illusions. This includes phantasm illusions. Where is your ultimate always strong illusions? I always forget this. And Phantasmagoria just included the other things? Or not? Are all illusions no longer strong illusions? They're always strong illusions? Okay. I actually really like Irrationality. I wish more people would try Irrationality. Not me, of course. Someone else has to deal with that bullshit. All right. I don't know if that brings him into the meta, but I'd have to go look at items again and see where it falls in. Chen is an intelligence hero now. Okay. Base damage is increased, so level 1 instead of 48 to 55 is now 46 to 56. Essentially the same. Damage gain per level is down a lot. That's okay though. Chen's not really a right-clicking hero. Removed Wolf Convert facet. Does he get the Marsh Mage? Yeah, we can play with the stuff. Convert is the amphibian creep. The Apprentice 0 to 1 or the Marsh Mage 2 through 4. The Marsh Mage has the Glimmer Cape, right? The magic barrier. I feel like that's not going to be better than the other thing, but this creep has the one that buffs outgoing damage. So you always know you'll be able to have it. Weaker early game, maybe, but potentially very strong late game aura. With that said, though, the mages are always there. So you just go and take one whenever you want, right? I think taking the satyr might still be the way to go for the early game. And then it's useful mid to late. This one, the creep seems stronger in the late game, but the early one is maybe question mark. Unless the enemy has a lot of magic damage, then maybe. Oh, this is the Ravage one? Wait, that might be worth taking early then. Oh, maybe. I find this interesting. Divine Favor, no longer upgraded with the Aghanim Scepter. Aghanim Scepter, Holy Persuasion. Martyrdom cooldown decrease from 8 to 4. Martyrdom cast range from global to 1200. Martyrdom can no longer be cast on enemies to damage them. Martyrdom healing changed from current level of Hand of God to instant heal equal to 30% of the martyr's current health. It really should just drop a grenade as your creeps die. Level 10 talents, -2 Divine Favor teleport delay, replaced with 150 convert attack speed. Wait, that's kind of funny, actually. Oh, sorry. I don't know if you guys could see that. That's kind of funny. I'm going to have to think about that if there's one that's really good. Level 25 talent, 200 plus 10 Hand of God, heal and heal over time, replaced with Hand of God fully heals Chen and his creeps. Screw my teammates. Surely Strong Dispel... Well, I guess it depends on the game. Strong Dispel is so good in the right cases. The fact that it's every single teammate. Do you even matter to get the full heal, you and your creeps? Surely the Strong Dispel is better. Clinks. Oh, please, support Clinks. Bring him back. I really want to play support Clinks again. Suppressive Fire. Strafe. No longer increases attack range by 100. Mischance debuff duration rescaled to 2 seconds and is no longer dependent on Strafe's remaining duration. I don't even know how that works. Duration is refreshed with each attack under the Strafe effect. Mischance per stack from 5 to 30. Holy crap. Per stack increase from 5. That's a lot. Mischance debuff duration is rescaled to 2 and it's no longer dependent on Strafe. So it's more, but it's less because the stack doesn't last as long, I think is the idea. Engulfing Step. Death Pact now can be cast while rooted or leashed, but without teleporting Clinks to the target location. Is it alt cast? Yeah, okay. This is a really nice quality of life because Engulfing Step is actually really useful, but only in certain situations. And other times you just want to eat and stay where you are. So it's actually double-edged sword. This gives you the benefit, no downside, so long as you remember to swap around. Tar Bomb can now be put on auto cast. What? So Clinks will throw a Tar Bomb when attacking if the ability is available? Does he really need that? This is easy mode for for no offense to anyone watching. This is Herald mode. Herald mode here. Why would you need that? Death Pact. Fixed Clink's not gaining a Death Pact charge if he has 2 available charges until he casts it at least once. I didn't even know that was a thing. Skeleton Walk. Bonus move speed decrease from 25, 40, 55 to 25, 35, 45. He's slower, huh? And then 15 Tar Bomb bonus damage replaced with... I don't know if support Clinks feels back. In fact, he mostly doesn't feel back. But maybe there's a cool starting item we can do, like Orb of Frost or something. Something like that. I don't know. I'll look into it later. Clockwork, Strength Hero, no longer universal. Okay, so what does this put us at? Base strength down by 1. Damage at level 1 increased by 2. Okay, strength gain is up a little bit. Agility gains up a little bit. Damage gain per level down a little bit. Damage at 30 decreased by 62. That's so much, but it doesn't matter for Clockwork. Hookup. Okay, you guys know I've been very interested in Hookup, but it's tricky to get right and to use compared to the other one. No longer requires to hook an allied target. Now requires at least one other allied hero to be within 350. Oh my god, this is so much easier. This is so much better, guys. If you didn't see me try this on a stream before, I would pick it. Like, times I thought it was good, right? Like, there's an axe on my team, so he's gonna blink call, and then I can hook shot in. And then sometimes you accidentally hit the enemy hero and get absolutely no value out of Hookup, and it was so sad. And it's so hard to know because they're right next to each other and they're moving around and shit, and you're trying to hit just your guy and navigate between everything, and it was so tough. This is so much easier to use as long as a target is within the 350 range. That's so good. Now, your lane is still meh without expanded armature. Way harder to have a good early game, but hookup value in the right games against high physical damage. Maybe with Slardar being a very popular hero, potentially with all the new water. Hookup, you know, Slardar blink stuns your team, you hook up to Slardar. Swap it around. Slardar on our team. He initiates. Fantastic. Let's go in together. I like that a lot. I'm going to try it. It is hard to get used to playing without the expanded armature, though. No longer deals bonus damage against creeps. Man. There goes a lot of the farm speed. That's a pretty heavy nerf. Anytime a hero gains bonus damage versus creeps to improve farm, it's always a huge buff to the hero. Conversely, this is going to be a huge nerf. Level 10 talent, -2 rocket flare cooldown replaced with 0.4 seconds rocket flare slow duration. That's too bad. But maybe with Hookup, we're now taking hook shot damage. Farm speed. Okay? Look. The creep wave, you can hook up to the creep wave to do AoE damage. This is the new farm speed. Hang on, we're cooking here. Take Hookup, get through the lane, the level 10 talent's hook shot damage, and you can shove lanes by hook-shotting rocket flare and run out. Ah, shit, allied hero. Damn, you're right. Wait, is it only... What if it's either or? If there's another... Ah, damn. Damn. All right. The cooking's gone. We're moving on to Crystal Maiden. It's over. Removed Frozen Expanse and cold. Our last ideas were shit. They were no good. They're now gone. We've got new facets for Crystal Maiden. All right, we have Arcane Overflow. Arcane Aura can be activated to temporarily provide Crystal Maiden with 35% spell amp, but increasing mana cost of her abilities by 50%. While active, anytime Crystal Maiden uses her other abilities, allied heroes within 1200 radius receive 20% of the mana, 25% of the mana spent. 10-second duration, no mana cost, cooldown 30 seconds. Ability duration is paused during the freezing field. Can't be cast during the ultimate with Aghanim Scepter, but still has full effect. What does that mean? I can use the ability and then ult, and it doesn't, like the 10 seconds pauses. It takes 2 seconds, pauses, resumes the remaining 8 seconds after. I don't understand what it means with the Aghanims, but whatever, I guess. That's really interesting. 35% spell amp. Your ultimate is literally your entire mana pool, but you do so much damage in that moment. That's interesting. What's Glacial Guard? Crystal Nova increases radius by 100. Whoa, Peepo-wide Crystal Nova, and grants allied heroes in the affected area 40, 70, 100, 130 physical barrier for 4 seconds. Crystal Maiden receives double the barrier. Ooh. Wait, that's pretty cool. Level 1 Crystal Nova. Walk into the lane. Crystal Nova, myself, the range creep, both enemy heroes, and potentially my carry. 80 barrier. Ah. That's pretty cool. So you get to choose between stronger laning or like a superpowered ult. I mean, you could use Arcane Aura and then use your other abilities in the lane, I guess, and just have no mana after that. Okay, what are her other changes, though? Blue Heart Flow levels up with Freezing Field, and then it's rescaled from a flat 50 to 25, 50, 75, 100. These higher levels might be important if you ever want to take Arcane Overflow. Crystal Nova, slow duration decreased from 5 to 4. Aw. Too bad. Level 10 talent, 100 Crystal Nova AoE, replaced with 12 intelligence. That would have been so funny, though, guys. This talent with this facet, it'd have been huge. 12 intelligence. But the other one is 200 health. It's going to be pretty hard to pass up 200 health, even though the intelligence might be kind of necessary if you want to use this one. I'm intrigued. Some of these nerfs are darn too bad, you know, but this stuff is pretty interesting. I just don't know how strong it will truly be. That is one to be played, and then we'll find out. Okay, Darkseer, back to intelligence hero. So we're grabbing heroes out of Universal. I like Darkseer being intelligent. It goes with his voice lines. Base damage at level 1 is actually a little bit higher than it used to be, and the scaling, he lost quite a lot, from 5 to 2.7 per level. I am okay with that, though. Mental Fortitude, innate ability removed. So what's he have now? His facet Quick Wit got bumped up from 0.5 to 1. Does his intelligence change at all? No, so he still has the intelligence gain before. And then Aggrandize, new innate ability, improves with Darkseer's level. When Darkseer levels up, he restores a percentage of his max health and mana. Restore percentage is equal to 10% plus 2% per hero level. Disabled by break. Wow, that'd be really unfortunate to be broken at that time as you level up. This is interesting, but it's only going to be good a couple times. The later levels, it really won't matter. The question is, how good is this in the laning stage, where about 3 to 4 times at essential moments where early regen is the toughest, you will be healed a lot. Perhaps we could equate it to 5 free ion shell casts in the early lane. And if you don't have a good early game, Darkseer sucks. But then after that, it's so bad. It's so bad. After that, I don't know. The idea is really interesting, but I'm not sure if that's going to be good. Dark Willow, also back to Intelligence Hero. Oh, give me 1 second, guys. I just realized I had a fan on. I was like, why are my legs so cold? Oh shit! I also just hold on. Wait, guys. Wait. Quick pause. I realized today is trash day. I gotta go help with this. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Hold on 1 second, guys. 1 second. Be right back. Okay. Sorry. Today's our trash day. We had to go put trash out, and then it was lightly drizzling earlier, and the weather recently dropped. So ice froze the trash lid shut. My fiance collected everything so that I could do this, but then she couldn't open it because it's frozen, so I had to go open it. Okay, Dark Willow. Back to Intelligence Hero, got damage. Level 1 damage is up by 2. Agility gain increased. Intelligence increased. So the damage is actually not that much worse per level. And you don't really build right click. You shouldn't be building right click damage on Dark Willow that much. I know it actually happens in a lot of pubs, but Thorny Thicket's gone. I actually liked Thorny Thicket. So what do we have now? Shattering Crown. And what does this shit do? While ticking, the effect accumulates 35% of any damage dealt to the target by Dark Willow and 15% of attack damage dealt by allied heroes. When the counter ends, the accumulated damage is dealt to each enemy in the stun radius as magical damage. Accumulates damage before reductions. Will not deal damage when dispelled. Aghanim Shard allows the ability to deal accumulated damage when dispelled. Okay. This is really interesting. So the idea would be get close, cast Cursed Crown, and then use Bedlam and all your other stuff. Focus a hero, and if you didn't kill them already, it then pops at the end. This is like a 35% damage amp on Bedlam, isn't it? Or a 35% damage amp from Dark Willow. Seems like a lot. You are potentially weak to having it dispelled. How does that compare? Well, let me finish reading the other changes. The Shard no longer reduces stun delay by 1 second. Shard now decreases cooldown by 1.5 seconds. Talent, -2 Shadow Realm replaced with 10 Intelligence. And then Cursed Crown stun duration replaced with Bedlam duration. Oh, wait, Bedlam duration's pretty good. How much is Throwing Shade?
See what we can take now.
Up to 30%. Damage scales based on how long she remains under the effects of Shadow Realm. Is Shattering Crown... This seems strictly better. I know the risk is that Shattering Crown could be dispelled. But it also accounts for your teammates. And then it's AoE to everything. This seems really good. Yeah, it's like AoE Orchid effect. It's interesting. Feels like it'd be really good for pickoffs on heroes, because you just walk up next to them, Curse Crown, and Bedlam. Dawnbreaker, Gleaming Hammer Facet, removed. What does she have now? Star Surge, Starbreaker. After the final smash, all allies within 700 radius gain a bonus attack speed per each Starbreaker swipe or smash that hit an enemy hero. What if you hit multiple heroes? Dawnbreaker herself gains 15, 21, 27, 33 attack speed. Buff duration 4 seconds. Effect is calculated per landed swipe. So hitting 2 heroes with 1 swipe will provide only 1 effect. Oh, okay. 18, and you could hit 3. So a little less than 60 bonus attack speed. Okay, interesting. Trailblazer on Celestial Hammer. Dawnbreaker and ally hero gain 10, 15, 20, 25 bonus move speed and walking on Hammer's Fire Trail. But she still has solar charged, right? Yeah. To be honest, solar charge seems better than this stuff. Wait, I should read the rest. I'd like you guys to know we are maybe 40% of the way through. What time is it? 3.5. That's actually pretty good progress from where we were on the heroes. Shard movement speed penalty increased by 10%. Aghanim Scepter reworked. Solar Guardian pulsing aura now lingers for 3 seconds after landing. follows Dawnbreaker around. Also increases Solar Guardian heal per pulse by 10, 15, 20 while reducing channel / airtime from 1.7.8 to 1 and 0.5 compared to the previous one. Instead of airtime being increased by 3.5, not decreased, blah, 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 blah. So I think you can just land sooner, right? Or is the bonus landing gone? Is the ability to land early removed? Maybe it is. So maybe now you just channel regularly, can't end early, but when you do land, it lasts longer. Starbreaker swipe damage replaced with 12 damage. Decrease from 50 to 40. Seems like nerfs. Not the worst nerfs, but nerfs. Automatically land early now, and the AoE lasts after you land. Okay. Not having the ability to control is actually a downside, because I actually think there are times you want to stay in the air and not actually be there, especially if you're ulting when you're low health. But the fact that it continues, like when you do want to land early but not lose the healing effect, that is quite nice. But am I misunderstanding it? You do lose the evasion, right? Losing the evasion sucks. Oh, you can't move it anymore? All right, let's just... I was avoiding demoing stuff because I know it just adds more time the longer we go, but I clearly don't understand this via reading. Oh, that's cool. You can like see the facets now.
Places, everyone.
Ah, I see. Okay. So there are some cases where this is good when you want to land early and you want to still be healing, but we've lost evasion and we've lost the ability to move where it goes. And that kind of sucks. This might need to be adapted a little bit. I'm kind of willing to stay open-minded to it, the fact that it does move around her. So when you want to show up early, you can. Because I do feel like I've seen some situations where I see Dawnbreakers not coming into the fight because they want the ult to keep going and healing and evading. And I get it, but it also sucks that, because I know she's like ultra farmed with an AC and all this damage, like, please come and kill this guy. So on that hand, I like that she can land faster and still heal while still doing things. But it does hurt to lose the other stuff. I guess I'm just going to have to see that one. Dazzle. Okay, I like Dazzle a lot. He has not been good for a while. Let's see what he's got here. Base damage. He was universal. It looks like his level 1 damage is staying the same. Gaining some stats back. And his damage per level is not that bad. Core Dazzle might be annoyed by this, but Support Dazzle, this is fine, I think. In fact, I would say it's better for Support Dazzle to be gaining the stats he is, like more strength, way more mana, intelligence gain on this one. Bad Juju's gone. Okay, he's going through a whole series of changes. Let's see. Novel Boon now doubles the stacks applied to allies. This is like the armor that you apply per ability. Poison Bloom now doubles the stacks applied to enemies. Oh. Oh, I see. So you choose whether you're like doing an aggressive version or a defensive version. Okay, oh wait, I gotta read the rest before we think too hard on it. Now levels with Nothal projection. What the hell is Nothal projection? Armor change per stack rescaled from 1 to 0.5, 0.75, 1, and then 1.25. Poison touch. Cooldown decreased from 27, 23, 19, 15 to 24, 21, 18, 15. 3 seconds less at early levels. No longer upgraded with Aghanim Shard. Nuts. Let's see what Aghanim Shard is now. Shallow Grave. Cooldown. Okay, wait. Don't get me wrong. The Shard was strong. I think a lot of people get baited. Like, when we do the replay reviews, I see so many support Dazzles get the Shard and then try to initiate fights with Poison Touch because they want the Hex, and then they get killed right away. Dazzle is meant to be a save in the back line. He's not supposed to be, like, trying to jump into fights and initiate. I mean, core Dazzle maybe, but support Dazzle, I feel like the Shard actually baited a ton of people, even though it was really good in certain situations. I don't know what has been replaced with, but I actually think this is actually good for a lot of support Dazzles who threw themselves in the wrong position. But let's see what it actually became. Shallow Grave cooldown decreased. What is this? 6 seconds less at level 1. Max level, it's the same. Shadow Wave cooldown decreased. Ooh, a lot lower. 7 seconds at max level is quite nice to spam out in fights. Aghanim Scepter no longer allows to perform attacks if Dazzle is disarmed. Okay, that's fair. I actually don't think that's that big of a nerf. This is very reasonable to me. Okay, what is Nothal Projection? What is the new ultimate? Dazzle is constantly changed. What is the new version of Dazzle? How is it going to be broken and then nerfed into nothingness? Dazzle's soul departs from his body. This is me when we make one mistake as a team and 3 core players stop playing. Dazzle's soul departs his body, becoming an untargetable, invulnerable, and tree-walking spirit, okay, that can still attack, cast abilities, and use items. His mortal body can be attacked, and there is a visible tether between it and Dazzle's soul. Is it tree walking if you're a spirit just going through things? Sorry, distracted. While in soul form, all Dazzle's basic attacks are improved. Poison Touch hexes enemies. Okay, so we get that for free. Shallow Grave heals upon expiration, and Shadow Wave has reduced cooldown. If the body is killed, Dazzle's soul perishes. Can I grave my own body? When Dazzle's spirit moves further than 1,600 units from his body, it is tugged back towards the body, with the intensity of this pull increasing the further Dazzle's soul travels. When the effect ends, the soul returns to its body. Cooldown 70, 60, 50. Max duration 15, min duration 5, cast range 600, mana cost 100, 150, 200. Poison Touch hex duration 1.4, 1.6, 1.8, 225, 300, 375 for the Shallow Grave healing, and then Shadow Wave cooldown rush. Holy shit, 60%? 3-second Shadow Waves? Holy crap. Dazzle can't attack buildings or use Hand of Midas while in soul form. Okay. Can be upgraded with Aghanim Shard. Allows to cast Nothal Projection while disabled and provides 20% outgoing healing amplification for the duration. Level 20 talent, 200 heal on Shallow Grave and replaced with... This is so out there, guys. This is absurd. I'm not saying I'm not going to play it and I'm not going to do it, but I mean, this is wild for what this is. Okay, what in the...
Places, everyone.
Oh, we don't have a sound effect for Nothal Projection.
Rite of passage.
Oh, right. Tree walking, not free terrain. I can't buy things while I'm... Can I end this early? Ah, my hotkeys. I changed my hotkeys for casting. We'll move these. Can't cast it on myself. Tug me back. Is this really being tugged? I don't feel like that's the correct use of the word tugged. Okay, after 5 seconds, I can snap back to my body. Yippee! Can I overheal more with this yet, or what? Oh, wait, this is so annoying. This is one of those things where if you click something else, I have to select the spirit. Oh, that's surely not going to screw anyone over. This is my complaint with Nothel Boon as a facet. The overhealing is limited, and I think that makes it really suck. I think I would take Poison Bloom if I will try Dazzle. I don't know if we'll have time before I have to go, but Dazzle's certainly up there to try with this. But it's weird. Let me tell you, this is a little weird. Is this just better to be core Dazzle and be super aggressive with this? This is so out there. I would never have guessed this. I need time to process that one. Let's keep moving on so we can at least read everything. Yeah, I don't know. Muerta Ags while in Nothel projection. Surely there can't be any issues. Nothing weird. Death Prophet. Oh, she's getting moved to Universal. So what is she losing? Her level 1 damage is actually the same. She's actually gaining a little bit of damage. And then she's lost this suppress facet. I think that's the one that slows. I don't fully remember. Spirit Collector, Exorcism. Hero spirit damage increased from 91, 99, 107 to 91, 109, 127. If a hero dies during exorcism, their spirit is now added to both the current exorcism and as a charge for the next one. Oh, that's really good. Witchcraft, movement speed per level decreased to 0.5% per level. Spell cooldown reduction per level increased from 0.5 to 0.75. I think you would prefer that. I think there's a point where you're fast enough, and it's better to actually have lower cooldowns than faster move speeds. Is the other one the Morning Ritual? I am surprised Morning Ritual did not make her better. I think this is good. The ultimate getting kills and getting the spirit now and for the next one really rewards you for having successful plays around Exorcism. So that's kind of cool. Nothel projection works in Chronosphere. Oh, shit. That's kind of cool for it. Disruptor. Thunderstorm. Now procs its effects on units within kinetic field, even if the initial target is outside of it. Sure. Kinetic Fence. I want Kinetic Fence to be good, but boy, does it suck. Base charge restore time decreased. Yeah, we needed that. Minimum. Mana cost decreased. Yeah, needed that. 20 talent, plus 2 kinetic fence duration replaced with plus 1 kinetic fence charge. Ah, so at level 20, we can finally use 3 fences to create a triangle, to create, oh, I don't know, some kind of like kinetic field trapping someone in. Down to 11 seconds. I think that needs to be even lower. I'm willing to try this more, but I think it'll only be good in certain matchups. And actually, I wish this 20 talent went down somewhere else. In fact, I wish it was just a base part of it. I actually think Kinetic Fence, keep the longer cooldowns, give it 3 charges, so you can individually use the charges one at a time when that's good. If you really want to trap someone in the ult combo, it requires 3 Kinetic Fence charges to do it. And then the cooldown time is really long, so you're punished for having to use all 3 compared to just regular old Kinetic Field. I actually think that's a better way to balance Kinetic Fence, and then it would be more viable. But I'll still try this and see how it goes. Thunderstrike, radius increase from 240 to 260. Okay, that's pretty minimum. Level 10 talent, Thunderstrike damage per strike increase from 10 to 15. Minus 3 kinetic field cooldown replaced with 20 move speed. Didn't seem that great. Okay, I'm not that impressed with Disruptor changes. Doom. Base recharge restore time decrease from 85 to 80. Now we can eat Polywogs out the wazoo. Impending Doom no longer decreases damage per second. Yeah, I'm surprised more people aren't trying Impending Doom. I feel like Gluttony is so underutilized, but they just don't like the other stuff. I don't get it. Some people are creative with Gluttony, and then that's fine. But so many people just get it and then don't do anything, and I don't get it. Level Pain, bonus damage increase from 15 to 25. Yeah, this one absolutely became so bad when they changed it, but apparently not bad enough to counter the fact that Doom is Doom, and that's always good. Infernal Blade. Base burn damage rescaled from 20, 30, 40, 50 to 15, 30, 45, 60. Actually rewarding you for leveling this early if you wanted to do that. Doom. Cast range decreased. Damage per second decreased from 30, 50, 70 to 25, 45, 65. This is very annoying. Sorry, math. I still have to read. Game client out of date. I'm sure it's bug fixes. What is this? 10 talent? Scorch Earth damage replaced with 0.2, whatever. I'll update whatever this thing is. I'm sure it's just like bug fixes. Doesn't affect the actual patch. How do I feel about that Doom change? He does need a little bit of a nerf. Where can I learn the new map movements for a carry? It's going to take some time. I mean, it just came out, right? I imagine a similar path will still be fine to start, but it's just going to be a while. People have to try things to learn it. It's the same map. I mean, yes, but the movement of Twin Gates, Roche, stuff like that changed. Where wards are going to be good is going to be changed a little bit. The Polywog camps, how good they are, right? Is it worth going that far back when it starts as easy, medium, medium? Maybe it's even better, right? Put more emphasis on it. For example, some of the bat creeps, pro players never like to go to that camp because it's so far away from useful things. But maybe the Polywog camp makes it more or less useful, since some of them can become ancient creep camps. Now, granted, that's kind of in the late game, so the farming patterns are often more important for the early games where they're small, medium, medium, and maybe they don't like that area. So I do think we could see some shifts. Maybe it ends up being nothing, and it's still the exact same. But no one can answer that really until some time. I haven't even finished reading the patch, you know? So people are going to have to play a while to figure that out. To cement that point before we keep moving, people wanted this patch for ages. Me too. The meta was still changing. The Glimmer Cape stuff, Abaddon, PA, right? The meta continued to shift even as we were stuck on the same patch. So being day one on a huge patch like this is going to have a lot of ramifications that I'm sure we haven't thought of yet. Okay, Fire Dragon being reworked. This shit's too good. While in Dragon form, Dragon Tail applies to enemies in a 175 radius around the target. That's cool. Worm's Wrath. Attacks deal 10, 20, 30, 40 bonus magic damage to enemies. Increases all AoE effects by 25, 50, 75, 100. So he no longer has the facet. Corrosive Dragon's also being changed. Now also makes all Dragonite's abilities deal physical damage. Breathe Fire, damage type change to physical. Dragon Tail, change to physical. Worm's Wrath, believe it or not, physical. Fireball, physical. Interesting. It makes sense with the negative armor from Corrosive Dragon, but it's often not great to only be one type of damage. So I'm kind of curious if that might backfire in some regards. I also don't know why they didn't change Frost Dragon, which is the only facet that has not seen any level of popularity since the facets came out. Like, it's always been Corrosive Dragon or Fire Dragon. Why didn't they try buffing Frost Dragon? What the heck? Elder Dragon Form. While Dragon Form attacks now apply 30, 40, 50, or 60% of the damage to targets in the attack splash AoE. Now improves effects of Worm's Wrath regardless of the chosen facet. Attack splash AoE. Wait, so he just has this... So he always has this now, no matter the facet, but he never has the casual splash even with Fire Dragon. Is this not a buff? Is this not a buff to Dragonite? Wait. So Fire Dragon seems worse. But old Dragonite with Corrosive Dragon, when that one was stronger, was good. I guess I don't know how much extra damage, if any, he's getting from this stuff being physical damage instead of magic.
Who calls the Dragon Knight?
He gets 0. Oh, actually, 0, 1, 2, 3 is less armor reduction than I thought. All right, maybe it's not that good. But what if you get Orb of Blight and Orb of Destruction early, and now you're sitting at like 6 or 7 negative armor all the time? Is that becoming good? I think this AoE could be good for an initiating Dragonite. This won't be the... I don't imagine this will be the carry Dragonite facet anymore. But I actually do like the idea of playing this. I wonder if you could do... I don't know, maybe Worm's Wrath having bonus magic damage actually is really good in the laning stage. Maybe that is better than I thought. This is one to look into. Kind of an interesting idea. Drow Vantage Point. Bump this up 10%. Now levels with marksmanship, self-agility, percentage. Sorry, my cat's going a little crazy right now. You've been sitting in that room literally all day, you fat piece of shit. That's me. I know. I'm sorry, Jupiter. Self-agility percentage, bonus rescaled from 2% per hero level to 4, 8, 12, 16, plus 1 per level. So bigger upfront bonus. I think this ends up being better. I would need to do the math to see like exactly where it plays out, but I'm not going to do that right now. 15 arrow frost replaced with 1 multi-shot arrow. Gust. Okay. I'm trying to read a little faster, guys. Jupiter is free to walk in. The doors are open. He's just not coming in. It's a buff. Thank you, guys. Thank you guys for having working brains. We did the cast earlier. I took a small break. I was doing other work, and then we're straight into this. The brain's starting to go down, and we're only at Earth Spirit. We're maybe halfway through the patch right now. I haven't even looked at the map or anything in person. Earth Spirit ready to roll. Bonus move speed is also granted Earth Spirit when rolling over an allied hero. I thought it already did this. Whatever. Boulder Smash no longer deals bonus damage to creeps. Oh, that's a killer. Geomagnetic Grip is going to do 5 more damage at max level, guys. Watch out. The whole talent tree is being shifted up here. So what is this? Spell Amp replaced with roll distance. Rolling boulder damage replaced with boulder smash damage. Magnetized damage replaced with increased stun duration. Boulder distance, rolling boulder distance replaced with rolling boulder damage. Boulder smash replaced with magnetized damage. What is this last one? Rolling boulder stun duration replaced with boulder smash cooldown -3. Okay, so we're moving talents all over the place, and then there's one different at 25. The level 10 talents now seem bad. I think maybe the roll distance is a little bit better. I suppose there are some games where maybe you want the silence more often. I think being able to roll a little further would be better. I don't actually think you would take it till later. I think you would just level your regular abilities, take this talent later. Stun duration might help support Earth Spirit more. But you lose your bonus damage to creeps. Like, this is the big one. I think this is the biggest nerf to the hero right here. And then the fact that you can't go, like, Spell Amp into magnetized damage by 15 is also very painful. So I feel like it's pretty harsh. But I don't play Earth Spirit, so I don't truly understand this hero. I'm going to move on. Earth Shaker, Slugger, damage, creep death, decreased from 50, 80, 110, 140 to 40, 60, 80, 100. So that's a lot less at max level. Fissure, which this also scales off of his ultimate nowadays instead of Enchant Totem, I believe, which was another nerf to it. Not enough, but it was. Fissure, damage increased by 30 at max level, maybe a buff to support Earthshaker. And the mana cost is cheaper. That's definitely good for support Earthshaker. Not bad for Core Shaker either, but Enchant Totem mana cost increased by, holy shit, 15 at max level. So, stop playing Earthshaker Core, go back to playing Earthshaker support. Seems to be the idea here. Level 10 talent, base damage decrease from 30 to 25. Okay. Elder Titan, Astral Spirit. It does seem like they're removing a lot of this bonus creep damage, which I think I'm okay with. It's certainly a way to make a hero more viable, but it's tough when it's like, oh, this is supposed to be a hero-killing hero, Chaos Knight. Also, he can farm really fast anyways if you need to do that. Like, you know, like, Clockwork is really strong at initiating and fighting heroes. Also, he can farm creep waves really quickly if he needs to do that, right? It's certainly a buff to the heroes, but it feels weird. It, like, opens up the identity a lot. I'd rather us have our unique, like, I'm good at killing heroes, like, really good, and if I can't do that, then I suck, you know? And that means you need to be picked in the right situations, and I think that is good, especially as we add more and more heroes over time. If everyone can do everything, then we do get very messy. ET, bonus speed from heroes decreased by just 1%, not too bad. 20 talent, the cleave replaced with 350 Echo Stomp. Wake damage, ooh, you can do a lot in that time. But this is a level 20 talent, which is pretty late into the game. And then the 25 talent becomes cleave. Better for support ET, I would say. Worse for the core ET. Ember Spirit, pretty popular mid hero. Searing Chains, not just popular, but good. Back down from 3 to 2, already a big nerf. Oh, okay. Flame Guard, damage per second increased by 5. Magic barrier increased by a little bit, about 15 at max level. Okay. And the cast point decreased from 0.2 to 0. Nerf to the playmaking. Buff to the survivability. I'm not sure how much that changes the hero. Enchantress, Spellbound, Enchant, attack range bonus increase 50, 100, 150, 200, 260, 120, 180, 240. All right, that's not a big deal. Rabble Rouser, hero level, bonus damage per enchant. They're making it even stronger. Nice. Impetus no longer deals 2x damage to creeps. I completely forgot it even did that. Sproink, max mana. You rarely used Impetus to farm, I feel like. Maybe you use the Sproink, so maybe that part will be more painful with the Impetus. Sproink, mana cost increased from 50 to 60. Level 20, untouchable. Attack slow, reduced a little bit. Okay. I think this one's not that bad because I don't really think you used Impetus to farm all that often. I think this is the least painful compared to the other ones we've seen so far where abilities do less damage to creeps. Doesn't the Ember cast point buff make a big difference? Yes. This is when he's throwing out the remnants, not the one going to it, like activating it was already, I think that one is still 0. Wasn't that one always 0? Maybe I'm crazy. I think this one's instant as far as I know. This one, being able to throw it out faster, I think is good. The reason I don't think it might be as big as that seems is because a lot of times you throw out the remnant preemptively, so it's not that big of a deal. With that said, you do use it in team fights, and I'm sure the 0.2 will matter. It can travel like a little bit further, help you get away. So I'm sure it'll be good. Where the heck am I going? I zoomed way too far. But that's why I'm not sure how good this will be. What do you think of no Glimmer or BKB changes? I think it's fine. I don't think Glimmer is the problem. I think the problem is that cores can build Glimmer and still do enough damage to very instantly kill heroes, right? I don't even think that's that bad of a deal. It just depends what you want from a game. Like, if you can fight sooner and you get survivability stuff and it leads to more action, some people find that more fun. I don't, because I really don't think Glimmer was the key issue. I think there's many other things that come into play to make Glimmer good. But if you nerf Glimmer specifically, you just hurt the item and the supports who used to build it. I think you have to change the other things that make it viable for core heroes to build. Again, I don't think it's even bad if core heroes build it, that they don't have to always go like BKB. I actually think that's good. I think it's bad if you can go multiple defensive items and still have insane damage output. That is the problem. It's not the defensive item. It's the damage output of the original hero. Enigma, base damage down. Level 1 is 1 damage less. So he is losing a good chunk of damage, but Enigma is not usually right-clicking all that much. Event Horizon being buffed a little bit. Better at the late game, a little worse early. That one's not that big of a deal. Base agility up 2 for Faceless Void. Chronosphere is what? Little less mana. No longer suspends the duration of time dilation for affected units. I actually didn't even know it did that. No longer freezes enemy ability and item cooldowns. Also didn't know it did that, although I actually kind of like that. I wish it still did that. Time Zone. Okay, Time Zone has an essay here. Mana cost down. Cooldown up a little bit. Wait, what's Chronosphere's cooldown? Chronosphere's cooldown is a little higher. 160, 150, 140. So this is still a lower cooldown than Chronosphere, but actually being increased a little bit. Cast range decreased a little bit. Now this one suspends time dilation and freezes ability items. I get it because it's time zone. Chronosphere is also very similar though. Now also accelerates ability and item cooldowns for allies. Wait, guys, support faceless. Cooldowns accelerate by 4 times. Oh, wait a second here, guys. Radius is shrunk a little bit, so 700. I don't know if radius is the right word when this was like a square, wasn't it? That seems incorrect. Duration decreased from 5.56 to 3.75, 4.25, 4.75. No longer manipulates attack speed. What? Movement speed manipulation rescaled to be flat 60. Cast speed manipulation increased flat 60, flat 60, flat 60, or flat 40. Wait, but it should have kept the attack speed. And then I think this is actually quite viable. Level 20 top, plus 80 attack speed during time zone. I guess they want time zone to be a more support utility type ult rather than just an alternative to carry faceless.
Oh, who's that?
I don't know if I like just having the 4x accelerated cooldowns though.
Oh, who's that?
Yo, my man, Conglossian, thank you so much.
Tier 1 sub to
Thanks for
Chop
giving the 5 subs, dude.
Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
Kinglossian gifted a tier 1 sub to Yarite.
Oh, who's that?
Radius
Thank
is
you.
the same
What?
circular square in terms of it
Kinglossian
being
gifted
the
a tier 1
edge
sub
to
to
the
DJ
middle.
Pro 42 underscore.
Okay.
Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
Kinglossian gifted a tier 1 sub to Ricky 56.
Good with casters. I guess that's true. But I mean, Chronosphere setting up the lockdown for casters was also good. I don't know. Interesting. We'll have to see it. What are these other changes? Time walk cooldown is a little better at level 1. And then time dilation. Recasting time dilation on an enemy will now add a separate stacking debuff instead of refreshing the duration of the existing. Okay. Grimstroke. Ooh. Grimstroke. Stroke of Fate. Now displays a preview of the projectile trajectory. It's just like a quality. I guess. Okay. That's not what I was hoping for. I was hoping it'd be like faster or something. Aghanim Shard no longer applies a strong dispel when Ink Spell expires. Aghanim Shard now applies a basic dispel when Ink Swell is cast. Aghanim Shard bonus damage increased. And the heals increased. Okay, I'm totally playing Grimstroke with fine art. I really like this one. I think it's a lot of fun. I think it was very difficult to justify Instigate, not taking Instigate because of how good the shard was. But now the shard is a basic dispel on the cast, which is still good. It's maybe less good than the strong dispel, but it frees me up to get fine art without feeling guilty about that. And I much prefer that. Time zone's 100 second CD after it goes away if you stay inside it. Okay, actually that's maybe not as bad of a cooldown. I assume you're going to be in your ult most of the time. Gyrocopter, base agi decreased, base agi gain increased. Okay, so by level 10 it balances out. Flat cannon, mana cost increase. Yeah, he shouldn't be able to just like use that forever for free. Scepter now has a visual model representing the side gunner. I wonder how that works with different sets. Hoodwink, base agility increased by 1. Remove tree bounce trick shot facet, the free win. Okay, go nuts. Slight rescaling, worse in the early levels, better later. Hip shot, sharpshooter. Sharpshooter has 50% reduced cooldown. Turn rate is improved by 33%. Max damage, max debuff duration, and max windup time are reduced by 25%. Also affects decoy. I think I like that, actually. .22.5 second ult? You can just shoot this for fun. I think I like this idea. Mistwood's Wayfarer, redirect chance. I forgot about this. Rescaled, what is this? 14, 21, 28, 35, so a little bit better. Acorn Shot, bonus attack, range, rescaled, flat 100. Pretty big nerf to the range. The damage being a little better to compensate and maybe encourage you to take Go Nuts. The benefit to Go Nuts with Acorn Shot, at least to get like the original stuff. I guess a little bit worse. Scurry. All sources of evasion are doubled for the duration, including redirect chance from Mistwood's Wayfarer. Okay. Sharpshooter. Aghanim Scepter no longer decreases max windup time. Now increases move speed slow by 20%. I don't know if I care that much about that for the Ags, but okay. Level 10 talent, bushwhack cooldown. Mana regen. She does like to spam spells. It is kind of nice to get free mana regen. Level 10 talent, +1 scurry duration replaced with +1 scurry ability charge. Sharpshooter max damage replaced with sharpshooter provides vision while charging. Oh, that's actually kind of useful. True Sight? What? Not for wards, but True Sight to spot Glimmer meta and all that. That's interesting. Sharpshooter pierces debuff immunity with Sharpshooter max damage. Okay. Huskar? Support Huskar? Can we do it? Cauterize. Berserker's Blood can be activated, consuming 30% of the current health. Instantly applies a basic dispel on Huskar. That's actually so good. Then after a 3-second delay, restores the consumed health and additionally heals him 5% of his max HP for dispelled debuff. That is so good. This is the counter to Spirit Vessel right here. Getting healed is actually interesting because that actually might reduce his damage output. He still has Incendiary, right? Inner Fire is a little better cast point, and then the Burning Spear, 15 damage is up by 1, life break. This seems really strong. Anytime you get a free dispel, that's good. Now, I guess you can't use it when you're silenced. But the fact that this could be his free way to deal with Spirit Vessel, and maybe he didn't want to get BKB right away, that's really good. Did lose... Wait, what does Sanj build into now? Abyssal. Wait. Ranged hero, but the Abyssal late game value? That's kind of interesting. Halberd. He did like Halberd, so that's kind of out now, because you want it from the Sanj. I guess you just do Sanj and Yasha, and you don't care. Invoker. Can I play support Invoker? Back to being an intelligence hero. Smartest big brain guy. Health regen down. Okay, we got a lot here. Base damage down. Base int up. Damage at level 1 decreased by 4 to 6. Okay. Strength gain reduced a little bit. Agility gain up a little bit. Intelligence up a good chunk, 0.7. So the damage per level is down from 5.9 to 4.7. Removed Mastermind ability, removed Agnostic and Elitist facets. Added 3 orb-centered facets. Each provides an extra level for the specific orb. Amorality. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, by the way. For the specific orb, permanently improves in ability and sets their own Aghanim Scepter and Shard upgrades. Oh my goodness. Aghanim Scepter still provides +1 level to all orbs, but also provides an additional level to the orb of the chosen facet, allowing it to reach a max level of 10. This surely will not throw anyone off on tornado timings and stuff. Invoker always has an absolute essay of changes. All right, what is this? Quas. When Invoker reaches level 6, he gains a bonus level of Quas without spending a skill point. That is a cool way to buff the ability without making him way too strong at the laning stage. So it only takes effect at level 6. He gains a bonus level of Quas without spending a skill point. Also increases its max level up to 8. Aghanim Scepter increases 1, increase max level to 10. Okay. Cold Snap. Invoker heals for 13 to 130 health, depending on the level of Quas, whenever Cold Snap triggers. Ghost Walk can be upgraded with the Aghanim Scepter. When cast, the effect is also applied to all allied heroes and Forge Spirits within 600. Allies and Spirits have a
Who's that?
0.5
Thank you.
fade time and 20-second duration. Interesting. This is the old Treant guys. We can make everyone go invis. Zimmersaurus, thank you. Thank you for the Prime sub as well. Thank you, guys. Ice Wall can be upgraded with the Shard. Enemy heroes that stay in Ice Wall for longer than 3 seconds freeze, becoming rooted for 1.5 seconds and taking 300 magical damage. Also increases Wall's radial thickness by 40 and length by 160. Okay. Scholar of Corix. Mind of Tornaris. Wex. When Invoker reaches level 6, he gains the bonus, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we don't need to read that. Alacrity. Grants bonus 50 to 140 attack range. Based on the level. Okay. Or any ranged unit under his control. Does this apply to my teammates? If I use it on them, or is it just me? Tornado can be upgraded with the Scepter. Tornado creates smaller twisters along its path every 300 units. Each twister lasts for the duration of Tornado and persists for 4 additional seconds after the tornado is destroyed, dealing 120 damage per second in a 150 radius. Twisters have ground vision in a 50 radius around them. Damage interval 0.25 seconds. Damage from multiple twisters stacked. Twisters deal half damage to creeps. Can we get, for the TI video submissions this year, can someone remake like one of the Twister movie scenes, but with tornado ags? EMP can be upgraded with the Shard. Increases burn damage from 60% to 90 and pulls units to the center. Okay. That one is kind of what that one used to be. Agent of Galaron. Blah, we read that. Meteor increases meteor radius by 30 and travel distance by 200. Aghanim's Scepter grants Cataclysm exclusively with this facet. Cooldown decreased from 100 to 60. Min max distance decrease. What the hell is min? Oh, right. How far apart they spawn. Is this better? I guess I need to see that in play. I don't know if this is better or not. Sunstrike damage decreased from 100% to 75%. I think I'm actually okay with that. Sure, you can't get the crazy kill combo as easily because you're doing less damage, but it's way easier to use it to scout the enemy because it's only 60 seconds. So you can just use this like Zeus ult just to see what people are up to. Aghanim Shard also upgrades this to summon the current level of Forge Spirit at the location when damaging a real enemy hero. That's a really interesting idea. I'm guessing 2 Forge Spirits can spawn if you hit with both. Oh, sorry. If you hit with both Sunstrikes. That's kind of cool. Okay, let's read all these changes and then theory craft if we think Invoker support's doable. Each active orb provides 1 through 10 health regen by default. Leveling up Quas now provides +1 strength by default. Okay. Wex is bonus move speed and +1 agility. Exort is bonus damage and then intelligence. Cold Snap doesn't heal by default. Added values for levels 9 and 10. 2, 6. Okay, I guess that's what most of these changes are. Health regen per quas level rescaled. It's a bit worse, actually. Okay. Self speed rescaled. Okay, so this is worse. Ghost Walk is worse in the early levels. And like this bonus extra 10th level and stuff, sure, it's a little better here. And I guess the max level move speed is also a little higher, but the early levels, I think this is quite annoying to need an extra level to reach 0 and then start getting bonus move speed. Tornado. Okay, EMP. Burn values go up. Alacrity. Okay, just higher numbers for all these levels. I'm just trying to see if there's anything like unique, such as Forge Spirits. Okay, what's this? Forge Spirit count is changed from 1, 2 being 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3. You actually get 3 in the later levels. These values are true for both Quas and Exort, but the ability will use 1 with the lowest skill. I see. Okay. Forge Spirit's base mana decreased from 5 to 0. 5, sure. Okay. Duration rescaled. Okay. Damage rescaled. It's very similar. The later levels are a bit stronger, and they have more value in the these extra 8 and 9 or 9 and 10 levels. Ice Wall. Flat AoE bonuses like Gleipnir no longer increase. I didn't know they did. Doesn't increase the radial thickness of the wall. Increase the length of the entire wall. Duration rescaled. Okay. Added move slow values. Blah, blah, blah. Damage is actually a little bit stronger in the early game. Actually, this damage is way better on Ice Wall than what it used to be. Not that this is meant to be a high damage ability, but that's kind of interesting. I bet there's some clever uses for that. Damage rescaled. Okay. Knockback. Disarm. 15 talent, +1 Forge Spirit replaced with -4 Sunstrike cooldown. What is this cooldown? 23, so now it's 19 seconds? Compared to what? Oh, the Cold Snap's got to be better. 25 talent. It's now set for all facets. Wait, what? What does this mean? Does that mean you get all these effects? Or it's saying that the orbs, if I pick the Quas orb, I get bonus value, right? This extra skill point, and that 25 talent is saying they all get it? This is so much to process for Invoker. I feel like a Quas facet Invoker, if we wanted to try to play support, would be the way to go. Yeah, it's a lot. We'll just keep moving for now. That one's pretty cool though. I'm gonna give that one more thought later. We're almost at midnight here, and we have still halfway to go. So we'll try to read faster. Try to read a little faster. Okay, Io, base damage, up by 7. 4 more damage at level 1. A little bit better strength gain. Damage per level is down. Tether, upon casting Tether, Io now has a buff that shows Tether's remaining cooldown. This buff is only visible to Io. This is a very nice quality of life change. Io players know exactly what this does. If you don't play Io, it does not matter. Enemy move and attack slow increased. 60% at max level. Wait a second, that's pretty good. No longer deals damage per second to enemies by default. Now upgraded by Aghanim Shard. Deals 120 damage per second to enemies touching it. 50% of the damage dealt heals Io. This is considered... Ooh. It's considered pseudo lifesteal. Why lifesteal? Why not just make it spell steal? It's amplified by spell lifesteal and healing amplification, but does not have a creep penalty. Huh. Overcharge. No longer upgrade with the Aghanim Shard. Level 10, 15%. Replaced with 1.5. I wonder if you can do a Helm Dom build and farm with this shard. Helm Dom shard by 15. 120 DPS to farm things. I don't think the map is supposed to be bigger, but some of our sides had a lot of cliffs in the way. So now that it's opened up into water, it might feel bigger that way. I haven't even opened up a custom lobby yet. Jakiro removed Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost. I thought this was pretty uncreative. I'm pretty happy to see some potentially different stuff for Jakiro. Both Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost abilities are now available to the hero at the same time. They have a shared level and cooldown. Now always attacks with his Ice Head first, then his Fire Head. This results in swapping special attacks. Liquid Frost is always applied with the first attack, Liquid Fire with the second whenever applicable. Twin Terror, Double Trouble. Damage penalty is decreased from 50% to 40% and improves even further by 5% per macro pyre level. This is potentially a core Jakiro facet idea here. Icebreaker, Ice Path. Path duration increase from 3.54, 4.5 to 6. Okay, that's nice. Upon expiration, Ice Path detonates, dealing an additional 75, 125, 175, 225 damage, and stunning enemies for 0.5 seconds a second time. While the path exists, ability is replaced with a sub-ability which allows Jakiro to detonate his Ice Path early. Whoa. Wait a minute, guys. Okay, so just to be clear, this is not the stun duration going up. Ice Path goes out and exists on the map, now up to 6 seconds. If you walk into it, it stuns you for 2 seconds at max level. That is also tied to the remaining duration of Ice Path, I believe, the last time I checked. So, for example, if you're at 5 seconds of Ice Path being out, so it's got 1 second left, and they walk into it, it'll actually only last for 1 second. If it's the same, I haven't checked that in a while. But now, although the technical max stun didn't go up, we can actually activate it to get another half second of stun time and do 225 damage. This makes it way more tempting to max Ice Path early. It felt always very all in to do this because Ice Path does 50 damage. Usually. That's it, 50 damage. Now, 50 plus 225, 275 is still not that great, but it's like okay for wave clearing if you have to, while also allowing you to stun people and do some damage on these ganks. And now you get up to 2.5 seconds of stun on your target. Before this facet, you felt so bad anytime you didn't get dual breath. Let me read the rest first. Liquid Fire, Aghanim Shard reworked, makes Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost abilities not share cooldown. Nice. Liquid Frost makes Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost. Yeah, same thing. I don't even know why I read that. Level 25 grants Liquid Fire Frost replaced with 2.5% max HP. I'm never going to take that now. Well, I guess if you're playing core Jakiro, maybe you do that. I'm pretty sure dual breath will be better for support always, and maybe even for core Jakiro. This seems pretty good. I'm excited to try this Icebreaker facet for support Jakiro, and I might try Might try this one. I'm very glad he just has these now. And you will choose which one you use. So you can choose to use Liquid Frost, but you won't be able to use Liquid Fire. But there are times Liquid Frost is better, and there are times Liquid Fire is better. For example, if you're just going for casual harass, like a quick poke, you don't want to commit more spells, Liquid Fire, way better. When you're pushing towers, Liquid Fire is way better. Anytime you're going to throw out a bunch of spells, Liquid Frost is a lot better for damage because of the way it interacts with your spells. But it means you had to commit all of that every time you wanted to use it for maximum value. I mean, you didn't have to. You could just use Liquid Frost and auto attack a couple times, but you had to auto attack a couple times for it to really be value. Liquid Fire, you can just throw out and be done. I like this a lot. I'm going to try it if we get a chance. Ooh, Frost Breath. Yeah, Liquid Frost might also... It should activate with this as well. That's another way to proc it. That's cool. What would the best way to build this be? Well, I guess I'll try Max Ice Path. Would I even take Dual Breath? No, surely we have to take Dual Breath. Because the Dual Breath procs so many Liquid Frost. But what if you could do like 2 points Liquid Fire? Don't really use Liquid Frost. No, I feel like I think 1 point in Dual Breath will still be really good. I'm kind of talking to myself here, guys. I play a lot of Jakiro. I have a lot of thoughts on that, but I still need to read through everything else. Juggernaut, cast range 100 more. Swift Slash 5 seconds more on the cooldown nerf. Healing. Does this hero not need buffs? Am I misunderstanding? I guess I don't know his pub win rate versus his pro play, but let me tell you, his pro appearances are very low, and they're not usually great. And it's usually after like every other carry's banned out. I feel like this hero needed a more meaningful buff. Now, maybe the the item change and all of that will favor him, but I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing more of a buff here. I'm starting to have trouble processing talents, guys. I'm going to be real. I'm getting tired. Processing a lot of this information is getting tougher, but I feel this is not good. That's true. I guess the fact that he can take stats, Juggernaut was one of the heroes who used to do that. So maybe that'll help him. But I don't know. That's weird. Keeper, intelligence is a little higher. Innate ability being changed to special reserve. Keeper of the Light cannot go below 75 mana. Huh. Blinding Light, cooldown decreased from 25, 22, 19, 16 to 24, 21, 18, 15. Mischance goes up a little. What are your spell costs again?
Guides me on my quest.
But many items are over 75. But as opposed to needing 90 mana, you only need like 15 extra mana since you can't go below 15. That's a really interesting idea. I'm not sure how useful that is. But, I don't know. I really like the idea, but Keeper of the Light is not a hero you almost ever think, oh shit, I don't have enough mana. He is like one of the few heroes who would not need this. I get why they're giving it to him, but it seems really weird. So you can always cast Spirit Form. But Spirit Form is 75 mana at level 1, but the higher levels are even more mana than that. So then you wouldn't be able to cast Spirit Form. Like the first level 75, and then it goes up to 125, 175. I don't know. Kez. Oh, shit. I forgot Kez and Ringmaster are finally going to get facets. I want Kez support to be a thing. Base armor decreased by 1. Base agility. This is good. This is to nerf core Kez. Yes. Move speed down a little bit. Flutter. Switch discipline. Kez deals 12% more damage on the first attack or ability after switching to Katana, and gains 12% bonus move speed for 2 seconds after switching to Sai. Shadowhawk, Shoto Sai. Triggering a Shoto Sai mark from invisibility deals 50% more critical damage when Kez triggers a Shoto Sai mark. Reduce the cooldown of both Shoto Sai and Kazurai Katana by 20, 30, 40, 50%. They seem hard. Flutter is probably the easier one to use. Triggering a Shoto Sai mark from invisibility. This is kind of... Well, actually, maybe one of his abilities now has an invis, like, more than the ultimate. Because otherwise, this seems kind of, like, difficult to use consistently. Switch discipline. Katana bonus damage decreased from 20 to 12%. Okay. Grappling Claw no longer grants flat bonus hero lifesteal. Lifesteal and attack rescaled from 100% to 50, 75, 100, 125%. I think that's understandable. Aghanim Shard cast range increased very little. The cooldown also buffed, or nerfed, sorry, but ends up being the same. Raptor Dance now follows global lifesteal rules. Okay, no longer provides debuff immunity and a hard spell. Oh, interesting. Now provides a basic dispel and 0.1 seconds of invulnerability period on cast, and complete magic damage immunity for the duration. But it can be interrupted? Falcon Rush can now change targets while rushing. Bull Rush range decreased. Psi base attack rate. This is a nerf because the base attack rate's going up. This is also a nerf. Attack speed factor increased. This is the buff. Now, does this math work out? I have no idea. This is really hard to just tell by looking at the numbers. I would need to set up a whole spreadsheet and sit with the math. I'm not even going to try right now. Talon Toss deals physical damage. Okay, I guess if you have a Deso and stuff, that's better. I still think it's kind of nice to have a mix of damage, physical and magic. But I guess that's fine. Shoto Sai no longer slows marked targets, and the Shard no longer grants bonus move speed. The only way I can sort of see this being a support is if the 12 bonus damage on the first attack or ability after switching to Katana, like if this is stronger in the lane and can get you through it. Because I don't think this facet will be very good at all for support. For core, there could be value there. I don't know. I can't think that far. The math on this in combination with this is the only hope I have for it being somewhat viable as a support. And being very effective at trading in the lane, maybe with one of the orbs. Maybe all the orbs. Kunkka. 15 seconds less on Admiral Rum's cool. What is this cooldown even? 60 seconds. So 45 seconds it's available to you. Tidebringer damage up. Torrent up. Okay. Legion Commander. Base strength increase from 23 to 24. Spoils of War. Duel. Now, if Legion Commander wins, also automatically cast Press the Attack on her and all assisting allies. Oh, that's kind of cool. How much damage do people get? 5, 10, 15. I kind of like that idea. Let me read the other stuff. Mana cost rescaled, so it's cheaper at level 1, a little more expensive at max level. Moment of Courage follows the global lifesteal rules. Okay. Duel no longer casts Press the Attack on victory by default. Cast range decreased to a flat 200. Duration nerfed a little bit in the late game, but higher in the early game. Ag Scepter bonus duration down a little bit. Debuff immunity now has more prominent visual effects. Bonus damage per win increased or decreased from 8 to 5. I thought she would have a more direct buff. But maybe this is better than I think. You still have to win the duel, though. And that's what Stoneplate was so good for. Stoneplate was like solid laning, and you could feel more comfortable going for duels because you have this extra barrier to work with. You have to already be confident in winning the duels, and then you can win harder with press the attack helping you. I'm not sure on that one. LC4. You still got to win the duels for it to matter, though, guys. That's the problem. And you're now a support LC, and your duel is not as strong to win the duels. They need a facet where it just works on the W if you want like the easier support Legion. Less Shrek, Chronoptic Nourishment, damage as mana restore. Wait, what? 12% more? And Defilement is what? AoE per intelligence is being bumped up a lot. 15 talent, 10% move speed during Pulse Nova replaced with 10% damage reduction during Pulse Nova. Wait, that's also really good. And then this one is what? Damage reduction now being changed with Diabolic's Edict hits an additional target. This seems really good. What was the Bloodstone change that also seemed good? Free basic Dispel. Huh. Support Lesh? I think this is better for core Leshrac, though. I think the support Leshrac would still use the other one. Which I'm actually still open to trying. Support Leshrac with the other one. This seems good, though. These changes seem good for Leshrac. Okay, Lich is too strong right now. What did they change? Frost Shield, a little lower cast range. Duration is 1 second less. Sinister Gaze is actually dirt cheap to use now. Mana Drain increased as well. Doesn't deal the damage to creeps, which I think is fine. Now requires Aghanim Scepter to cast other abilities. Okay, they're putting that fair. You can maybe use this to be annoying in the lane more. The problem is the cooldown is a bit too long, so you could get punished for doing so. I'll have to do the math to see how this pays off. Like, if you just keep using it to drain mana from people. Chain Frost, bounce duration actually nerfed a little bit. Ice Spire. Now the Spire is damaged by 1 hero attack every time Chain Frost or bounce. Aw, why? Effect radius 750. I don't think I like that. Though, in theory, this actually maybe is good because now the Ice Spire will break while you're in the middle of trying to kill a hero. But I feel like the Spire surviving is still generally useful in team fights. 25 infinite bounces replaced with plus 100 Chain Frost incremental damage. Aw, man. All right. Some serious nerfs to Lich. The saving grace might be if Sinister Gaze as a constant casual use in the lane and train a bunch of mana ends up being good, but I don't think it will be. Because this thing only lasts 1.1 seconds at level 1, which means you're getting like 16% of someone's mana per cast, and then it's a 24-second cooldown. I don't think that's going to be nearly enough to weigh out the balances with this other stuff. With that said, this hero had an insane win rate, so it's going to be maybe not a dead hero, just more closer to that 50%. Above or below, I'm not sure. But fair. He did need a nerf. Base movement speed down by 5. Removed rage and unfettered. Flesh feast. That's gross. Feast. Max HP per hero kill. Increased from 15 to 25, 35, 45, 50. I gotta say, guys, 15 per hero kill was so pathetic when I saw that change. I'm willing to accept 55. The fact that it starts at 25 also seems kind of meh, but I kind of get it for balance reasons. I'm glad this one scales up now. In fact, I would also like it if it was retroactive. Maybe it's strong enough as is, though, anyways. Cooldown is reset if a hero dies while afflicted by open wounds. Oh, that's actually really good. Gore Storm. Infest allows the ability to be used on ancient creeps. Consuming creep drenches affected enemies in blood for 3 seconds. Drenched enemies take damage equal to 25% of the host's remaining health over the duration. When cast with Aghanim Scepter, Gore Storm damage is equal to 25% of the damage done to the hosted enemy hero by Lifestealer over the duration of the infest. I don't fully understand this, but I think it's you explode from your creep and you do more damage to the targets based on the HP of what you infested. I guess I'll have to look at the numbers on that later. This sounds pretty good for classic carry Lifestealer, but maybe there's some cool stuff you can do with this. Feast. Max health gain shown on the post screen. Nice. Infest can no longer target ancient creeps by default. Infested creep now loses 210% of their max HP each second. Oh, so you can't just sit in there forever. Level 10 talent plus 150 infest damage replaced with plus 4 all stats. Plus 4 all stats is such a sad talent. That is such a sad talent. This seems good. This is interesting. I'm not sure how to process the changes as a whole. I'm just going to keep moving on. Fiery Soul, move speed bonus per stack. Nerfed a little bit. No longer upgraded with Ag Shard. Laguna Blade, now upgraded with Ag Shard. 75% of the damage dealt is converted to an all damage barrier for Lena. God, damage barriers. Flame Cloak duration down a second. Level 10 talent, Dragon Slave. 3.5 to 3. 25 to 20. Guna Blade damage into barrier replaced with 60% combustion overheat damage. I don't feel like these are the nerfs I thought Lena would get. I guess the shard change is kind of meaningful. I don't know. Maybe the shard change is more than I was thinking. But honestly, getting a barrier doesn't seem that bad as a trade-off. So I don't know. Lion no longer instantly kills enemy illusions. Darn. Level 10 talent, 65. Earth spike damage replaced with 20 move speed. Really? Health per finger kill replaced with 15% to hell and back debuff spell amp. What?
Where's the fight?
All right, that sucks. I feel that Lion just got nerfed harder than Lich and Lena. And I don't know why. Why did they do that to him? Why did they do this? Lion just caught he's catching strays for no reason. Like, what's up with that? That's really weird. Lone Druid, Agi hero. What does this end up being? Level 1 damage is the same. Better stat gains. Oh, actually, the intelligence is a little lower. Damage per level worse. Unbearable facet. It's a facet name, not the description. What does that mean? Oh, the facet was unbearable. I see. I'm getting tired. These jokes are going beyond me now. Bare necessity stat bonus is what? Stronger at level 1. Gift Bearer. Lone Druid Spirit Bear receives a copy of his neutral item. This copy has an independent cooldown of the main one. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm curious how this will work out. The new neutral system with this. This might be good for him, but maybe it won't even be much. Spirit Link falls. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, this seems like a nerf, but maybe the neutral items will be really solid. Luna, Moonshield, damage reduction is a little higher. Sure. Lunar Orbit, collision damage, also a little higher. Not that impressed with this. Lycan, Strength Hero, base damage. Let's just see. Level 1 is unchanged. Stat gain is a little better overall besides the agility. Actual damage per level is not too bad of a nerf. Alpha Wolves. Hightail duration decreased from 8 to 6. Summon Wolves. Magic resistance rescaled. That's it? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Oh my god, guys. Alpha Wolves continue. Alpha Wolves continue on. I don't feel like this is that big of a nerf to Alpha Wolves. The hero scale is a little worse, I guess. I never even see this guy. He's just Midasing creeps in the jungle. I see these guys. It's fucked, guys. That's fucked. What? What? Look, someone got their animals confused, and they nerfed Lion way too hard instead of the wolves. I don't know what happened here. We're going to move on. Magnus, base damage increased. He actually has 7 more base damage at level 1. How's his stat gain? A little bit better intelligence. The overall scaling, not that great anymore. From 4.7 to 3.2. Diminishing returns. Are we giving up on reverse polarity? Oh, I don't see it removed. It's still in here. This is just an alternative. Do you have 4 fastest now? Oh, they just didn't have the note that it got replaced.
My pike is sharper still.
Make sure you guys can see that. Okay. Increases the max level of Shockwave to 5. Ooh, we're continuing this idea. Number of times +2 all attributes can be skilled decreased from 7 to 6. Shockwave. Level 5 makes a Shockwave return once it reaches its max distance, traveling 200 units further and dealing 50% ability damage on its way back. Okay. Eternal Empowerment. Empower. Ability is always enabled on Magnus. Every one of his subsequent attacks increases his self bonus by 2, 3, 4, or 5% up to a max of 10, 15, 20, 25%. Duration 10 seconds. Each stack refreshes the duration. Bonus per hit. Max. Okay, so if you're to carry, you're probably going Eternal Empowerment. And you can still use this on allies as well. Core Spellcaster, probably taking diminishing returns, and maybe even a support Magnus, which is sort of doable anyways, with this. Could be interesting. Shockwave no longer upgraded with the Ag Shard. Mana cost 75. Oh, it's a lot more expensive now, though. Skewer, he should be nerfed. He's actually too good. Reverse polarity, just so you're game breaking. Skewer now deals percentage of the distance traveled as damage again. No longer deals damage per trees and cliffs. Yeah, that shit was dumb. I like the idea. It's just way too hard for it to be good. Increases skewer range by 275 and deals an additional 30 damage per tree hit and 125 damage for cliff. But what about dragging them through the waterfall? How much extra damage do I get for that? For skewering past a polywog? I need that to be added in. Shockwave slow, duration is higher. Or sorry, skewer slow duration is increased, and then level 10 talent is mana mana regen's actually kind of nice for spell casting Magnus. All right, Marcy, what is happening here? Level 1 has higher base damage. Damage gain overall is lower. The sidekick and bodyguard, we're done with it. Buddy system, bodyguard. Bodyguard's back. While bodyguard and Marcy and her partner share 100% health healed by this ability with each other. Okay. Pick me up, rebound. Adds an alt cast, which allows Marcy to bring the targeted ally with her to her final destination. The ally deals 25% of the rebound damage to enemies on landing. Won't affect rooted or leashed allies. Okay, that's a cool idea. A lot of aggressive potential with this in the lane. Bringing in your melee hero, both of you jumping in, that could be really good. Fleeting Fury. If Marcy has Unleashed leveled, after landing with Rebound, Marcy gains a short Fury combo. If Unleashed is already active, its duration is instead extended by 3 seconds. This combo has 3 hits instead of 5, and Aghanim Scepter doesn't apply silence to it. Ah, okay. So to me, this seems good for core Marcy and maybe support Marcy too. This seems much better for support Marcy if you're playing aggressive in the lane, and you can then save people later with it too. I'm not sure when I think buddy system's going to be good. I'm not sure on that one. Special delivery now has an active component. Marcy whistles and instantly teleports her courier to her. What in the hell? Courier has a cooldown is 240 seconds. Cast point is 1 second. What? That's so weird. I'm up for it. Hey, Hef, what's up? He's trying to find where to stand. That's so weird. I guess that'll matter at some point. Let's see, what are the most useful applications of that? Start the game off, instant item delivery. Wish you had more detection. Have it out. Your team is like, supports no smoke. Report. You're like, special delivery. I've got one. Idiot. Interesting. Buy items right at the start of the game. Get kills. Buy key items. Deliver it immediately so you can just keep going. A salve and a clarity as well. There's going to be some cool uses for that. Rebound mana cost is more expensive. Okay. Marcy's not that smart of a hero. 1.9 int gate. So, bit expensive there. Bonus speed down a little bit. Ag Shard, yeah, no longer increases. Okay, Ag Shard now increases damage by 20%. 384 on rebound, plus then another 25%. Okay. Bodyguard no longer provides bonus armor, now provides the selected ally with 75% of the lifesteal and damage. 75 rebound landing radius. 1.5 dispo slow duration. Wait, that kind of sucks. I'm so going the radius like every time. Forget this dispo slow. Who cares? Who cares? Okay, Mars Victory Feast. Arena of Blood now provides 50% of the bonuses to all allies that are in the arena when an enemy dies. It didn't do that already? I thought it always did that. It was only him? Huh. No wonder why the other one's better. Dauntless now affects only Mars himself. Radius decreased from 2,000 to 900. HP regen per extra enemy increased from 30% to 50%. I forgot about like this being his innate. Sure, why not? Okay, I don't think I care about that. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the numbers here, but I'm not a Mars player, so I'm just gonna keep going. Medusa, Undulation. Base movement speed increased from 275 to 310. Medusa's movement speed is fixed and is unaffected by most effects. The only two exceptions are Stone Gaze, which increases movement speed to fixed 465 for the duration, and the bonus from going downstream. Wait, so like I get boots and it doesn't do anything? What? Why though? Split shot now upgraded with Aghanim Scepter applies on hit effects to apply to the secondary target from split shot. Increases target count by 1. So no longer needing to get to 25 to do this. Mystic Stake no longer upgraded with Aghanim Scepter. I'll miss this one. I actually thought that was a cool one, but this is interesting. Cold-blooded single target Mystic Snake now always turns the enemy into stone for 1 second. Oh, nice. The level 10 talent Mystic Snake replaced with Gorgon's Grasp Radius. Hell yeah. 25 talent is now 40 intelligence, so way more mana. I don't understand this facet at all. I have no idea. Yeah, you can't be slowed, but you're already slow. Like, if your speed is set to 310 and boots don't affect it, I don't get the point. Let's say it does work with boots. Again, what is the point? You're a ranged carry that wants to stand your ground and fight. You're not a hero who is constantly running away and chasing people. So I don't understand why you wouldn't care about being slowed. This is a melee hero issue who constantly gets kited by slows and stuff. Medusa walks up to objectives and you have to come to her is the main thing. So I really don't understand why you would want this on a Medusa. Meepo, pack rack's gone. Oh, I see that. I was wondering how that would interact with the neutrals. More Meepo. Number of times +2 all attributes can be skilled or decreased from 7 to 6. What? Codependent. All Meepos have a stackable aura that increases nearby Meepo attack speed by 7% and armor by 2. Interesting. More Meepo gives you like one other level in the ultimate, right? And that's why you lose one on the stats. Sticky Fingers, updated to the new neutral crafting system, increases selection of artifacts and enchantments from 4 to 5. Carry will pick it so they can skip boots from 275 to 310. I guess so. Here's the noisemaker himself. Meepow! All right. Mirana. Back to being an agility hero. Higher damage in the early levels is important for her. 4 to 6 is quite meaningful when you poke a lot. And then all the stats went up. The damage per level is down by 1. Moonlight and Solar Flare are out. So what is this? Starstruck. Starstorm's second meteor deals more damage and blinds the target. Second meteor damage, 100%. Blind miss rate, 60%. Blind duration, 3.5 up to 5. That could be really good for trading in the lane. You just double Starstorm someone, and then they can't even right-click trade you. Leaps and bounds. Leap. Upon landing, leap roots targets. 250 radius around Mirana for 1. Core Mirana taking this. People can no longer... I know you technically have arrow to stop people, but if you didn't have it, you could now use leap and just whack people for the entire time and they can't get away from you. This is still so bad. Healing Lotus effectiveness increased from 20 to 50%. This is so bad. Okay, you know what? Actually, it's a little better now that they changed the way the Lotus pool works, so it's easier to get the really high-level Lotuses, but I still think this is so bad compared to others. Starstorm, second meteor decreased. Yeah, okay. Leap. Less move speed. Ag Shard rework no longer increases distance, no longer creates damaging wave. Now grants +1 leap charge. Attack during leap buff critically strikes for 150 damage. Sure. Also increases Mirana's outgoing damage by 9, 12, 15% for the duration. I don't really like that. 18 seconds. I guess. A lot of the times you use Moonlight Shadow to go find opponents rather than actually use it in the middle of a team fight. But you invis run into like Roche Pit, for example, and you will get the remaining seconds with the damage output. Encouraging for a core or scaling support could be useful. But I don't know if I like it conceptually. -2 arrow replaced with -2 Starstorm cooldown. That seems good with the new facet. Snaking buffed right here. Well, I don't know if there's any good or not still, but interesting. It at least gives me hope to explore Mirana support compared to what it used to be. Monkey King. Simian Stride. This shit's been so hard to balance. Increases max level of Tree Dance to 5. It started with Alpha Wolves, but I find it interesting we're moving into other abilities now. I'm open to it. Number of times +2. Yeah, okay. Level 5 reduces Tree Dance cooldown to 0. I see. It's still really low cooldown before that, right? Or is this just now the new effect? Okay.
My next great challenge will be your last.
So this is a way to keep you mobile, but prevent the early level Monkey King from having 1 point and rotating all over the map. That's the most important time to be all over the map, though, for core Monkey King to have impact. He's super strong, though, so I think it's fair to nerf it. And I guess you do... For farming speed, you frequently do max Tree Dance. It's your best farming tool in terms of spells. Mischief scales with Wukong's command. Cooldown rescaled. Bonus move speed rescaled. Interesting. Jingu Mastery. Yeah, that's fine. Actually... This is actually a pretty big nerf because the classic is Jingu up and then Q on a creep wave. It might still be enough healing that you still get full healed, so it doesn't matter, but that's painful to the laning stage. Oh, you're right. This doesn't have the health cost anymore. So worse to get to this ability, but then better once you actually have it. Because you don't have the damage threshold. That actually might still be pretty worth it then. But then this one hurts the lane, so we're going to have to see on that front. Okay, Morphling. Wait, we removed what? Removed Adaptive Strike Strength ability as it is merged with an Agility one. Waveform on Ebb now attacks all targets it goes through with 50% of Morphling's attack damage. Does not apply on hit effects. No longer knocks enemies back. Move to base spell. Flow changes to Strength. Morphling gains 1% spell amp per 4 agility. Spell amplification effect is breakable. Adaptive Strike stuns an enemy for 0.5 to 2.4 seconds depending on Morphling's strength. Has the same rules. Knockback. So we're taking away the cooldown reduction? I really liked that. I thought that was cool. No longer grants 100% bonus stats from talent. Oh yeah, that one. I forgot about this. This one also sucks. Now talent trees all attribute bonus provides an additional +3 to Morphling's primary attribute. I guess that's better. He previously had like when you leveled up, you were half a level, you got the stat, and then it was like, oh, 100% bonus. This has been like one of the worst innates in the game, in my opinion. I still think this one's not that great. Waveform no longer attacks enemies by default. Adaptive Strike merged both abilities into one. Now knocks back enemies by default. Distance is between 50 to 350 units based on the strength. Maximum effective reach with Morphling strength is 50 higher. Blah, blah, blah. No longer stuns enemies by default. Cooldown is whatever. Okay. Mana cost, 10 flat. Much more painful in the early game. Better in the late game. But I don't think in the late game it mattered as much. So this is a bit of a nerf here. Morphling now keeps his attributes while morphed. Waveform God. Okay, try to focus, guys. Waveform range replaced with plus 12 morph duration. 15 agility replaced with 75 attack range. 16 morphs replaced with 250 waveform range. 1 adaptive strike. Sun replaced with 20 agility. 75 waveform attack damage applies on the effect. Uh-huh. Okay. Alright. Nerfed. I think. Technically, your early farming speed. No, I guess he had this anyways, right? Gonna close my door in a moment. You were just losing it. He already had his dinner and everything. This seems not. Yeah, maybe. I liked the support morph. I'm kind of sad to see it go. Because I mean, maybe it'll still be a thing, but not that version of it. The low cooldown stuff. He's really strong, though. I think he did need a nerf. I'm having trouble understanding everything here, but I do think this is a pretty meaningful nerf, this attribute shift stuff to the early game. Muerta. Base intelligence decreased, but increased the intelligence gain. Removed parting shot. I didn't really like that ag, so let's see what it is now. Now upgraded with Aghanim Scepter. Increases damage by 125. Deadshot AoE expands after it ricochets and pierces through enemy heroes as it fears them. That's kind of cool, so you can fear multiple enemies. Gunslinger. Secondary shot now prioritizes heroes, then non-hero units, then buildings. Secondary shot chance decreased 5% of max level. Level 10, 50 less cast range. 5% max inside the calling replaced with 150. This sucked, guys, in my opinion. I thought that was so bad. I think flat 150 health is actually straight up better. 15 talent, 80 deadshot damage replace. Oh, God, it's back at 15. No, it's not good. I don't know why you would want that one. I feel like that's so bad. I don't get it. This level 10 talent choice is actually a lot harder to pick now because you wanted the Deadshot cast range, but 150 flat health is also quite nice. Give me a second, guys. Let me see what my cat is on about. Maybe there's something he needs. I think he's just meowing, though. He just wants more food. Back to standing. I don't know. Moita's like in an okay spot. She's a little on the strong side as a support, not very relevant as a carry. But maybe the item changes will be good to her. Because they were trying to change some stuff with like magic and attack and stuff. So maybe that alone is a buff. I don't feel like these changes are particularly inspiring in making me think she is dead as a support or really strong as a carry. Don't chew that. You troublemaker. This is not a snack. Deadshot's a massive W. In terms of the Ags, you mean? Because I do think Parting Shot had its uses, but I also thought it was like either weird or way too good because you could just take a hero out and there's like very little counterplay. I didn't like that. Multiple Fears I think is cool. I don't know if that's worth an Aghanims, but maybe. It could be good, like depending how they're lining up and everything. Naga Siren, Eel Skin is a little bit stronger, sure, and Snare. It's replace a real in speed. I don't know about that. Nature's Prophet. Ooh, you guys know okay, guys, I got so confused. I really, in my core, felt that Nature's was a universal hero, and then every time I'd be like, oh yeah, he's actually just he's a regular intelligence hero. He really made sense to me as a universal hero. Base damage down by 2, so level 1 is the same, and his damage scaling is going to be up a little bit. Soothing Saplings has not been good. Allied Tangos provide double the heal duration when consuming a tree created by Sprout, similar to when targeting Iron Branches, I guess. Spirit of the Forest Treant multiplier changed from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to just 4. Okay, so a nerf to core treant and maybe support treant is a little bit... I don't know, guys. This is actually still so bad. This is only good at the very start of the game, and the way to use Sprout to heal is so bad. You literally have to trap your own ally so you get no damage from it on your opponent. I really don't like the way it works currently. Spirit of the Forest now scales with Wrath of Nature instead of Nature's Call. Bonus damage per tree rescaled, and then radius. So this is a... he's not even good. Am I missing something? I guess the fact that he's universal is the buff to him. And that's been a really strong buff to a lot of heroes in the past. So maybe that's actually all he needs. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I hit harder, and that is all it takes. But this is not that great. It's a buff, but like still not that great. I think this is straight up a nerf. Unless yeah, I mean it scales off Wrath of Nature instead of Nature's Call, and the scaling is not as good. Am I missing something? It's a flat 4%, which is better in the early game, but the radius... I don't know. I guess the radius increases as time goes on. Okay, what if I... Wait. Let me think a little bit more. The brain's tired. So the early scaling bonus damage per tree is better. And we're now a universal hero, so stats are worth more. So what if we took Soothing Saplings as a universal hero, we walk up to our opponent, we sprout ourselves, and then we whack them. Our damage is probably kind of decent, and then we eat a tango on the tree so that we even have more regen.
I speak for the trees.
What's our... I do something like that. 55 base damage. Like, not bad. There we are, fighting to the death. It sucks. Guys. What's the scaling 140 up to 20? The heal is just so meh. I love natures. I'm sure I'll try it. This does not excite me. It doesn't excite me. Necro, Rapid Decay, Ghost Shroud now makes enemies have their restoration amplification decreased by the same value as Necrophos' gain. Sure. That's kind of cool. Extra good versus the heroes who care a lot about healing, but also reduces like satanic effects from carry. So that's kind of a cool idea. Heartstopper aura radius shrunk a little bit, but the effects are stronger in the early game, a little weaker in the late game. Night Stalker, removed Blinding Void facet, Night Rain. Changes Roche's first. Okay, so this one does still swap. Changes Roshan's first move to the top pit to be at 20 minutes instead of... Wait, Roshan stays in the bottom pit the entire time? Until... I thought he just swapped like every day and night cycle. He stays in that pit until 15, or in this case, 20 minutes. Is now granted for free on level 1. Oh, max levels increased to 5. Move speed rescaled to accommodate your free level without being broken. That's so good, actually. Isn't it? Did they buff this guy? I don't think he even needed a buff. I thought he was just in a good spot. Increases max level of Void to 5. Number of times, yeah. Level 5 deals 400 damage, has 4-second night wow. Interesting. And becomes a point target ability with 300 AoE during the night. Oh. So every time you use it, it becomes night for a little bit. Wait, that's kind of cool. No longer reduces vision. Night duration decreased to 2.5. Oh, I'm totally overthinking this, guys. This is just the slow lasts longer at night. Boo. I was thinking it turned to night like for 4 seconds. And I was like, wait, that's crazy. That's so interesting. Yeah, that sucks. I mean, it doesn't suck, but that's boring. Level 10 talent, 80 void replaced with minus 1 void cooldown, status resistance change, darkest engine change. Okay, whatever. Nyx. Base damage is the same at level 1. Stat change, not that much. So the overall damage gain is down, but that's not really what Nyx does anyhow. So I don't think that's that big of a deal. Mind Flare burns a certain percentage of the target's max mana. How did this work before? I don't remember. Impale, cooldown decreased by 1 second. Mana cost down a little bit. Mind Flare no longer instantly kills creeps. Very important to balance this hero. Max mana as damage increased, though, to try to compensate this. 25 to 20. So maybe you just like Mind Flare enemy heroes in the lane a bunch. Oh, it used to be all your damage would burn mana, wasn't it? And now it's specifically Mind Flare. It was all abilities. Okay, yeah. So this will be really good versus certain heroes, but still maybe not as good as Scuttle. But maybe this hero sucks anyways because he can't insta-kill creeps. And the whole way you got through the lane and eventually hit your Dagon timing was by doing that. Yeah, big L for Nyx Assassin, I gotta say. Ogre Magi, Bloodlust, nerf just a little bit. It's actually not that bad. Yeah, these are kind of fine. Omni Knight is pretty bad, I would say. And he is looking not much better. Okay. This guy, no one plays Omni Knight. What is his pub win rate even? I guess it doesn't even matter at this point, so I'm not even going to click. But weird. Oracle intelligence gain decrease from 3.8 to 3.6. Clairvoyant curse spell amplification per level increase from 0.75 to 1. I forgot about this. False damage, or sorry, false promise. Oh, I gotta scroll further. False promise, Agnum Scepter bonus damage increase from 25 to 30. Level 15 Fortune's End heal damage plus perfect. I actually think, well, now the whole meta is gonna be different. If we had stayed on 7.37E for a little bit longer, I was thinking Oracle might rise back up because I don't think Oracle is that bad. And then it's good versus Glimmer Capes, and Abaddon was really meta. I actually thought we were going to see more Oracle. I don't know if that's the case anymore. So I don't really know what to make of this. Usually 1080 is available. I don't know what's been happening lately that 720, some people can only see 720, some people do see 1080. Sorry, I still got to sort that out. I don't know why it's like that. OD, Obsidian Decimator, Essence Flux. Max mana increase on proc increase from 4 to 5%. Oh, small amount. 10 talent, 200 health is changed with Astral Cast Range. Okay. Current mana is movement speed. What the heck? I didn't even remember that. From 1.5 to 1%. 125 Astral, 8% Astral Improvement. Astral Imprisonment mana capacity steal. I wonder if there's a support OD.
Darkness advances.
I was actually talking about this. Someone had a guide on this that they wanted me to look at. It was doable before, and then it got nerfed, so it wasn't as good. Ow. Why you take your nap? You must nap. Pango. Base damage increased. So his level 1 damage is better. That's always very important for mid heroes. The damage scaling is down quite a lot, though. 15 talent is what? Duration. Ooh, attack damage as swashbuckle damage. Just in time for losing all his damage as a universal hero. 20 talent, moving that one. So that one gets the 2-second. 25. Ooh, 16 to 15. Amazing. All right. Seems like a nerf to Pango overall. That's fine. We're all always in the works of trying to get this guy out of the meta. All right, bye, Jupiter. This is part of the reason Glimmer Cape was an issue, guys. Methodical, I forgot that it increased the damage on her ultimate. So they're nerfing it a bit. Completely forgot about this. Stifling Dagger, whenever a dagger hits and does not kill an enemy. He's feeling restless. I'm trying to swing at my feet. Whenever a dagger hits and does not kill an enemy, it leaves a stacking debuff that lasts for 6 seconds. Ow, stop. Yeah, go play with your toy. Let me throw my, let's throw his toe up. Get out of here, Jupiter. When the debuffed unit dies, they launch what? Stifling dagger per stack at random enemies around the target. That's so weird. These daggers have 50% damage and slow. Stacks can't be dispelled, and each new dagger refreshes the duration of all current stacks. Recast range equals stifling daggers cast range. Uh-huh. hold on, guys. Let's hold that thought. Let's hold that thought. Immaterial. Bonus evasion per level decreased from 1.5 to 1. Stifling dagger. Movement slow. Nerfed pretty heavily, about 1 second at max level. Blur isn't removed on attack by default. Coup de grace is what? Less damage, thank goodness. Fan of Knives, cooldown increased. Mana cost increased. So this is reduced. Fan of Strike. Stifling dagger damage to maybe make this faceted thing earlier. And then this one gets the cast range. Okay, guys. Is there a support PA that spams dagger with the 3 different orbs? Do we think this is a thing? Get out of here. Keep chucking his toy mouse out. Is this a thing? How does this work? I gotta see how this works.
The phantom creeps in like a wisp.
Flayed twins guide places everyone.
When does this go? Oh, they have to die. Okay, I take it all back. This is not gonna work.
I will not hesitate.
No, this ain't it. Nah. PA support dream with 3 orbs, dead. PL, are you dead? Strength, 19 to 21. Remove that facet. Lancelot. Spirit Lance. Copies of Spirit Lance created by Phantom Lancer's illusions deal 25% of abilities damage. Lance copies don't deal any damage to enemies they bounce on with Aghanim Scepter. So it does a lot more. You create a bunch of illusions, then you have a really strong Spirit Lance. That's kind of an interesting idea. Spirit Lance, Scepter bounce count decrease from 2 to 1. Scepter bounce illusion damage increase from 20 to 30%. Juxtapose, the damage is a little less. And then the talent, plays with slow. Wait, this is like, this is really weak, guys. I'm very unimpressed with this, but maybe some of the neutrals we were saying could be interesting, like the Shiv, whatever that one was. That one maybe is like good for PL, but I don't know. Maybe this damage is more than I think. It's like you're getting 4, let's see, 280 base damage at max level. If you have 4 illusions, 5, is that good? I guess it's kind of a chunky nuke every 7 seconds. And then if you have like 8 illusions, it's like triple damage.
We come for you.
I don't know. I don't know about that. Conda PL. Okay, wait, yeah, maybe we're cooking here. I'm open to this. I don't think the Conda damage would factor into Spirit Lance, though. I think it would only be the base damage. I'm not sure about that one, guys. Phoenix, back to being a strength hero. The level 1 damage is the same. The damage scaling a little lower, but that doesn't really matter. Hotspot now applies 2x blinding sun stacks to the targets near the end of the beam. Level 10, damage replaced with more mischance. Sure. Primal Beast, Romp and Stomp removed. Now we have Provoke the Beast. Uproar. In addition to stacks from hero damage, Primal Beast also gains 2 Uproar stacks upon being stunned, hexed, feared, taunted, or rooted. I don't know why I said that out of order. Things from self-casts and allies don't count. Okay. Ferocity, Pulverize, AoE bonus is now granted at the start of each slam instead of at the end. Bonus AoE hit up to 25, and then decrease from 10 to 20. Huh. Get the stack sooner? I guess. I mean, this matters when it matters. You know, like they're trying to kill the primal beast, so they jump lasso type stuff, and you're instantly getting some extra armor stacks. What's the other changes? Knockback radius and distance are no longer affected by AoE increases. No longer increases base damage. Slow per stack rescaled. Eh. I actually thought Primal Beast would get a slight buff, if anything. He didn't really need to be changed much because I think his I think he was in a relatively okay spot. Like when you needed certain breaks. Some teams liked him more than others. And I guess he didn't get changed that much between all his stuff. Puck. Puckish needs to be nerfed. It is being nerfed, okay. Not by a lot, though, but I guess it's something. Dream Coil. A little bit more mana. And then the talent. Sure. Ooh, changing Pudge facets. Okay. Fresh meat, strength increase from 135 to 246 per when you use this ult on, I forget exactly how this even works. I think every time you deal damage, it increases the strength, something like that for a little bit. And then this is what? Rotten Core. While Rot is active, Pudge gains bonus attack damage every second, up to 80% max damage at level 4 after 5 seconds. Once Rot is deactivated, damage bonus rapidly decays. I guess a carry core Pudge facet. I liked Flayer's hook. Was it too hard to balance? I thought it was cool. I was hoping Pudge would become good and I could make that my excuse to play Pudge. Aghanim Shard upgrades Meat Hook. When Meat Hook hits an enemy, it deals 20% of the pulled distance as bonus damage. Okay, there's Flayer's Hook. When Meat Hook hits an ally, Meat Hook cooldown is reduced by 50. Oh, okay, that's kind of cool. You can use it to save people, but you do lose the eating people with the dismember. This was the best. This was really good, but maybe too good versus certain heroes. This seems like a nerf overall. Mortal Oracle, thank you so much for the sub. This seems like a nerf to me. Pugna doesn't instantly kill illusions anymore. I guess they are trying to bring back illusion heroes that have been pretty out of the meta. They're taking out the stuff that insta-kills them. No longer restores mana. Wow, that is a big deal. So, okay, so what is the buff? Doing way more damage and heal. 120 to 150 is a big increase at the start of the game. Up to 350. Is that... Man, it really changes what he's good with. This is so different. Does this kill support Pugna? Not totally. You can still heal. But you do a lot of damage. You kind of want to hit 6 early now, because 150 per second in the early game when people are still at like 1,000 health, I mean, that's a lot. I guess you still do a lot of the same annoying stuff earlier. You lose a lot of momentum not giving mana to teammates, though. Queen of Pain, Masochist, outgoing spell damage reflected, increased 6%. Seems like a lot. Bondage, now is a facet that improves Succubus. Succubus now also makes spell lifesteal apply to reflected magical and pure damage. Okay. Innate ability also makes all sorts of spell lifesteal apply to pure damage. Spell lifesteal increases from 12-18 to 2-14. Or decreased. Interesting. So that she can still lifesteal from her sonic scream and stuff. Shadow Strike initial damage increase 30, 60, 90, 120 to 50, 80, 110, 140. Aghanim Scepter no longer increases initial damage by 50. I want to play Queen of Pain, but I'm terrible in the mid lane, guys. I really want Queen of Pain to be a viable support. I don't think this is it, though, but maybe Bondage. Is there like a way... I don't know. Maybe Bondage lets you trade in the lane. And that could be something. And now Shadow Strike is marginally better. 20 more damage. And then you buy Orb of Frost or whatever. Maybe there's something. I really want to be able to play Queen of Pain. I used to like playing Queen of Pain when I would play mid with my friends. And I have not been able to play her since then. No, I like the hero before I had the skin. But I do have a very decked out set. That is true. And we never use it. Razor, Static Link. Aghanim Shard no longer pulls Razor and his target closer together. Instead, slows the target's movement speed by 1x the amount of damage stolen while the link is active. Oh. You can end up stealing several hundred damage. So they'd be super slow. Storm Surge, strike damage now classified as reflection damage. Level 10 talent. Oh, who even cares? Ricky's next. Okay, Ricky. I've been enjoying Ricky support. Contract Killer, Hero Assist, rescaled from 25, 100, 100, 100 to 25, 75, 125, 175. This also sucks. Ricky also gets 25, 75, 125, 175 bonus XP for courier and ward kills. Now that might actually be kind of worth it. What is this scale on? The ultimate? Yeah. I'm going to think on this and do some math on how much that XP actually matters. How does it compare to Exterminator now? When Ricky kills a non-hero unit during Tricks of the Trade, the cooldown is reduced by 0.75. Wait, this is even better then! I don't know, guys. I think we're still not taking Contract Killer. This is even better now. Smokescreen no longer buffs out. No! Dang. I'll still try it. I would still try it and see if it's any good. The fact that it was a buff to allies was very, very strong, but I still think it could be pretty good. Only in the right situations, though, maybe. Ringmaster. He's in... Wait, Kez didn't go to Captain's mode, right? Which pro team plays first? Who can be the literal first professional to play Ringmaster? Surely there must be some tournament going on right now, so I guess it's probably already claimed. Added to Captain's mode, remove center stage facet. What do we got? Carney Classics. Sets Dark Carnival souvenirs to Funhouse Mirror, Strongman Tonic, and Whoopee Cushion. So these are the ones we all know and love. So now you can choose a separate set of souvenirs. Sideshow Secrets. We have Crystal Ball. Scans a targeted 450 area for 4 seconds. Indicates whether there are enemy heroes in that area for the duration. Reveals invisible units and wards in the scanned area, but does not provide vision. Okay, so the way like gem works, I think. The reveal effect lingers for 1 second. Global cast range. Interesting. It's like scan/gem globally. could be used to deward really early without needing to use sentries. Okay. I'm kind of open to that. Unicycle. True or false, guys? I can ride a unicycle. After 0.5 seconds of preparation, Ringmaster mounts a speedy unicycle to ride around on for 10 seconds. Crashing into trees destroys them and slows the unicycle. Wait, is this not super good in some situations? Get first blood, unicycle all through trance trees, easy mode. Attacking and using abilities, taking damage, picking up runes, or crashing into units and other obstacles dismounts the riders. Unicycle reaches up to 750 speed with turn rate degrading from 130 down to 90. Tree crash divides the current speed by 4. So if I die in lane, I can unicycle through the river to get 900 move speed and get back to the lane instantly? That's a lot. All right, let's try weighted pie here, or read weighted pie. Tosses a pie into a target enemy, knocking them back and reducing their vision to 50. Hilarious. Vision recovers over 2 seconds, and the target's allies won't provide their vision for them over the duration. The pie instantly kills any non... I can instantly kill creeps? Okay, this could be really good. You could go find, like, Oracle, for example. Take Oracle, blind them.
Quick, so pog check.
Yo, thank you so much, man. Thank you, Joy K. Gamer hours, I know, right? We're what time is it? It's 1:12. I'm gonna guess we finish somewhere between 2 and 3, and then I go and shower and go to sleep, and we wake up and we watch Dream League, and then we cast Dream League, and then after Dream League ends, I will be back streaming to finally play. But first, we gotta finish reading everything tonight. These are interesting. I like Strongman Tonic. I think this is the best souvenir from Carney Classics. You can do some very useful stuff with Funhouse Mirror, scouting things out. Stat camps and runes, things like that. Whoopee Cushion is also quite useful in various situations. These sound a little bit better, I want to say. But maybe not in a direct fight. Like, the Strongman Tonic is so good in a direct fight. This one's not really going to be useful in many fights unless there's invis heroes. This one's not really useful in a fight, but it can get you around the map. There's like more utility on these. And then Weighted Pie, I could see that being useful in a fight, but maybe not directly fighting someone, but more like I'm removing vision from the save hero, stuff like that. Rubik. Spell, steal, stolen mana cost is actually buffed. 80% discount. Wow, practically free. Fade Bolt. What is this? Plus 25% might and magus damage and resistance. That's my innate, right? 15 telekinesis lift duration. Buffed a little bit. Buffed a little bit. Okay, very, very small buffs to Rubik. Sand King. Slightly stronger early game. Actually, not even really. Less variance, I guess I should say, on the last hitting, but that's not even noticeable to most people. And then he's going to lose damage. Okay. Tundra is playing Sand King, but many other teams are not. So, I don't know. This is like a very... I guess just a nerf to the hero over time, losing the damage. Which usually wouldn't have mattered, but now you have the tail strike, whatever it's called. Tail whip. So actually that is a nerf that you'll notice on core Sand Kings. Shadow Demon. Hit damage decreased by a little bit in the early game. Demonic Purge duration decreased. Duration decreased from 6 to 5 on the cleanse. No longer requires at least level 1 Demonic Purge. Ah, yes, for when you get the shard before level 6. No longer upgrades with levels of demonic purge. Cooldown. Wait, what does it level up with? Just some. Oh, it's just flat levels now. It doesn't get upgraded by the ags either. I don't know if you needed to do that much to demonic cleanse. Purge damage. I don't. Personally, I feel that Shadow Demon simply does too much. His weakness used to be the lane. Like, he was really strong later with Disruption and his ultimate, and then Disseminate, stuff like that. But the lane was weak. His innate ability plus Shadow Poison made his lane strong, and then he was just useful forever. So I don't really know if I agree with nerfing Demonic Cleanse and still letting him have a strong lane and still be useful in many situations. But I guess he did need some of a buff or some of a nerf. So if that's how they want to approach it, that's, I guess we'll see if that's enough. Shadow Fiend, Shadow Mire, no longer slows attack speed. Movement speed slow per stack increased. Oh, but decreased in the early levels. Increased after that. Maybe make it a little easier to land some kill combos with that. Feast of Souls, make this better. This ability that people here is a hero where people get the attributes. Is this enough? 91. I'm not sure about that. No, Cluster Cluck. What the heck? Cluster Cluck is gone. Boo. Grants Chicken Fingers ability. Passive. Attacking an enemy hero transforms them into a chicken with 100 move speed for 1 second. Wait, this is maybe better. Cannot be toggled or manually cast. All Hex upgrades, including level 15 Hex Break talent, also affects Chicken Fingers. Wait, this is also funny. Okay, I'm very sad to lose Cluster Cluck. A moment of peace. A moment of silence for Cluster Cluck. Okay, Chicken Fingers sounds hilarious. I can't wait to try Chicken Fingers. Is it better? I don't know, but sounds funny. Foul Play, now upgraded with Aghanim Shard, increases damage reduction duration to 1.5, adds 0.1 second invulnerability time before it. Upon triggering Foul Play, 3 uncontrollable chicken illusions will spawn and try to confuse enemies. They exist for 3 seconds and either stand still or run. Also allows Shadow Shaman to use items while transformed. What? That's a pretty useful Aghanim Shard. The Shackle no longer gets the Aghanim Shard, though. Now upgraded with the Aghanim Scepter, increases cast range. Shackled units expel an Ether Shock every 0.9 seconds. That affects all enemies within 600 units for 100% of Ether Shock's damage value. Shackled units can't be damaged by this effect. Damn, I was going to say, this sounds like the most broken solo pickoff ability ever. Also allows it to be cast on both enemies and allies, including Serpent Wards. Allied units are not disabled, and the shackle is broken if the ally... This is such a bizarre Aghanims. No longer... I don't know how I feel about that, guys. Level 25, attack, ward, attack... ward attack damage replaced with 1 ward attack... +1 ward attack targets. Ether shock damage decreased 400, 250. The shard sounds very useful to stay alive with foul play. This new Ags does not sound as good. I am not as impressed. But I guess we'll have to see. I'll try it sometime. Perhaps you just need Refresher now to get the late game Shadow Shaman double alt. No longer upgraded by the Aghanims. You guys like it? Which one? The shard or the scepter? I guess Ether Shock does a decent chunk of damage. I don't know. Yeah, you can misclick on allies now. That's scary. That's scary. Okay, let's see Silencer. Ability reworked on Arcane Curse. Curses the target area, dealing damage and causing enemy heroes to take damage over time and slowing their movement speed. Silenced enemies take 1.5 slow and damage. Anytime affected enemies cast a spell, the duration's increased. The duration is paused as long as the target is silenced. Initial damage. They said reworked. That is pretty much how it works, isn't it? I guess you target an area now, so maybe I guess that's the difference. You target an area and then the same thing happens. Initial damage 20, 40, 60, 80. Damage 16, 24, 32, 40. Radius 350. Base damage, base duration 6. Movement slow up to 25. Penalty duration 2. Cast range 1000. Mana cost kind of okay. Compared to previous iterations, ability duration can now be decreased by status resistance or increased by debuff duration bonuses. Interesting that they give us that tool tip essentially. Glaives of Wisdom no longer silence enemies after targeting an enemy 4 times. Int to damage percentage increased. A decent chunk at the early levels. 15% more. Practically double the value at level 1. Last word. Ability reworked. Enchant a target, providing vision of them and causing them to be damaged and silenced if they cast a spell or if the enchantment timer expires. Deals extra damage based on the difference in intelligence between Silencer and the target. Deals extra damage. Okay. Base damage. I'm really losing the plot here. Base damage 120, 160, 200, 240. Int difference multiplier 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5. Enemy cast timer 4 seconds. Silence duration 3, 4, 5, 6. Cast range. Okay. Global silence. That's the same. Doesn't apply to couriers. I see. I don't know why that would matter. I guess to prevent haste and invulnerability and special delivery. Level 10. A little lower. Level 10, 15, Arcane Curse damage replaced with 0.5 Arcane Curse penalty multiplier. And then AoE last word at level 20. All right, I'm really not sure what to make of this Arcane Curse now being on the ground and how good or not that is. So I think this is one I'm just going to have to see in action, and the rest sounds similar. Yeah. This might give you better harassing in the lane, though. This extra damage, that might be good. Skywrath. Ruin and Restoration. Spell Lifesteal rescaled. Sure. Arcane Bolt. Base damage is lower in the early game. So is the mana cost, so that's good. Ag Shard. Search range decreased from 700 to 500. Concussive Shot no longer has a creep damage penalty. I didn't even know it did. Slight buff to farm speed, I guess. Aghanim Scepter search radius changed from 700 around Skywrath Mage to 500 around the first target. Oh, okay. Ancient Seal Ags also changed. Huh. I don't really know if I understand the logic behind these buffs or nerfs. He's not a terribly popular hero. Slardar, okay. What has Slardar got? Because now there's so much more water on the map. Guardian Sprint. Speed burst duration increased from 2 to 2.5. Okay. Corrosive Haze. Armor transfer increased from 40% to 50%. Seaborn Sentinel. HP regen increased by a little bit. Half 0.5 every level to end up with 2 more at max. The Scepter also takes that into account. Okay. Guardian Sprint. Move speed nerfed a little bit. I'm guessing to compensate the extra water everywhere. Slitherine Crush, Ag Scepter bonus puddle radius rescaled from the flat plus 300 to 80%. Total puddle radius decreased from 550 to 450. I see. Is the idea here that if you get AoE increases, it'll be like 80% of that AoE increase as well? You don't get the bonus damage to creeps anymore. Trail duration dropped by a second, but it's upgraded by Aghanim Scepter. Increases trail duration by 5 seconds and trail radius by 80% from 100 to 180. More water. Guardian Sprint cooldown replaced with +2 Guardian Sprint duration. Actually, I think I do like that more. 0.2 Slitherine Crush stun duration replaced with 12 Seaborn, blah, blah, blah. Support Slardar? There's no water near the lanes, I think, if I'm remembering the map correctly, though. Slark. Are you getting water stuff? Barracuda now causes Slark's attacks to apply a non-stacking debuff that reduces the target's armor by 1, 2, 3, or 4. That is negative armor, huh? Linger duration rescaled, 2 seconds flat. That's like fine. It's a slight buff to the fighting with this ability. I didn't really expect that, but I think it's, I don't know. It's okay. Depth Shroud radius shrunk just a little bit. And then the talent, a little bit stronger, a little bit weaker, 25. Okay. Snapfire. What is this? Same level 1 damage, worse scaling. Oh, attack damage increased. So the scaling here is not going to be as good because of this change and the change to universal damage. Perhaps in the early game, though, the extra 35%, or sorry, the extra 5% could be nice for some early harass. I'm still going to say it's a nerf overall, though, the universal changes. Sniper, take aim now has an overhead indicator when the ability is active. It is a little confusing sometimes if he's not moving to know. Level 10 talent, 10 shrapnel, move slow, replaced with 55 take aim bonus attack range. Okay. Take aim duration replaced with 150 assassinate damage. 30 attack speed replaced with 45 attack speed during take aim. Take aim armor replaced with 2+ seconds take aim duration. Okay, a lot of changes to take aim. This is all for core sniper, I think. Sadly, support sniper not really benefiting very much from these changes. Spectre's universal. That's scary. Base damage decreased by 2, so level 1's the same. Damage scaling per level is a little bit higher. Facets. Forsaken. Desolate deals 1.75x damage, but Spectre's illusions can no longer trigger Desolate. Oh. Twist the knife no longer decreases cooldown. Reality also casts Spectral Dagger on the target. Cooldown decreased from 3 to 1.5. Oh, I guess as part of a change here. I skipped ahead of there. Damage reflected decreased by a little bit. Shadow Step cooldown. This shit's got to go up, right? 10 more seconds. Okay. I think this hero could go to like 80, 70, 60 personally, but we can take baby steps. Reality cooldown decrease from 3 to 1.5. Reality 25 talent, 30 haunt, illusion damage replaced with 25% all illusion damage. Oh, from like Manta and stuff. I guess you're only going to take that if you're not doing this, right? Otherwise, I think you should do Twist the Knife so that your Manta and stuff can still get Desolate damage. Spirit Breaker. Bulls hit. That's funny. I like it. Greater Bash. Bash chance increases if you've bashed more than one hero within the last 10 seconds. Each additional hero past the first increases Greater Bash chance by 17. Wait, so if I charge through 3 heroes, then I have over 50% chance, I guess, to bash on auto attacks for 10 seconds. Planar pocket duration increased by 1. 17 greater bash chance replaced with the cooldown, internal cooldown, and then greater bash damage up. What's my other one? Oh, Bull Rush is pretty good, though. This is maybe good for core Spirit Breaker who's built attack speed, though. This new one. Storm Spirit. You won't get timed out for posting links, but the links are just removed in case. Not that I'm distrusting you or the techies link, but just sometimes like spam bots come in and like post links. So a lot of the stuff just automatically removes all that stuff. And I forget where to go change it right now. So oops. I'll look at it later. Don't worry. Everyone go look at Reddit. I'm sure there's tons of clips and stuff. Storm Spirit, level 10 talent, 20 overload damage replaced with 25 overload attack and movement speed slow. Better for fighting, worse for farming. I don't actually know if people take this talent or they take the mana regen, though. Sven, some buffs to stats and base abilities. Okay. Heavy plate. Remember when this was good? Looks like it's getting buffed a little bit. No longer decreases Sven's base damage. Bonus damage per strength decrease from point. I think that's actually a nerf because it really didn't take much to surpass this decrease in base strength. And then I think this is going to hurt in the mid to late game compared to 0.7. But I could be wrong. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head. Stormhammer, radius rescaled. Going to be a little wider. Peepo wide. Cleave distance. Oh, big rescalings here. Interesting. I don't know why they're doing that, really. Warcry bonus speed is worse. Armor is 2 higher. 20 attack speed replaced with plus. Okay. Maybe my understanding of these numbers is wrong. I feel like this is a nerf. Feel like these aren't. I don't get that. Sven's not good. Unless the items shift it. And there's a lot of new items and stuff, so maybe, but that's surprising me a bit. I'm caught off guard by that. Techies. Okay, what's Techies got? Damage at level 1 is a little bit higher. Good for poking. The stat gains aren't too massive. The damage gain per level is whatever for Techies. Spoon Stash. Techies stack all previously selected enchantments onto newly crafted neutral items. Also allows Techies to have 2 tier 5 enchantments by recrafting a tier 5 item. That does sound good. But I don't have a good grip on these new neutrals. I don't really know how good that is. Cast points less, sure. Now also causes sticky bomb and proximity mines within the radius to deal 15% more damage. Wait, really? Okay. So you just keep placing this in the lane and get 15% more damage on your bombs, or you plant it near the twin gate and plant a bunch of proximity mines. Huh. That's interesting. I'm going to try more Techies. Minefield Sign also works with Takeoff right now, so probably a bug if I had to guess. Templar Assassin, a little bit of agility gain. Hidden Reach, new facet. When in meld, TA gradually increases her attack range by up to an additional 400 range over the course of 1 second. That is interesting, but I feel that's not as... I don't think that's going to be worth replacing the other stuff for. I can't imagine like that'll help in a couple cases, but I think any high-level TA player will have a very good grasp of when they can hit with Meld Strike already or not. And I don't think this 400 attack range is going to beat out the effects of the other facets. Psyblades. Oh, maybe I should have read the other changes first. Psyblade range decreased. Level 1 is the main thing. It ends up being the same later on. Same with a split amount. Psionic Trap. Ag Scepter no longer grants 100 bonus damage. That's fine. Bonus damage upon arrival increased from 300 to 375. Very few people get the Ags nowadays. I still think it's interesting, but I guess it literally just got nerfed, so now I just still don't know when people are going to do it. 10 talent refraction damage replaced with 2.5 meld debuff duration. Meld armor reduction replaced with 40 refraction damage. Sure. Terror Blade. Terror Wave. Meta duration increase from 10 to 15. Sure. 10 talent conjure image. Damage replaced with -2. Oh, wait. That seems better. This seems good for farm speed. Well, actually, I don't know, because it just lost damage. But surely the illusions eventually pick up enough damage that they don't... Like, having more illusions is better? I'm actually not sure on that one. Tidehunter, Krill Eater no longer reduces base strength. Kraken Shell now has 50% block value against creeps. Now can be activated to double the block amount at the cost of 40% move speed. Last 4 seconds, mana cost 45, cooldown 30 seconds. Timber Saw. I think this needs a bigger buff, but I need to... the items and everything throws it off. We're not going to be in the same meta, so like I say that, but like I don't know, maybe we'll need different stuff. Timber Saw, Twisted Chakram, mana cost is going up a lot, and the damage is mostly the same. Very slight nerf. Mana cost also being nerfed here. Past damage nerfed. Actually, just a nerf to Timber Saw across. The damage is mostly the same. It's mainly this mana cost on Twisted Chakram. I guess he does need a little nerf. Tinker. Ag Scepter current / max health reduction increase from 10% to 15%. So core Tinker buff. 15 talent laser damage increase from 40 to 50. Rearm grants 50 bonus magic resistance replaced with 10-second defense matrix. Talent laser AoE from 250 to 200. I feel like the laser AoE is still better. I don't know if this changes that much about Tinker. I guess it'll come down to the items. Tiny crash landing is bonus landing damage being set to a flat 20%. They finally decided this shit's ridiculous. From 35% to 20%. That's a big nerf. And needed. Avalanche, if not more. Avalanche no longer deals bonus damage to tossed units. Ah, we're losing that combo? I kind of like that interaction. Damage increased from 80, 160, 240, 320 to 100, 200, 300, 400. Toss is also going up in damage because of this. This should still be less damage overall. 360 plus 20% more compared to 320 and 35% more. So the combo should do less. I guess that's fine. I have to be killed by Avalanche Toss Conda a couple times to get a feel for it. And then see. Treant, please, be good. Aghanim Shard will not turn Treant Protector invisible if he is currently attacking an enemy. Oh, okay. Yeah, actually, there's a lot of situations where I'm trying to farm creeps, and this is actually very annoying. I would love for this to be toggleable, except I guess you can't because it's a passive. So you'll just have to like use a stop command. I think what this is going to be really good for is that when you use your Q and you try to farm like creep cut, they just keep walking away from you because you keep going invis. So if I can keep them in my nature's guise while still attacking, this actually is a huge buff to what you can do with creep cutting. This is such a pain point to me actually to get the shard. You still have to get the shard, but like not being able to farm creep waves anymore is such a pain. I think this is actually really good. This sounds really good if it works the way I think it does. Living armor mana cost decreased from 55 to 40, 45, 50, 55. Heal per second up by 1. Level 10.5. Nature's Guise movement speed. Nature's Grasp is different now. How come this one couldn't have the damage reduction on creeps removed? I would love to do more damage with Nature's Grasp. I'll try Treant Protector. Could be some interesting stuff with the orbs and punching people. But also, I think I will be able to play the map a lot better now with this change to the shard, if it works. I'll test it later. Troll. Bad Influence. During Battle Trance, Troll Warlord has increased max fervor stacks and no attack speed limit. Battle Trance grants allied heroes 50% of the attack speed bonus. I actually don't remember this off the top of my head. I think the no attack speed limit sounds new to me. Is that the part that's different on this? Because that could be good. I'm pretty sure he already had a facet that shared the bonus. I think that's this one. I think this increased max and then the attack speed limit is the difference. And that sounds really strong. It's new. What's the other stuff? Ag Shard no longer increases max stack. Battle Trance now follows global lifesteal rules. Penalty on creeps. Oh, that's fine. Okay. I don't quite know how strong this is, but I think it could be good. Blood Flux, I'm really not sure. I don't play much Arc Warden. He's kind of a niche hero. The changes are interesting. I could see it being good, but I really can't speak with much confidence because I don't know that hero very well. Sorry. I wish I could provide more insight on it, but he's such a complicated hero that is not touched much that I don't have a great read on it. Tusk, Drinking Buddies, cooldown decreased by 1 second. Okay, sure, why not? And the move speed is readjusted, so that's actually a nerf in the end. Walrus Kick. Kick is gonna kick you a little bit less distance. The slow is a little less. Damage is a lot higher, but that's not really why you use this ability. And you can't cast it while in Snowball. Big nerf. Does Tusk really need nerfs? Level 10 talent, 25 tag team, Drinking Buddies, damage replaced. I don't really understand nerfing Tusk. Maybe there's some interaction with new items that they found too good. I don't really know. Don't really know here. A lot. Okay. I know not every game even gets to the Ags, and then this nerf is a little bit on the minor side, so it's not that big of a nerf to Tusk. But I don't think Tusk is even that good. I actually think he's in a fine spot. I would just leave him as is, personally. Underlord. Just talent changes for Underlord. Firestorm Radius replaced with Atrophy Aura Duration. Talent, Firestorm, burn damage being nerfed a little bit. Nerfed. Don't really know if Underlord is a hero that needs nerfs, but perhaps they're thinking that the items will be good with Underlord, such as the Gleipnir. That's all I can really imagine. Undying. Undying should be pretty good at securing some of this new stuff. This Lotus Rune, Wisdom Rune, the way that works. Decay is going to do 10 more damage. That's quite nice. Soul Rip mana cost is going down in the early levels, but up at the end. Flesh Golem slow, 35, 40, 45% to 30, 35, 40. Level 10 decay. Okay, that's being nerfed a little bit. But it's actually just balanced out because you're getting it for free in decay. And then this will bring you back to where you were anyways. But maybe you don't even need it now. I actually don't even know if people took it anyways, because actually I'm looking at it and I see Tombstone cooldown, and that actually sounds better to me. Core decay, core undying using this to farm maybe takes that talent. I think support undying, the Tombstone sounds better. But I don't know off the top of my head. I don't play undying very much. Ursa, 10 talent, Fury swipes, reset, 15 to 12. 15 talent, Fury swipe damage decrease from 7 to 5. Sure. Venge is back to being an agi hero. I want Venge to be good. We have a really sick set. I want to play Vengeful Spirit. Level 1 damage is actually decreased by 4. Damage gain ends up being a little bit decreased as well. Retribution bonus damage increased by 10%. This is your extra damage versus the last hero that killed you. I don't really like it that much, and I don't really love these changes. So unless the items make Vengeful Spirit better, I'm not impressed by this. Venomancer. I do like Venomancer. Base damage increased. So level 1 damage is stronger by 5. Damage per level is down by 0.8. Stat-wise, though, the gain on stats is a little bit better. I'm okay with this. I think I will try some Venomancer, and I don't know if I'll be jungling, but that's what I would like to do without griefing. That's what I'm interested in. Viper, Nosedive, now also releases Nether Toxin upon landing. Okay. Level 10, plus 4%, poison attack, magic resistance reduction, replaced with 1 second on Viper Strike. 25 becomes universal, replaced with Nether Toxin radius, increases by 25 every half second. That's interesting. I thought this universal talent was really good for him in terms of scaling, which I guess they don't want. And I suppose with universal now being worse from 0.7 to 0.45, maybe it's not even a good talent anymore. So Nether Toxin radius can be quite good against the right lineups, and it sounds like it's going to get really large quite quickly. And then we got Visage. Who understands this hero? Slightly higher damage to start. Loses some damage. I think that's not the end of the world, since a lot of Visage's damage comes from the familiars anyways. Sepulcher radius increase from 250 to 300. This truly is the easy mode facet. Now, like when you feed them away, it's worth less. 4 Lurker max stacks. Sorry, can you remind me what Lurker is?
That which passes beyond the veil must forever stay.
What is this? Visage's ability cooldown durations are accelerated so long as he's not taking damage. Completely forgot about that. I have no idea if that's good or not. I am not one of 6 Visage players in the world. Void Spirit is slightly higher damage for the lane. Ooh, that's a big drop in damage, though, for someone like Void Spirit. From 4.9 to 3.6. Pretty painful. Buffs to Aether Remnant. 15 more damage. I don't think that's really going to compensate. Stat gain's a little better, so that's kind of nice in terms of survivability and mana, but I feel like there's a loss in damage. Slightly stronger lane by having 3 more damage, but you know, by like level 4, you're now just on the downward trend. Okay, Warlock. Base damage increased by 3. Damage at level 1 increased. Sure. Upheaval, slow, linger, duration, decrease from 3 to 1. Okay, upheaval is super annoying. I think that's fair. This, I don't really understand this. Like, Lion got decimated, and then Warlock, arguably, Poke got buffed. This is on the more marginal side. This, like, I would summarize this as a very mild nerf. Mild to moderate nerf. And then Lion got dumpstered. And I would call Warlock slightly more in the meta than Lion. So I don't really know. I know even in pubs, Warlock is a bigger issue than Lion. I don't really understand. Weaver. I actually love Weaver support. Can we play it? The Swarm. Attacks to destroy increased from 6688 to 6789. For heroes increased from 3344 to 3445. Ooh. Weaver plus Hive Mind?
A feast for my beetles.
Might try it. Lost the free Geminate attack. But I might be interested in that. There might be... Let's look at the orbs again later on the items. Yeah, maybe there's something there. Maybe we can do something. Wind Ranger base damage ends up where? Higher variation, but averages out to be the same. I think it's like 1 higher on average. Strength. All of the stats going up. The damage is down a little bit. 0.7 is not too bad. Completely new facets, though. Okay, so what is this? Maybe support Wind Ranger's back. Tangled. Shackle Shot applies to all units and trees behind the target, each granting Wind Ranger bonus attack damage for 6 seconds. Each shackled hero provides 12, 20, 28, 36 damage, while trees and other units provide 50% less. Primary Shackle Shot target doesn't provide any damage. Is this like the biggest AoE stun? Am I understanding that correctly? What is this? A power shot. The arrow instantly executes enemy heroes, period. That's it. It just straight up insta-kills, 100 to 0. Below a certain health threshold. Execute threshold linearly increases with the channeling time. This used to be her shard, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. Minimum execute threshold 5%. Maximum 9, 10, 11, 12. What do you mean there's a min to max? Oh, because it's the channel, right. Health for execution is calculated after the arrow hits. Power shot. Mana cost rescaled from 100 to 90, 100, 110, 120. Gale Force mana is going up. Easy breezy min-max move speed talent. Let me just see what the shackle shot looks like real quick. Let me just think through this. I feel that Wind Ranger needs a buff, personally. So I don't really understand when I'm looking at this, and it seems like nerfs.
Very well, as you wish.
It's not time yet.
I go.
What is how thin is this?
Flayed twins gone.
I'm way ahead.
Huh. That's kind of good in the side lanes, right?
By the flayed ones.
On my way.
Now the angle of it seems pretty thin. Seems tough to get multiple heroes. What if I'm like a support Wind Ranger who does something like this?
Of course.
I don't know how impressed I am by this. Maybe I'd prefer to just power shot people. I'd have to do some math on where that pays off. Wyvern now back to being intelligence. Base stat increase. From a support perspective, losing a damage on Winter Wyvern is not a huge deal. And in fact, being tankier might be better. Having more mana could be better. Yeah, loses a lot of damage. So this might kill the core Winter Wyverns. But support Winter Wyverns won't really feel this as much. And in fact, more attack speed in the lane could be even better. Winterproof, Cold Embrace can now be cast on buildings. Chosen building isn't healed, but still protected from physical damage. Affected units or buildings gain 60% bonus attack damage after the cocoon thaws. Oh, that's interesting. If the building is under effect of both Cold Embrace and Glyph of Fortification, the buff duration is paused. Lane creeps don't have this interaction. Very interesting for pushing towers, especially if you use it on your catapult, and then it comes out with 60% bonus attack damage. What's recursive? Winter Curse makes all affected enemies take 125% of physical, magical, and pure damage from Winter Wyvern. Makes all affected enemies take 125% physical. Okay, whenever the cursed enemy dies, Winter's Curse is recast on the lowest health enemy affected by the curse. The recast has minimum, maximum, and bonus durations equal to 50% of the default spell. All right, well, recursive sounds good for Core Wyvern. If Core Wyvern didn't just get hit by a pretty hefty nerf to damage. But maybe there will be some... We talked about the potential for build. Oh, shit. Oh, well, actually, I don't need the VODs anymore. Phew! I forgot to check my space, so OBS just told me, it's like, you don't have space to record this 20-hour VOD. And I was like, ah, shit, we just lost it. But it'll all be on Twitch and YouTube. Anyways, I don't have to deal with any of that shit now, thanks to the multi-streaming. This could be really good for Core Wyvern. And with the change to some of the items, maybe Intelligence Wyvern loses out on some damage, but the builds work out better. It could still be good. Otherwise, Support Wyvern, this seems okay. What is this stuff? Now applies to Shrines of Wisdom instead of removed Wisdom runes. What the heck was this? When a Shrine of Wisdom granting experience to allies, her entire team granting 20% of the experience. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. You share 20% with the other 3 heroes. Completely forgot. She's been pretty out of the meta. Winter's Curse. Affected units no longer take increased magical and pure damage from Wyvern by default. Okay. Witch Doctor. Pub favorite. Voodoo Festuration's gone. Sorry, guys. I don't care because I don't play Witch Doctor. I know some people really like that one. It's gone now. Rip. 20 talent, 30% Maledict burst damage replaced with 1% target max health voodoo restoration heal. Replace the 8 seconds on Maledict duration's interesting. That could add up to be a lot. That is a 25 though, so how much that will matter? I don't know. This was the one for Core Witch Doctor. I guess we're probably not going to see Core Witch Doctor again for quite a while. I'm not really sure why they removed this. I suppose maybe with some of the AoE items and new neutrals, something there was too good. That's too bad. Went to bed when you started. Where are we at? How long has this been? 6.5 hours. Oh, God. I thought I had a peaceful night after casting. I mean, it's still pretty peaceful. I'm just reading the patch. We didn't even get to play, though. I'll look at the map before we end, I think, and then that'll be the last thing we do today. We'll be back tomorrow to play after the casting. Wraith King, Bone Guard. Hero kills now grant 2 skeleton charges. Level 10 talent is for 25 Wraith Fire. Replaced with Bone Guard duration. 60 attack speed replaced with Bone Guard boys. Spectral Blade is Wait. Does 25% Wraithfire Blast impact even exist then? Oh, I see. It's being replaced. I thought I was like, yeah, you usually have this Wraithfire Blast impact, and it's going to be replaced when you take this facet. And then I'm looking at this one, and it's like, oh yeah, we're going to replace that with Spectral Blade. I was like, wait, when do you ever get this one? I see. It's just being replaced with unique ones for both sides. Okay. And 20 cleave is being replaced with 60 attack speed. Okay. How about Zeus support? Wrap us up, Zeus. What do we got for Zeus? Live wire, static field, minimum damage increase from 2% to 2.53, 3.54%. Max damage increase from 4.567 to 5.678. Am I stupid? That's a buff, isn't it? Oh, maybe the nerf is somewhere else. Divine Rampage, amplification per kill. This one's still not worth it in my opinion. Arc Lightning, mana cost increase from 75, 80, 85, 90 to 75, 85, 95, 105. So 15 more mana per cast. That's kind of painful. And the radius for jumping is down by 50. Heavenly Jump, leap distance, shrunk a lot at level 1. It's actually bigger at max level, but you usually max this last. Slow duration decreased just a little bit. Vision radius is now affected by changes to area of effect. Okay, cool. This is not a very strong nerf to one of the strongest supports in the game right now. I know we've got like item changes and all that, but I am surprised this is not better. Like, in fact, they made static live wire on support Zeus was the most awkward part because having to be close to your targets to get the bonus damage is not always ideal as a support backline damage dealer. They actually mitigated that issue by making it better, unless I am misunderstanding this, and I don't believe I am. And the mana cost on Arc Lightning is a bit painful, but I don't know. That's weird. All right, let me look at the items again real quick, and then I'm going to look at the map. Okay, bottle refill's dead. So this is going to be pretty impactful, but I have to think through what that means for high-level mids a little bit more, and maybe that'll just be answered to me tomorrow. Lightstone, 250. 350. I feel like there's going to be some heroes who can abuse these two orbs in the lane. I just want to... I'm going to have to try to think on that. And I think we're going to have to try a game where we're like Venomancer and we try to do a little bit of jungling at 5 minutes just to see how quickly we can rack up some of this stuff and if that seems worth it or not and how good this stuff is. Okay, let's go look at the map, guys. Oh yeah, I forgot we're out of date. Okay, 1 second. Sniper with Orb of Venom. The issue is, I think actually Orb of Blight and or Frost would be better for Sniper, because Sniper already outranges. So you actually want to be poking all the time on Sniper rather than only once every 9 seconds. I think the Orb of Venom actually makes more sense on someone like... what's the right type of hero for this? Someone like Bounty Hunter, who really wants to go in with Janata, or maybe on his Invis, hit once, and then back away again. And then he's not interested in interacting, because why would he trade when Janata's on cooldown? There's no real point. That kind of very periodic trade is better for an item with a 9-second cooldown on Orb of Venom than someone like Sniper, who actually just wants to like non-stop harass. And at that point, you'd get more value out of like stats, blight, things like that. Maybe Ricky support could get Orb of Venom. Like you just jump in with the W, apply it, get out. cheats on? Yes. Okay. We're going to look at the map kind of quickly, guys. I am really tired.
Your knuckles and get comfortable. Pick any of these fellas.
Oops. Why do I have another camera active? Weird.
Places, everyone.
I'll maybe look at the orbs another time. Where is the quelling? Okay.
Thanks for patch notes.
The map color's all different. What the heck? Aw, thank you, Fire. Thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate it. I don't even know if this is truly patch notes. This is me just reading patch. Summarized video will have to come down the line. Okay. How much faster do I feel? Holy crap, look at me go.
30 seconds to show.
What about without boots? This would be me, Jakiro, 290 speed.
Thanks for
440.
patch review.
And I guess this is where the strong move speed ends, and we now go to regular move speed. The 100 bonus instead of 150. Aussie Asian Sean, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the bits.
And away we go.
There's some cool wards there. This is low ground, very interesting. Where are these runes now? We got one here. So this, I also get move speed bonus this way. So I have a bounty rune here, surely meant to be mine. Bounty rune here, bounty rune here, bounty rune over here. But you could do an aggressive smoke, I'm sure, and then set up an observer somewhere over here. Oh man, this being next to high ground again. Or like it was kind of always like that, but I don't know. I'm getting like flashbacks to the old map where this used to be in a lower ground area, and I guess this being even closer has like really made me feel that, even though I know that one was kind of like always like that to a degree. Is it easier to wrap around? Ooh, it is easier to wrap around on the Radiant now. This mirrors this side a lot more. If you guys remember the old map where the high ground extended all this way, I thought that gave a big advantage to the Radiant mid. Okay, I'm not going to look for wards right now. I'm going to do that tomorrow while waiting to cast. The little polywogs! You guys are the medium ones? Oh, you guys are the boglets. Where are the polywogs? This is just a hard camp over here still. I thought that one got changed. The boglets. Where's the easy one? Is it you? Oh, the polywogs! How cute! Wards over here. All right, so if I'm Venomancer, I can totally like waddle my way through here quickly to jungle, right? Yeah. Ancient camp.
Top's gone missing.
Wait, we have so many freaking neutrals now. Holy shit. Is this more neutral camps than before? I didn't remember it saying... Well, I mean, I knew it added in the water ones. I thought it just replaced existing ones. Is this not extra camps? This is like 4 extra camps, isn't it? This is a hard camp, medium, ancient. Small.
First blood.
Small camp for pulling. Hard camp. Ooh, we can pull this way now too. Nice. This one's still got the one pull that way. This is going to be much more annoying to contest with sentries and blocks. You're going to have to like run around the trees. I think that's good. But also annoying. Quelling cut on the back here could be pretty good for the camp now. Because I bet you can't block without cutting a tree, but I bet if you cut like one tree... Yeah, you can block the camp from here. Sometimes when you put the cheats to move around the map more, they do stuff like that. They just throw like an insane amount of spells at each other. Like, how do you even get back here? Can you? You have to like walk through here? This is literally Do you mind, creeps? You literally can't unblock this. Even if you knew it was there, you would have to come cut trees, and I guess it's this tree to get back here. If you try to go back here, this won't work. All right, carry players. I know there's a couple of you in there. Cut this tree for your supports. That's going to be easy mode. Because I bet even with... I mean, this is my own observer, my own sentry, so I can kind of see it. But otherwise, like, I don't know if even standing here you'd be able to see this. And then somewhere over here would you be able to see... I don't think it's blocked now. Hold on, we can test it. This was already spawned when I... Okay. We'll let that spawn in a moment. Small camp block. Anything clever here? One sentry should get the whole thing. One sentry now gets this whole camp, so extra value to this, in my opinion. Where's going to be the most useful place to block here? I guess maybe this one doesn't matter as much. Just something like back here to make them walk around could be good. There's a tree you could cut in there. Maybe you could cut this middle tree. Confuse them. I guess that's obvious at that point. Can I bury this in the middle anywhere? Totally blocked. It's great. There'll be a lot of places you could block and protect on this one. I think as the Radiant or the Dire safe lane. Do you mind? Maybe back here. And just make sure when you unblock your small camp, you do something like up here. Very difficult to get your sentry. Ooh, can you block? Oh, we didn't get him. Ooh, little sneaky one, guys. You guys can put your sentry up here, block this camp. I mean, they'll be able to walk up here and find this, but they will have to walk up the ground, and that might confuse them a bit. What over here? Anywhere in the trees we could bury it? You should totally be able to fit a sentry in here, guys. Look at this. I don't think there's going to be anything as impossible to deal with as this one. But this, for now, as everyone gets used to the map, could be fun.
Any crazy pulls?
Not that I noticed yet, but we just came into the map. I don't think, based on the positioning, the pulls are going to be that different. The camp is actually still quite similar. Shit, we're in the nighttime. Okay, I'm going to look at that later. Tomorrow, I will look more at the camp. I will find ward spots and pulls in the morning before I cast. I will do the cast. Come see me and Ricky at the ESL Storm stream, and then we will... I'll take a quick break, eat my lunch, and then I'll start up my own stream, and we will play some games. You guys, your homework, go let me know which heroes you think are good, and then tomorrow when we're playing, you guys can let me know who we should try. I'm very interested in Jakiro, Venomancer. I can't remember the other like 130 million changes. Maybe some Ringmaster, try the new souvenirs, that could be fun. I think I want to jungle. I want to try jungling tomorrow. I want to grief some. Maybe I can get Ricky. Maybe I can rope Ricky in and have him play a solo offlaner and then jungle. Now I want to try some different orb starts and stuff like that. Okay, thank you so much for hanging around with me, guys. I know this is well, I don't know your times, but late night over here. We didn't even get around to playing Dota, but I do have to wake up in the morning cast. So let's send it over to Anat. Oh, yes. I love it. I Annihilate's his stream title is Polywog Enjoyer. Yes. One Polywog Enjoyer to another. Actually, I don't even know if the raids have been working lately because of the way the multi-stream thing works. I feel like the last couple times I tried, I never even noticed it properly go through, but I don't know if I was just not paying attention to it correctly or not. What is Polywog? It's the new camp. I love... Otherwise, it's a terminology for tadpoles, like a very casual... I don't know, casual. I don't know where it's used, but I know it mean like people use it for tadpoles. Okay, guys. Huge patch. We have read through it. I will be doing a lot of brainstorming. I'll be back tomorrow with more insight. We'll hopefully get a couple videos out as we can before I start traveling a bit. So expect a lot of streaming and content in the next day or two. We'll grind it out as much as we can. Okay, Twitch people, I'm going to send you over to I Annihilate. YouTube people, I have no way to do that, so I'll just see you guys later. Bye, everybody. Bye, Twitch people. Press the raid button. Bye, YouTube people. I'll see you later. See you tomorrow in a...